The story begins with a player with the nickname Rin Amani, fighting a group of level 120 goblins in a D-rank dungeon on the 15th floor, while the kid himself was at level 194. He swung his sword, and the sounds of fierce battle could be heard everywhere. The boy was smiling. Excitement glittered in his eyes. It was just an ordinary trek for him. It turned out that these monsters posed no danger. Soon he was finished. A smile shone on his face. He was satisfied with the work he had done. Such outings gave him great pleasure. He felt alive. Suddenly a voice resounded in his head, notifying him that he had gained experience points. His level had been raised by 1. The kid rejoiced. Finally, a level increase. He waved his hand and opened the status window in front of him. A square window appeared in front of him with many inscriptions that showed his characteristics. The boy began to study them with interest. The level was growing fast enough, but he still had a long way to go to reach the maximum rank. It said that world adventurers were able to reach level 100. More excitement glittered in his eyes. He stood in front of the tablets and scrutinized the leaderboard. These people had become adventurers over 20 years ago. It was presumptuous of him to catch up with them in only a year. The boy pondered. If he wasn't wrong for passing the tangy dungeon, there should be a reward equivalent to a promotion of 5 levels. The structure of the dungeon followed the same type. There was an entrance at the top, further steps down, and a gateway to the dungeon itself. There is only one entrance, and it is on the surface. The reward for the capture depends on the difficulty level of the dungeon, and will also increase depending on the number of people. Many adventurers join groups for the sake of the reward for passing the dungeon. In addition, this way you can defeat the final boss much faster, although it is much more profitable to repeatedly take over dungeons than to defeat monsters and gain experience. But that's impossible. The boy stood in the middle and pondered. Underneath the stairs is a fairly large space called the return area, and a gate leading to a self-dungeon. At the bottom of each dungeon is a room with a boss. If you defeat the boss and capture the dungeon, you can get a reward in the form of a level up. You should have returned after the end of the quest. Capturing a dungeon counts in all dungeons in the world. If a person has captured one dungeon, it cannot immediately capture another dungeon because of the rollback. The rollback lasts for 1 week. But since he's a solo player, he's constantly killing monsters and has never once captured a dungeon. So the time frame isn't really critical for him. Only now, a completely different story. The boy clenched his fist. It was finally happening. He had waited so long for this. When he was a child, a monster escaped from the dungeon and attacked the city. At that moment, he was in a dangerous situation. He remembered a part of his childhood, when he was still a little boy sitting there trembling in fear at the sight of a horrible monster. Next to him sat a little girl who pressed into his shoulder, and also trembled with fear, already prepared for their fate. They closed their eyes, no longer hoping for any help. But suddenly, everything changed. An adventurer appeared out of nowhere and swung his sword, cutting off the monster's head in one fell swoop. The boy looked at this with a rounded look of amazement. He admired the adventurer he had just seen. It was at that moment that the protagonist wanted to become like that man. After graduating from high school, he qualified as an adventurer and entered the dungeon for the first time. In this place, many aspiring adventurers give up and never try again. When someone enters a dungeon for the first time, they can get a skill with a 10% chance. And when a person gets a skill, they can also get a unique skill with a chance. The protagonist wondered, did he really get 2 skills? The sign on the plaque said body enhancement. This skill is given to those who have the talent to develop the body. The second one is dungeon travel, right? What kind of skill is that? He had never encountered such a skill before. The other adventurers crowded around the boy and watched him with admiration, begging him to show them what the skill was. A lot of people, as soon as they saw how the boy got the skill, started to offer him to join their guild. There were so many people around him that it was difficult to hear any particular phrase. Suddenly, among all the other voices, he heard a serious male voice. A man in armor came up to him and looked at him with admiration. He said her name was Shin Kazami. He began to tell us about who they were. They were people with special abilities, and they were recruiting people like themselves to create a new guild. They would like to overtake the top guilds that have been in this world for years. This boy also had unique abilities and was recruiting people with the same. Rin pondered for a moment. Although the idea of overtaking the other guilds wasn't that interesting, but he wanted to rise up with only his own strength. In this concept, their ideas were similar, and so he joined the Kazami Guild. The boy has gained the ability to move in a dungeon. At first level, the ability will move up to 5m cast speed. To move 1m is 10 seconds, and only he can move. Honestly, this skill couldn't be used for support, let alone face-to-face combat. On the other hand, Kazami possessed a unique lightning strike skill. He could calmly control lightning without using his strength. At the first level of the skill, he could match up to 10 beginners. The rest of the guild also possessed incredible skills. Each person had some kind of incredible power. Just a week later, the main character's skill was recognized as the worst. After that, rumors began to circulate about its uselessness. It hit the protagonist's ego pretty hard. The frequent ridicule made him feel embarrassed, and he decided to leave the guild if he doesn't see much progress. But during this time, he was able to increase his dungeon movement skill to level 2. As a result, casting time was reduced from 10 seconds to 8 seconds. When he went to report on his departure, he accidentally overheard them. A conversation could be heard outside the door. Apparently, there was a conversation going on there about kicking the protagonist out of the guild. The voices were quiet, and the boy had to listen. Kazami was there with some girl, and they were talking to each other in a half-whisper. The girl said that she had already spread rumors about the uselessness of the protagonist. Is there any point in forcing him to leave them by spreading such rumors? The protagonist was surprised and disappointed after hearing such a speech. Kazami said that of course it made sense. They were gaining popularity as a guild that was rapidly gaining strength. Their image was an important foundation for everything, and it couldn't be ruined by such weak newcomers. The boy stood outside the door and listened to all this. I was able to say a word. Inwardly, it was as if everything had collapsed. But the guild commander continued as if not noticing him. If they ruthlessly chased him away, it could have an undesirable effect on their guild. The other thing was if he left on his own. Well, now it was all clear to the protagonist. Now he understood everything. The guild members knew about his powers, and they were the ones spreading the rumors. They had no choice but to drive him away. How simple it was. The boy turned around and walked in the other direction at a brisk pace. Inside him was nothing but emptiness and disappointment. But he didn't want to blame them. It was true that he was too weak for this guild. It was only his fault. The next day, he announced his resignation from the team. Kazami started playing with him and denying his departure. But he soon got fed up and finally quit. Then he decided to swing solo. And at that moment, he was invited by another guild. Unfortunately, the boy did not remember its name, but it was very famous. These people wanted to profit from him in the future. But of course, he refused the offer as he no longer wanted to have any comrades. Even if everyone looked at him with contempt, he didn't want to give up. The guy wanted to reach the level of the adventurer he had seen in his distant childhood. It was that desire that drove him forward. Above all, he believed in the power of the dungeon movement skill, believed that it wasn't useless. Many things become stronger when reaching the 10th level. There was hope inside him that it would happen. Well, it was necessary to go on. The guy moved on through the dungeon towards the darkness, but in his soul he had no fear, only confidence and faith in himself. Soon he reached the lower floor of the dungeon. There, two-tailed beast of level 150 was already waiting for him. It was a mixture of a bull and a lion, but it had 2 tails and huge claws on its paws. The protagonist wasn't scared. This was the 3rd time he had defeated a 2-tailed beast. This time the difference in levels was great. It was quite easy for him to defeat this beast. A plaque popped up in front of him with the dungeon capture information. Level increased by 5 units. Rin sighed heavily and looked at the plaque. Now he had level. All the other stats had also increased. That's right. The dungeon movement skill level had been raised to 10. But there was still one question. What would still change after increasing the skill? Transfer distance, casting time, or maybe the area of effect. The boy agonized. But then, in front of him appeared another sign that said that the conditions for using the skill will be changed. Rin gave a surprised look. What does that mean? Still kept dreaming about how his skill would increase. Perhaps then the maximum traveling distance would not be limited. Would the application speed be 0 seconds, or would the area of effect extend to other people? The guy sighed heavily. Right, that would never happen. He angrily looked somewhere to the side. Will he be able to move to the dungeon he was in before? The dungeon is more than 1 km apart. Isn't it too pointless to move to a place you can't reach? The protagonist sighed. Well, all right. Suddenly there was a familiar sound. It was a signal that the movement magic to return had been activated. It was getting a little dangerous. He should gather the magic stone as soon as possible. Then he would exchange it at the merchant. Could it be that the next time the skill would only be significantly pumped up at level 20? The protagonist was still dreaming of his accomplishments, but he still didn't know how many years it would take him. But there was no choice but to do his best to improve his abilities. He was already tired. He wanted to get home from this labyrinth. His thoughts tormented him and his strength was running low. On the road from underground, a large bridge led into the town, crossing a river. As it rumbled below, it rushed forward in a strong stream. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and the weather was just fine. Rin walked home at a brisk pace. His mood was completely gone. He ducked his head and without noticing anyone around him just walked forward. His head was still spinning with annoying thoughts that he couldn't get rid of. Dungeon of Purple Sound. He was approaching the entrance, which was a large, tall tower where many other adventurers had already converged. Soon he reached the entrance. This was the first dungeon he had visited as a newcomer. Memories came to mind. The reward here is 1 level, and the monsters are very weak. He's been here several times before. At the entrance of the dungeon, there were already many newcomers who were talking amongst themselves. The guy hesitated and scratched the back of his head. Maybe he should go in again, but he couldn't wait for a week's rollback. Oh well, he's back to square one anyway. It's worth a try after all. The protagonist walked up to the administration window, where a friendly girl was already waiting for him. Smiling, the receptionist said that they had already confirmed the main character's strength. This girl was the manager of the Purple Sound dungeon. He handed her a card with his name and pictures on it. This card records the name and difficulty of the dungeon he has been in. All of this is written down when entering and leaving the dungeon. The girl smiled and thanked him for his cooperation. Lastly, she asked him to be careful. Soon the kid walked up to the door that was the return area from the Purple Sound dungeon. The return area is present in all dungeons without exception. This area becomes the return point when moving out of the dungeon. Roughly speaking, a quick escape. It was behind this gate that the dungeon itself was located. The boy came a little closer and was already thinking of going inside, when suddenly he hit the door as if it were a concrete wall. It was just as he thought. He wouldn't be able to enter the dungeon because of the recent rollback. Without that rollback, he would have been able to gain as much experience as he wanted. But oh well, he had to put up with such conditions. It seems the past adventurers thought so too. They tried to destroy the wall near the gate to make a passage. No matter how powerful their magic was, they couldn't even scratch the wall. But then it was like he realized something. Wait a minute. Could it be that transference is possible in a dungeon where a spellcaster has set foot? The thought struck him like thunder. The boy wondered if perhaps his was not so useless. Would the skill be able to move him inside the dungeon? Maybe he can get through that gate. Although it's not really possible, it's worth a try. In any case, he has nothing to lose. The protagonist looked at the entrance and prepared to use the spell. We need to visualize the place after the gate. Distance 1 meter. Activation time 1 meter, 2 seconds. Rin closed his eyes and concentrating all his magical energy, he cast a spell. Something happened, but for now he didn't dare to open his eyes. Was he really inside? Everything pointed to the fact that he did it. Is it really true? The guy couldn't believe his own success. Now, do I have to wait for the rollback? In other words, he's going to improve a lot. But then he ordered himself to calm down. It's okay though now, there's no point in taking a long time to kill monsters. You can quickly take over the entire dungeon. Hope glowed inside, but for now it was too early for him to rejoice. He needed to go and capture the dungeon. He moved forward with a confident stride. Now things would improve a lot. Now it was necessary to move forward without wasting a moment. An hour later, he was standing near the corpse of the monster he had killed. He was breathing heavily, clutching his blade in his hand. This monster had made him work a little harder. As he stood looking at the top of the caterpillar he had killed, a sign popped up in front of him. a sign that alerted him to the reward for capturing the dungeon. A 1-level increase. The guy was slowly starting to laugh hysterically. Soon he couldn't stand it after all and started jumping up and down and laughing. Yay, he did it. The boy's joy was boundless. More and more sounds were heard, announcing that the level had risen. It's all really true. The guy still couldn't believe it. What happiness. Tears came to his eyes. Would he really succeed now? Now he will be able to repeatedly take over D and E rank dungeons. It is much more effective than killing monsters in A rank dungeons. Because of this, his leveling efficiency would increase many times over. Well, now that he knew that, he had a radiant smile on his face. Into the darkness of the labyrinth, brimming with confidence. After all that, he had captured the dungeon of purple sound again and again. The boy moved forward, and by sunset he had managed to raise as many as 9 levels. Soon he returned to his home. Rin didn't know what was better, continuing to level up or going home. He really wanted to do as much as he could for the day. He couldn't bring himself to go home. But still he had to go back. The main character opened the door of his house. It creaked, and in a quiet voice he said that he had come. But immediately he was scared out of his wits as an object flew at him. He was greeted at the entrance by a girl a little younger than him. It was his sister. She said in a commanding voice that it was getting late, brother. The guy folded his hands in a prayer gesture and began to apologize to her. He said he had gotten carried away with taking over the dungeons. The sister relented and told him to go to the kitchen. There were already a lot of delicious dishes on the table. The girl said she had made it all for him. Rin devoured the food with both cheeks. It was incredibly delicious. Hannah's food is the best thing in this world. The girl looked at him with disdain. He's acting so disgusting. Hearing this, the boy choked on his food. The sister sat down across from her brother and asked him if something good had happened to make him so happy. The boy looked at her and said that he didn't understand what she meant. It was unusual for him to come home late. Something good had happened, though. Today he had been very lucky. The girl asked, "Did it have something to do with the dungeon?" The boy satisfied with a nod. You could tell that all his hard work had paid off. Hannah smiled and said she was very happy for him. And it's well known that the guy has no talent for taking over dungeons, and that's why she's always worried about him. She smiled and said she was happy that everything was fine. He looked lovingly at his sister and thought he was insanely grateful that she was so concerned about him. Memories from his childhood came flooding back to him. A few years ago, their parents had been in an accident, abroad, and had gone missing. Since then, they had been living on the money they had left for their children. It was a small amount. It would not be enough for the rest of their lives. But Hannah continues to support her brother as an adventurer. The guy really can't let her down. Suddenly, the girl shifted her gaze to him and winked. Since his brother is doing well, does he have the strength to challenge a rank C dungeon? The girl's words sounded like a challenge. Now, he could swing much more efficiently. He would be able to capture as many dungeons as he wanted. Hearing that, the guy got a little busy. He wanted to explain something to her, but he stopped himself in time. The protagonist felt that he didn't need to tell her everything now, but his sister was already looking at him with interest, waiting for an answer. A new power that allows you to bypass the obstacle that hinders all adventurers of the world. If this becomes known to the people around him, they will definitely not like it. Because of anger and envy, they may attack the protagonist. The boy wondered, even though this was his little sister, it was better to keep it a secret. Who knows what might happen? Apparently noticing her brother's confusion, the girl looked at him and asked him what was wrong. The guy shook his head and said that it was nothing like that. But unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to capture a dungeon of that rank. The sister laughed and said that she understood perfectly. Rin smiled confusedly and asked, "So why is she asking me that?" And then his sister began to tell him about what had happened at school today. The conversation went on for a long time, into the night. The next day, the boy once again intended to go to the dungeon. He looked at the list of dungeons that were near his house. He sat with his computer and scrutinized the list. When thinking about the efficiency of leveling up, the Tangy dungeon was the best. He could capture it in about 2 hours. The reward of capturing it equaled 5 levels. In a day, he would be able to capture the dungeon about 5 times, therefore that's 25 levels per day. But there are quite a lot of resources in the Tanga dungeon, as well as adventurers. Therefore, there is always someone in the return area. They might notice the protagonist moving around in the dungeon. And in the Purple Sound dungeon, there are few people, but the rewards there are correspondingly less. The boy wondered, when it comes down to it, there had to be some other option. His eyes fixed on the Dungeon of Dreams. It was the best option. The recommended capture level is Dungeon Difficulty Level D rank. Minimum and maximum capture levels from level 100 to all the parameters were perfect for him. However, it is the same in the dungeon wide, and capture will take approximately 3 hours. Hail capture 5 levels. In addition, the difficulty here is a little higher. The main resources that fall here are magic stones. They can be sold for about 10,000 yen. If the protagonist will do 3 rounds a day, he will be able to earn 30,000 yen and raise 15 levels. In other words, it's not a particularly popular dungeon among adventurers. Well, that was exactly why it was the perfect place. The boy's insides boiled with excitement and anticipation of future successes. Soon he approached the entrance to the dungeon. There were almost no people there. As he expected, the dungeon was not very popular. Good thing no one was around. The boy walked to the entrance and prepared to use his dungeon transfer spell. The transfer distance is 1 meter. Casting time will take 2 seconds. Magical energy began to build up around him. It took 2 seconds for the guy to find himself inside the dungeon. It was as damp and wet as ever. Typical dungeon environment. He remembered he'd been here before. If memory served him correctly, it was about 3 months ago. Mostly goblins, kobolds, and gray cave wolves show up in this dungeon. By the way, his favorite dagger, the Dream Dagger, got him here. It is a great weapon, attack 60. It got him Zato that he defeated the boss for the first time alone. The guy heard the familiar sounds of fiddling. Well, the monsters were already here. 2 gray wolves rushed at him. But still, their attack was too slow. The guy could easily anticipate them. Last time, he had a hard time with those gray wolves, but this time the difference between their levels is colossal, and now they are simply not opponents. After all, this system in dungeons, the main thing is to raise the level, and then, defeating the bosses is just a matter of time. About 3 hours later, the guy found himself in front of large, massive doors that apparently led to the final boss room. He had to work hard to open that heavy door. But after a while, the door creaked open and the guy was faced with the next room with his boss. No one seemed to have fought the monster, and here the guy was chasing luck. He grinned. This time he preferred to fight the boss without being distracted by the remaining monsters. 110 before him was the boss of this dungeon. It was a woman with chicken legs and wings. She looked more like a gargoyle and was staring at the guy. Jesus Christ of Dreams, a harpy. She sings Sleepy Song, but with a high resistance parameter it doesn't work. The most annoying thing is that she can only be attacked when she's on Earth. But this time the guy took the proper measures, and defeating the boss will be easy. He grasped the exploding rock and prepared to throw it at the monster. Explosive stone explodes on impact. It cost 2,000 yen. The kid hit the exact target. As soon as the stone made contact with the monster's body, it let out a violent explosion, and the harpy collapsed to the ground with a scream. Without wasting a second, the protagonist got close to it and stabbed the monster's ugly body with his dagger. It was so fast that I didn't even have time to react, and I just stared at him with my white eyes and gritted teeth. Well, that was very easy. A few seconds later, the boss was already defeated. In front of the guy, the familiar level plate once again popped up. It said that he had successfully captured the dungeon, and as a reward, his level would increase by 5 units. His face lit up with happiness. Great. If it continues like this, it won't be a matter of raising the level. Today, he will take over as many dungeons and as time allows him. Things are shaping up just fine. The guy remembered at the last moment that he hadn't collected the magic stones yet. I almost forgot. It's quite a valuable material, and one of the main rewards in the dungeon. Even if you subtract the cost of the explosive stone, it still remains at a plus. The magic stone cost 10,000 yen, and the harpy stone cost 5,000 yen. Considering the fact that he only spent 2,000 on the explosive stone, the reward was substantial. Well, it was time to leave. He activated the spell and the air around him vibrated. A few seconds later, he was already standing at the entrance. A small breeze whistled around him. Well, he had to keep raising his level. Now with this ability, nothing would be a hindrance to him. Next, he captured the dream dungeon 2 more times. The harpy no longer posed any danger to him at all. He could deal with it in just a few moments. Soon the protagonist's level was. He had risen 15 levels. This was just some incredible speed. The protagonist's joy was unbounded, being branded as trash with a useless skill. He was tormented by self-blame for his own weakness. But now that Rin was able to awaken this unique skill that was only available to him in the entire world, he was glowing with happiness and proud of himself for having succeeded so well. His name is Rin Amane, and he has a unique dungeon traveling skill. Because of this, he can ignore the dungeon rollback, which is a huge problem for all the adventurers in the world. Soon he was already at his house in his warm room. The boy pondered and looked at his skill chart. Not bad, he had risen in levels a lot. Yesterday he was level 194, and now he was level 224. Sitting on the bed and reviewing his skills, he decided that it was still worth spending those 200 experience points. Unfortunately, he couldn't improve his movement in the dungeon. You can pump body strengthening. This skill increases attack power, stamina, and speed. In close combat it is important, but still he made another decision. His finger pressed on the inventory. He was still wondering what he should spend his points on. With the inventory, he would be able to carry items with him. He wouldn't have to carry them around. He was about to pump up the skill when his sister called him to eat. For the next 4 days, he spared no effort in going through the dream dungeon over and over again. Each time he saw his level increase. His skill and skill level, along with his overall level, grew like yeast. Everything was going so well, but this was too much. He had already raised 150 levels. He was shocked at his progress. Suddenly, a hunch flashed through his head. If this was all true, then there wasn't much time left before reaching level 100,000. This thought gave him confidence. But on top of that, there were a lot of big changes while he was trying and pumping up the levels. All of this turned around the next day. The guy came to the entrance of the dungeon and saw a lot of adventurers going inside. The boy watched in amazement at the multitude of people who crowded around the entrance. They were talking about something, and there was an unimaginable noise. There seemed to be a lot of people here on weekends. His dungeon movement skill can be considered cheating. If any adventurers see him using it, it would be a big problem to hide it all. The protagonist realized that he had to be careful. He would need to take a good look before using this skill. He was already on the 5th floor, and going through it all at a pretty good pace. The guy was standing on the lower floor of the dream dungeon. Still, it was better to speed up. Suddenly he heard some incomprehensible rustling behind him and turned around frightened. There were a lot of people running behind them. They were rushing forward in a continuous stream, as if they had been frightened by something. And now they were running away without remembering their fears. The boy listened to hear what these people were talking about. Somebody was yelling that there were too many of them. They couldn't handle them. The protagonist wondered what they were running from. He himself became suspicious. Who knows what could be here? Suddenly, a cry for help came from somewhere. Immediately, the boy turned and ran in the direction where the scream had come from. I had to use all my speed. When he arrived, he saw the mage girl sitting surrounded by monsters, wolves. The girl was screaming, and there was horror in her eyes. She couldn't do anything. It was unlikely that adventurers of such a class went to a dungeon alone. The boy swung his blade to rush forward to the girl's aid. It looked like the people who ran past him were a group, and they had left this poor thing as bait. One of the gray wolves had already rushed over to grab it with its stinking jaws. The girl squeezed her eyes shut and prepared to accept her death. Her whole life began to flash before her eyes. But suddenly, salvation came from nowhere. She opened her eyes, uncomprehending, and saw a strange boy cutting down the wolves one by one with his dagger. Turning to the girl, the protagonist said it was okay. He would help her. The stranger looked at him with eyes wide with surprise. Had her life been saved? She watched with wide eyes as the stranger from nowhere came to her rescue, cutting down the hordes of wolves with a single blow. They seemed to pose no threat to him at all. It was unbelievable. The girl couldn't believe her miraculous rescue. She just sat there, breathing heavily. Finally, the last wolf was defeated. In one swift movement, the boy chopped off its ugly head. After finishing, he put all his stuff in the inventory he had recently purchased at the skill store. He turned to the girl he had just saved. She was just sitting on the bloody floor, staring at her savior with a surprised look, still shaking with fear. The guy smiled kindly and approached her with his hand. He asked if she was all right. Taking a closer look, she seemed pretty to him, even though she was younger than him. The girl suddenly cried out in fear and looked at him with round eyes. Coming to her senses a little, she began to speak quickly. She was fine, just collapsed from fear. The poor woman thanked the protagonist heartily for his help. She gave him a hand and Rin grasped it, pulling her toward him to help her up. The girl was incredibly light, and the boy almost lifted her off the ground. The girl, unable to stand on the blood-slippery floor, started to fall forward, but the protagonist picked her up in time. As soon as she saw the guy's face a few centimeters away from her face, she immediately blushed instantly. Her eyes widened even more. Now she was ready to fall to the ground in shame and embarrassment. After a few seconds, the girl pulled away from him, and in an instant ran to the other end of the corridor, shouting, 160. Rin was embarrassed. Was he really that disgusting? Such a reaction discouraged him a great deal. Apologizing, he decided to help her because of the fact that she was screaming. He didn't know he was so obnoxious to this girl. As soon as she heard that, it waved her hands and shook her head negatively. No. She didn't dislike him at all. On the contrary, she thinks this guy is amazing. She finally came to her senses and her voice turned serious. She thanked the protagonist once more for his help and bowed gracefully. She said her name is Kasai Yui. She will graduate from high school next month. She has been an adventurer since she was 17 years old and visits dungeons on weekends. Currently a high school student. The guy sighed heavily, meaning she was now 17 years old. She became an adventurer a year early, not Voth. He also became one instead of going to university. Apparently noticing the expression on the protagonist's face, the girl looked at him with confusion and incomprehension. Soon he pulled himself together and asked, "Anyway, why is she here alone?" Kasai hesitated. Apparently she was having a hard time finding the words and was embarrassed. But when she got her act together, she told him what the problem was. So she joined the temporary group. Then they went to the dungeon, and when they met a huge pack of wolves, they left her as bait and ran away, right? She sighed noisily. Yes, that's it. It was just as the protagonist had suspected. Intentional victimization by a member of the group was a criminal offense. Anger began to brew inside him. He was even disgusted to hear about it. Such a despicable act. Okay, we had to get this over with. The guy asked her to go together. The girl gladly accepted. Soon they came to the now familiar doors, behind which was the dungeon boss. Kasai shifted her frightened gaze to the protagonist and asked with some doubt, does he really want to challenge the boss? At this time, the guy was wiping his blade as if nothing happened. He nodded his head. Yes, of course, it's the fastest way to leave the dungeon after all. What's wrong with that? The girl shook her head. She said it was okay and she was very grateful to him for saving her. Is it normal for two people to go to the boss? Especially since the guy was fighting a lot of monsters. The doors creaked and started to open slowly. But it seems the protagonist was not at all embarrassed by this. Opening the door, he said that there is nothing wrong with it. I say in a way easy to deal with this boss. Overflowing with confidence, the guy stepped into the room with his boss, before telling the girl not to worry, and asked proudly, who did she think he was? The girl? She looked at him. Suddenly he was embarrassed, and realized he hadn't even introduced himself to her. At this time, the harpy was standing in the distance, looking at the heroes with annoyance. Awkwardly came out, the guy walked up to the girl and lost the back of his head. Her embarrassment said his name is Amani Rin. The girl smiled and said that she too has an acquaintance named Amain, a little embarrassed. She asked if it was okay or the guy if she just called him Rin. No, he was fine with that. The girl smiled and said that if he wanted, he could call her Yui. The kid smiled back at her and said it was a pleasure to meet her. At this point, the harpy had had enough of waiting and rushed at the adventurers with a shout. Rin noticed this and with a single blow sliced the body of the damn monster in half. The monster didn't even make a death sound. Yui watched with admiration as her new acquaintance easily defeated the boss. This was followed by a level increase of 5 units. Now the guy was level. The girl rejoiced. They had finally done it. Yui looked at him with a look full of gratitude. Thanks to him, she had reached level 85. Hearing that, the guy was very surprised. 85? You mean she had a level 80? He began to scrutinize the girl with his gaze. She had managed to get this far at such a low level, it wasn't bad at all. He had thought she was a mage. She was wearing a robe and a staff. The boy came closer and looked at the girl in surprise. The girl looked back at him with an uncomprehending stare. Still gathering his thoughts, the guy asked her, "Is she a healer?" Yui smiled broadly and said that she was. Hearing this, the boy was even more discouraged. Everything was clear now. There are many kinds of adventurers. Mage, swordsman, tank, healer, mage. But healers usually become healers at higher levels. The fact that she could already heal was a huge rarity for healers. Well, it's time to head home. The dungeon boss had been defeated, and now we could leave the dungeon with a clear conscience. We had to collect all the magic stones. Yui walked over to the guy, and they stood on the return zone together. A vortex of magical energy began to form around the protagonists. Now they will return home. A few seconds later, they were already at the entrance now. They were safely back. The girl still couldn't get over the shock. As the two friends emerged from the dungeon, they saw a group of people who looked suspiciously like a dialect, who had thrown a little girl to be eaten by wolves. They were whispering among themselves and seemed to recognize their friend, whom they had so recently left as a victim. I wondered what had happened to her. They had no choice but to sacrifice her. They paid no attention at all to those who had arrived. The friends stood a little apart and listened to them talk. Yui grasped the boy's robe and fearfully took her eyes to the side. She was scared to look her former teammates in the eye. He put his arm around her and told her to stand behind him, that he would handle it. The girl blushed with embarrassment, but she had no choice. Suddenly, the group of people who were whispering among themselves and still noticed the girl, and turned their surprised and dumbfounded gazes in her direction. How did this happen? What would happen next? Rin approached them with a confident gait, the girl hiding behind his back and peering fearfully over his shoulder. One of her former friends looked at her with a look of horror. How did she survive? He remembered perfectly well how they'd left her for the wolves to eat. The man began to shake with fear. He thought he was a ghost. The other man irritably ordered him to shut up. Rin, you noticed that the girl was really scared. Poor thing, she's probably still in shock at what's happening. The man with the bandana on his head smiled a sly smile. I said that she seems to be fine already. In a pretend voice, he said they were worried about her. The protagonists shaded the girl with his hand and ordered the man not to come any closer. The stranger was shocked. Who the hell is this? He didn't understand who this guy was, and his eyes widened in surprise. Rin said that who he was didn't matter. The girl had already told him everything about them, how they had saved the wolves and thrown her as bait. Everyone standing there was horrified and looked towards the two of them with surprised looks. There was no use hiding it. The protagonist should report it to the dungeon manager. The girl faltered and tried to justify herself. She said that the guy was lying. If he told everything, at best they would be stripped of their adventurer's license. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist as he prepared to attack. It was obvious that there was no way to settle this peacefully now. In addition, the squad leader drew his sword. He swore hard and apparently wanted to kill the man who was about to betray their secret. One of the squad members looked fearfully at their leader and asked what he was doing. The man is furious. He has no choice but to shut that boy up for good. He's already broken the law and he doesn't want to lose everything he's gained this way. He pointed his sword blade straight at Rin. He ordered his minions to prepare for battle as well. The men apparently did not expect this turn of events and fell into a slight stupor. The man continued, "They must get rid of him before the other adventurers arrive." The boy wondered, and for this, these people are willing to go out this far. He was calm. It did not frighten him at all, for he was prepared for any outcome. The man started to talk him down. He realizes he's an adventurer too, right? He could gain power, glory, and wealth just by conquering the dungeon, right? And once he knew the pleasure of the sign, he would not be able to refuse it. The boy just nodded his head in agreement. He understood that, but he wasn't going to back down. The man smiled and said he was more receptive than he expected. If he served the weapons and apologized to them, he might spare him. But the boy answered firmly, "No." Rin said he thought their conversation was a waste of time. Then they'd better get this over with quickly. The guy stood in front of them, fully confident that he would defeat them. The man went into a rage. Is this what he's letting himself be? He left his sword on him. Yui fearfully peeked out from behind his shoulder and yanked his cloak in an attempt to stop him. The guy smiled back and calmly said that everything would be fine. He didn't know their exact level, but if they were fleeing from ordinary wolves, they wouldn't be heavier than the opponents they met in the dungeon. At this time, a group of people had already prepared to attack. The kid stood in front of them and wasn't afraid of them. They were no danger to him. The squad leader wondered, was he going to fight with his bare hands? Against 4 men? The man laughed. Sorry, but it turns out he was still an idiot. The guy smiled. Is this man so angry that he can't think? Since this girl is here, so how does he think who dealt with the gray wolves? Hearing those words, the man was struck by a thunderbolt. So, has he made up his mind? Does he really not understand what's going on? A magical aura began to form around the boy, but it looked like the man wasn't going to stop. He ordered his companion to prepare to attack. The girl grabbed her staff and used a fireball. A small clot of fiery energy flew at high speed right at the protagonist. But he stood there and didn't even think about moving. An ironic smile flashed across his face. In some ways, he found these attempts somewhat sweet. As soon as the fireball came close enough to him, he deflected it back in the other direction with one hand. It only took away 20 health. The girl was horrified, that was it. He just fought off her attack like that. She couldn't believe it. The guy wasn't going to stop, now it was his turn. He pushed himself off the ground and quickly jumped and began to approach. The squad leader ordered the shield guy to get ready. He readily put up his defense. He thought the shield would help him, but the protagonist was approaching him with great speed. He's seriously going to attack directly. The man applied a reflective strike. The protagonist understood that it was a skill that reflected an attack. It consumed mana reserves depending on the strength of the hit. You just gotta hit harder. The guy exhaled and gathered all his strength in his fist and prepared to punch. There was a cracking sound. The impact was so strong that the shield was immediately covered in cracks and began to disintegrate into small pieces. The man couldn't believe what had happened. One punch to break through the shield. His eyes showed horror and not understanding what was happening. How could this man break through his defenses? The man screamed in fear. Rin smiled and said that it was a simple difference in strength. He just didn't have enough defense points to hold back even one hit. He had a sarcastic smile on his face. He felt his superiority. After that, the man let his guard down, and the guy took advantage of that by punching him in the stomach with all his might. Now his defense was full of gaps. The man exhaled heavily, his eyes darkening. The squad leader didn't understand what the hell was going on here. He came to this dungeon to mock them. This guy was really strong. The kid smiled and said that unfortunately he didn't do that sort of thing. Well, it had to be finished. The squad leader and another girl drew their swords and rushed towards the protagonist. But his speed was so fast that they didn't even have time to hit him. The guy dodged with the dexterity of a magician and delivered a devastating blow. The mage girl stood aside and watched with horror what was happening. She seemed to be numb with fear and just held on to her wand. One of her companions fell beside her. The guy turned to her and calmly asked, did she still want to continue? She just stared at him with dazed eyes, unable to say a word. It was as if everything inside her was shrinking with fear. It finally came to her that they had lost. She let go of her hand, the wand, and she said she was giving up. They had lost. All she wanted now was to keep her life. UEM watched from the sidelines, her eyes wide with surprise. Of the entire team, there was only one girl left. She couldn't do anything herself, so she just raised her hands, and her wand fell to the tiled floor with a resounding thud. Sighing heavily, he did this one. He was getting better and better at it, after they conquered the dungeon and now spanking direction to his home. These people are a simple enough task, but the police and the Adventurers Association have plagued him with questions. They had almost arrived. The city was full of cars and people rushing about their business. The girl was walking beside him and asked in a frightened voice, what will happen to them? The guy replied that according to the dungeon manager, these people would be punished severely. At the very least, they would be stripped of their adventurer's license. Yui stopped and bowed, thanking the guy again for helping her and saving her life. The girl got embarrassed and blushed again. If it wasn't for this man, she doesn't know what would have happened. The boy smiled, looked at her, and said there was no problem. He raised his finger up and said that from now on, a lot of things would change. Let her prepare more thoroughly before going into the dungeon. And besides, let them choose the group more carefully. The girl sighed and shook her head in agreement. Suddenly she remembered something and looked at the boy. She asked if he could give her his contact information. The guy wondered. Why would he do that? She looked at him hopefully and said that she had long wanted to meet an adventurer she could rely on. And besides, she wanted to thank him properly. Hopeful gratitude glittered in the girl's eyes. Well, he wasn't losing anything either way, and the guy gave her his contact info. The girl smiled brightly at him and thanked him. The boy blushed. He was a man who hadn't been given such a carefree smile in a long time. Soon the girls needed to be on their way to the train by now. She waved goodbye and wished him luck. The guy waved back. They said goodbye. She boarded the train, and then it began to move forward with great speed. From under its wheels came a noise that filled the entire surrounding space. The train was like a big caterpillar. The guy was still standing on the platform, looking thoughtfully ahead. Level, it's still not enough. Rin smiled. Well, okay, this still wasn't the end. His smile was full of hope for future accomplishment. The guy looked at all of his skills that he had managed to get in this time. Right now, he had 510 SP dungeon movement skills were now at level 10, and the body strengthening skill was at its maximum level. Level 3 high speed movement, level 1 inventory. He decided to increase his dungeon skill because it required 500 SP to improve. The dungeon movement skill level was increased to 11. The traveling distance increased by 2.5 times, but he only uses the skill to enter the dungeon, and so there wasn't much difference. Wait a minute. He realized something. Perhaps it would be necessary to try it tomorrow. Night was already gradually releasing on the city. It was already lighting up the sky with bright stars, lighting up with bright colors. Everyone was coming home. The next day, he still approached the entrance to the Dungeon of Dreams the same way. Today was a rare good standing me in front of the entrance. He applied the dungeon movement skill. Now he does this, he'll be able to move between floors of the dungeon. Usually it takes some time to go down once, so it's the efficiency of his pumping increases. He had once thought about it. His maximum travel distance was 5 meters. After that, he didn't have enough MP. Eventually, he realized that there was a possibility of falling down because of the size of the floors. It was out of his reach, but now that he was stronger, this problem could be solved. He should be able to do it. He crouched down on one knee and concentrated magical energy. The distance between floors was 10 meters. 30 MP was needed. It was necessary to set the teleportation distance to 10 meters. He began to move into the dungeon. Leaning on one leg, concentrating all his magic, a magical vortex began to form around him. After a few seconds, he already found himself on the second floor of the Dungeon of Dreams. The guy laughed. Great. Now he should try to move 50 meters at once. For that, he needs 150 MP. And this time, he succeeded. Now he was on the lower floor of the Dungeon of Dreams. The reward for capturing the dungeon is a 5-level increase. He defeated the dungeon boss Harpy again. Well, he took over the dungeon in only 10 minutes. It used to take at least an hour. Now he's going to be pumped up several times faster. Okay, well, that's a start. Now we had to go for a second go-round. Eventually, the kid fell to his knees with no strength. He didn't have enough MP. His supply was almost exhausted, and now his strength was slowly leaving him. Although the stock number was almost 800, but in one lap he would waste 450 MP. He was breathing hard and trying to get himself in shape. It was harder than he thought. There are magic potions that can restore MP, but they're expensive. Shit, isn't there another way and he'll have to give up? The guy started stomping his foot in anger. Wait a minute, what if we reduce the MP consumption? Worth a try now, this time. Need to set the transition distance to 2M. Need MP for this, need 6 MP. Having accumulated the necessary amount of magic, he began to move. The magical haze once again enveloped his body, and soon he shifted. We did it, that's great, so good. The guy couldn't find himself from happiness. He was able to reduce his NP consumption by 5 times. Now he could easily take over the dungeon 7, 8 times in a day. Once again, he reached the final floor, and now he was already fighting a harpy. She was already an opponent that posed no danger to him. Reward, capture the dungeon. And once again, his level increased by 5. Now he had 84 MP left. For today, it was time to call it a day. From now on, he would stick to the strategy he had developed. This way, he would save his strength. The guy opened up his skills table. Now he was level 470 and had accumulated 700 SP. And now it was time to distribute the new skills. Okay, he'll be able to pump much more efficiently from tomorrow. At that moment, he hadn't suspected anything yet. The joy overshadowed all his thoughts. He did not yet know the fact that tomorrow's trek into the Dungeon of Dreams would be his last. He once again fought against ordinary opponents who posed no danger to him. Swinging his sword, he cut down the dungeon dwellers one by one, point by point, counting this time. He had captured the dungeon as many as 17 times today. The lower floor is the Dungeon of Dreams. The gargoyle could no longer resist him. He chopped that boss with a single blow. His skills increased again. In addition, the protagonist gained the title of Dungeon Conqueror. Now he stood alone in the middle of the room with his boss, and didn't know what he should do next. Everything that could be accomplished, he had already accomplished. Most likely no one knows about this method at all. So dungeons don't have a capture limit? It would appear so. He'd better not tell anyone about it so as not to draw unnecessary attention to his person. He did get the title, by the way. He opened the board with his skills and began to scrutinize them. Dungeon Conqueror, rank 1 of 10. The title could only be obtained by completely conquering a dungeon. By conquering a certain number of dungeons, one could get an additional bonus. The kid was interested in this, so he would get bonuses for conquering 10 dungeons. That sounded a bit heavy, but now he had a new goal. In any case, he was thankful for the entire Dungeon of Dreams, for this place had become a kind of experimentation ground for him. Here, he had discovered his new skill for the first time. The next morning, the guy woke up in his house. He still hadn't had time to spend all the SP. The birds were already chirping outside the window, and his sister was looking at him in surprise. He finally woke up. She went over to her brother. I worriedly said that no matter how many times she woke him up, he didn't wake up. She was already afraid he was dead. Replied that it seems that because of yesterday he was very tired. The girl handed him plates with food on them. The boy wondered, "Are you sure this is breakfast?" She cried, and the tears said it was leftovers from last night's dinner. She had made it with such heaviness, but her brother hadn't eaten anything all the way through. They were obviously fake tears. Soon they were sitting at the table eating breakfast. The girl said that since he was so tired, maybe he would take this time off. The guy ate the food offered to him with ecstasy. She asked if the little brother was going to be today. The boy shook his head and said not really, although he wanted to go to the dungeon a little later. His sis was mad at him. He never seemed to hear her. He needed to rest at least once in a while. The boy was covering his head so as not to anger her even more. Good, he understood her perfectly. The girl cared for him so much now he was the happiest man on earth. As soon as the girl heard the fact that he wasn't busy, she cheered up. Great. Then he would go shopping with her as a porter. Rin immediately gloomed and said that he was taking it back now. He didn't feel like resting at all. He had no choice but to go shopping at the market with his sister. She shouted happily that there were pancakes for sale somewhere, but the boy didn't seem to be listening or paying any attention to her at all. He didn't really enjoy going to the market. They went into a shop and bought themselves a pancake. It was incredibly tasty. Sitting down on the bench, they began to eat the treat with gusto. It was incredibly tasty, and the guy's mood even improved a bit. She asked if she could have a taste of her brother's pancake, and without waiting for an answer, she grasped it with her teeth and ate it almost completely. After that, she laughed and said it couldn't be helped, because his pancake was also very tasty. Okay, he could try her pancake, and the girl handed him hers. The boy sighed heavily, and suddenly he heard a familiar female voice. It was Yui. She looked at her brother and sister in surprise and asked in a surprised voice, "Why are the two of them together?" The two looked back at her with the same surprise, who, and her here they hadn't expected to see. Rin and Hannah looked at each other. The guy asked, "Does she know Yui?" The sister replied that yes, she goes to high school with her, but how does he know her? The guy said he met her in the dungeon the other day. Yui was very embarrassed and said she was sorry. She didn't want to interrupt them. The girl blushed in a flash, turning an embarrassed look to the main character. She said she didn't think they were in such a relationship, but they're a very cute couple. When the guys heard the word steam, they were horrified. The main character put his hand out in front of his face and tried to explain himself. He gestured for her to stop and said that last time she had talked about a friend with the same last name as him, right? So it was Hannah. Finally, the girl realized everything. Her eyes widened wider in surprise. Well, now everything was clear. So they're in a student marriage. When the guy heard that, he was furious. What is she talking about? That's crazy. Sighing heavily as usual, this girl has too many guesses. Rin seemed to have figured it out. This girl had always been like this. Soon to get a little snack and try to clear the air. Because it couldn't be left like this. Yui started to apologize. She rambled that she didn't know they were brother and sister. Rin and Hannah laughed. This situation was quite comical. The guy said he wasn't mad at her at all, let her keep her nose up. My sister confirmed. They are absolutely not mad. Besides, it was fun to watch, but she still couldn't recover from the embarrassment. She felt terribly embarrassed about her arguments. Soon the ice cream was brought to them. Just right in this heat, it stood in 2 neat cups and looked incredibly appetizing. The girl started apologizing quickly again. She still couldn't get over her embarrassment. The 2 girls started eating ice cream. Hannah wished everyone a good appetite. Yui looked shyly at the guy and asked, "Is he sure he didn't want ice cream too?" She had caused so much trouble after all. He smiled and replied that no, they didn't want it. Let her eat it to her heart's content. He just considered it a gratitude for taking care of his sister. At the same time, the girl was eating ice cream with both cheeks. The boy looked at them with rapt attention. The atmosphere was just beautiful. Suddenly, he saw his sister eating all the ice cream in a few seconds. How can you eat so much? Hannah didn't pay any attention to it and only snorted. The girl licked her lips and stretched out in a satisfied smile. After finishing her ice cream, Hannah looked at her brother and asked, "Doesn't he know? Dessert is the only thing a girl can eat forever." The boy looked at her with an angry look. Surely they had eaten pancakes recently. The guy wondered if this girl had 2 stomachs. He brewed himself a strong cup of coffee and began to drink it in small, measured sips. The warmth spread through his body, causing a pleasant shiver. Damn, that was really bitter. Yui asked, "Did the main character go to the same school as them?" This conversation went on for a long time. The guy was getting tired of hearing it all. His sister confirmed that yes, he had been going there for a while. Their new friend listened to these stories with interest. In that case, the girl said that she would call the main character Rin. The boy pulled himself away from his thoughts and nodded his head. He was fine with it. Hannah turned to her and asked why she shouldn't go shopping with them together. Unless she was busy, of course. Excitement gleamed in the girl's eyes. It seemed like she wouldn't care even if she was busy. Yui was embarrassed and then to ask, could she really go with them? The guy said not to worry about anything there. With shopping, his sister usually has a lot of hassle. A little extra help would come in handy. It was perfect. He could get rid of most of his problems that way, but the girls didn't seem to like it. His sister called him a fool, and Yui sweat the look. Thank you, he must be joking, right? Apparently noticing those threatening faces, the guy tensed up. Did he say something wrong? Looks like someone's about to get hit pretty hard. Soon they went to a shoe and clothing store. That's it. Now they wouldn't get out of there for a long time. The younger sister's excited cries could be heard from everywhere. It was a paradise for her. Hannah picked up 2 t-shirts and asked, which one looks better? Yui at that moment came to the jewelry cabinet and started looking at the little pendant. Guy watched it all from the side. The 2 girls had left him behind, and now he was wondering what to do while they were looking at the jewelry. He had absolutely no interest in it. The store aisles were too tedious for him. He finally made the decision to go get a drink, as he was starting to get thirsty. He went to the drink machine and after tossing a coin into it, took out a bottle of cold drink. When he opened the cap, the drink splashed right onto his shirt. The guy was already on his way back and said he was a little late. But suddenly he saw Yui surrounded by some strange guys. He didn't find his sister around. 2 guys were surrounding the poor girl, and apparently offering to let her walk with them. She tried her best to get rid of them, and said she had things to do, but the boys were very persistent dots. Suddenly Rin appeared in front of them and covered the frightened girl with his body. The 2 strangers looked at him in surprise. In a firm voice, he said that this girl was now together with him. Yui looked out from behind his shoulder in surprise. The 2 strangers looked angrily and irritatedly at the boy. What's wrong with him? Soon they got bored and turned around and walked quickly in the opposite direction. It was so easy this time, the guy remembered how last time in the dungeon he had to fight 4 opponents at once, and those 2 immediately retreated. Is everything okay now? He approached the frightened girl and apologized. He didn't want to linger and put her in danger. Yui blushed and said he shouldn't change, it was all her fault. The girl missed her eyes and stared guiltily at the floor. Suddenly, the protagonist's younger sister appeared from somewhere. She too looked confused and upset. Rin couldn't help himself and stroked Yui's head with his hand, and her hair was very soft and fluffy. It was like silk. The girl noticed this and looked at the boy with surprise. He immediately blushed as red as cancer, and with a heavy sigh took his hand away from her head and immediately began to apologize. The situation was very awkward. She's going to be mad at him. The guy immediately fought himself and said he was sorry, but Yui tried to calm him down and said that she didn't mind. Blushing, the girl said in a quietly embarrassed voice that, in fact, she even liked it if he'd still. By now, they were both blushing. The girl started to stammer, and the guy attentive. I listened. The sister was watching all this from the sidelines and chuckled quietly. Amazing, she said, not even realizing they were that close. Rin looked at his sister with a serious look, letting her know to stop bullying. After thinking about it for a bit, the guy frowned and asked what she was holding there. Hannah smirked, the echidna saying she was glad he asked. She solemnly displayed a large ice cream cone, smiling. She said it looked just great, that's why she bought it. Yui and Rin looked at the girl with surprised, confused looks. At this moment, they seemed to be thinking the same thing. Looks like she has 3 stomachs, doesn't it? How does she fit so many sweets in her stomach? The guy watched them from the sidelines and smiled. Inside, he was very happy to have spent a pretty full weekend with his sister and new girlfriend. The next day, he went to the Rank E dungeon, the Purple Sound dungeon. He started pumping up his level again, killing bosses and going through the same one by one. Dungeon movement has been improved to 12th level. The activation time has been reduced from 2 seconds to 1 second. Now it would be easier for him to conquer this dungeon. The boy's eyes glittered with excitement again. By all accounts, this should be true, but still it didn't go as smoothly as expected. He chopped the monsters over and over again. His strength gradually spent, but nothing changed. He hasn't even gotten close to conquering the dungeon at all. And his strength was practically running out, and the next day, the story was the same. Even after 100 runs, it didn't work. He was tired mentally and physically. The guy was on his knees in front of the entrance to the dungeon and had almost completely lost hope. Until this very moment, he had worked hard, even though he was considered trash. He has to do it. The boy clenched his fist naturally through his teeth, anger bubbling up inside him. He lunged at the huge centipede and once again began to fight it hard. Swinging his blade, he chopped its long body. It was almost 200 runs, and all that time, the dungeon had become like a home to him. It was only on his 200th run that he was still able to conquer this dungeon. Tears of joy flowed from his eyes. He had finally succeeded. He raised his hands up and began to shout with joy. It took him 4 days to do that. It was a long time, and especially hard. He was breathing heavily and was on his knees. His eyes began to darken from the fact that his strength had almost left his body. When he got home, he sat down at his computer. He had to get his skills right. A status window appeared in front of him. He wondered what he should choose. Besides, there was a new dungeon to find. He thought about it and stared at the status table. This time he will challenge a rank C dungeon. You need to choose a dungeon closer to home, and preferably without monsters throwing over the most suitable option was Kinzaki dungeons. Recommended level then, he should improve his attack power and speed. Now he can quickly attack and retreat. The rest, he'll spend the rest later. He wanted to try out his battle tactics the next day, but he suddenly jumped up from the bed and remembered something very important. He can't go through this dungeon. How could he forget? So he had to go to the Tangi dungeon, where he spent a whole week practicing on small monsters. He honed his tactics and earned a little over 1 million while only raising 3 levels. Adding up his earnings from dungeon warming, he has about 2 million. He has accumulated his first small fortune. Now the protagonist will be able to take Hannah to the establishment. At the entrance to the dungeon, as usual, a lot of people crowded around, each of them wanting to break in and get valuable rewards as well as raise the level. The protagonist was surprised by such a large number of people. He had never seen so many people in one place before. It turned out that the statistics did not lie. Adventurers of C rank were the most, and he thought it was all a lie. There are only adventurers here with good equipment. Besides, everyone has their own groups. Suddenly, he saw a lot of people staring at one particular group of people. The boy himself turned his gaze to them to see the reason for this admiration. There were shouts of admiration from everywhere, and the people must have respected them very much. Everyone stared at the same group of adventurers. Whispers were heard from everywhere. It is said that each of these people has unique skills. They are monsters who reached level 2000 in just a year. They were invited by many famous guilds, but they refused. What are they doing here? The protagonist looked in the direction of the people, and their faces appeared very much familiar to him. Is it them? A group of people recognized him too, and their leader looked at the guy with a surprised look. With a fake smile, the squad leader looked at him and said hello to the protagonist. Continuing to smile a strained smile, he said that it was rather strange to meet him in such a place. The main character heavily sighed and said that he could say the same thing. His boyfriend's memory flashed back to those moments when the man had invited him into the guild and promised full support. And then, the picture changed to when they secretly decided to kick the guy out of the guild without even saying anything to him. He remembered those moments when he'd stood outside the doors and eavesdropped. He remembered every word the guild leader had said before kicking him out of there. And now he stood in front of him and smiled cheekily, as if nothing had happened. He said it was a very long story, but now he really wanted to get to know the main character. That's okay with him, right? The protagonist replied that unfortunately he had no companions. He was taking over the dungeon solo. When he heard that word, Kazami was very surprised. His eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. He laughed nervously and told the guy not to joke around like that. If he's going to single-handedly take over this dungeon, he needs to have at least level. Or is he saying he's already reached it? Smiling wryly, the protagonist replied that he was right. Now the man fell even more into a stupor. He couldn't believe his ears. How could this man achieve such success? He laughed again to hide his surprise and said that after he left, he was even worried about the main character. Naturally, that was what it was. Well, since that was the case, he was very glad. And this was where the man lied. Amain asked, "So what are they doing here? It's not like they reached level. Why did their group come to the dungeon?" The man hesitated and sighed heavily. The man said her name is Rei Kurosaki. She's a newcomer, became an adventurer just a couple months ago. Soon this girl came closer to them. The man kept talking. He said that her skill was incredible. That was why he had invited her to join his guild. She would become an indispensable member. Today they are helping her pump up. The guy looked at her with astonishment. She was really very good. The guild commander winked at him. She was able to reach level 500 in just 3 months. Hearing that, the protagonist was even more surprised. Level 500. Wow, that was just unbelievable. But the guild commander interrupted him. Enough talking for today. With feigned politeness, they wished each other good luck and went about their business. Rin sighed heavily. They were finally done. This conversation was beginning to bore him very much. But suddenly, he shifted his gaze to the side and saw something strange behind him. There stood that rookie girl. She was drilling him with her cold stare. The guy was really scared. How did she get behind his back so quickly? What did she even want? His heart began to beat with double the frequency. The girl asked the guy in a cold voice, "Is he Rin Amane?" The guy nodded his head in surprise and fear. Did they know each other? The girl said no. She had only heard about him from Kazami and the rest of the guild. They had said very bad things about him and considered them obstacles to the guild. The guy remembered it all. He was very unpleasant to realize it, but these memories still couldn't leave him. What the hell? Why is she saying that to him? She doesn't read the atmosphere well, maybe she doesn't understand, or maybe she likes to mock. The guy was starting to get a little nervous, but the girl kept looking at him with a serious look. After pausing for a moment, she said that she thought the guild members were soldiers. Hearing that, the guy was really surprised. Why does she think that? The girl replied that she just had an intuition, but she had something to say. She continued to stare at the protagonist absent-mindedly, the gaze making him uncomfortable, and her voice sounded monotonous and cold. The girl said that she felt some kind of strength in him. It's definitely confidence. At least he's not behaving the way a weak person should. 393. The girl missed her eyes, however. There was something else. After thinking for a while, she said she wanted to ask the guy something. He looked at her with a frightened look. What did she want from him? The girl asked about the name of the guild. What did he think of it? That question was very strange. considering the circumstances. "What's this about?" The protagonist shifted his eyes to the commander of his former guild. The latter was talking about his achievements with great enthusiasm. "They are all geniuses with unique abilities." The man's voice sounded proud. "In the future, they will reach the pinnacle as possessors of unique skills." In his hands, he was holding some kind of paper bundle. There was a fire burning in his eyes. Based on all this, he decided that the name of their guild would sound like the King of Uniqueness. The guy sighed and said that, to be honest, he found the name incredibly cheesy. The girl clenched her fists and said that she thought so too. Her eyes lit up with joy. The first person to feel what she felt. She was very happy at. It was very strange. Her reaction seemed unusual. But it was easy to explain. Kazami's subordinates always agree with him. No one goes against their superiors. It was disgusting. They shook hands. On this spot, on this day, an association of victims was founded. Victims of the Kings of Uniqueness. Soon, the guy approached the dungeon. This is the C-rank dungeon / it seemed to him that even the air was different here. He cautiously looked up from below, assessing the scale of the dungeon. "You go into it." I noticed that even in the corridors here were much larger than in the other dungeons. All that was left was to wait for the monsters to show up. He needed to test his strength to see if he could stand up to them. Well, it didn't take long for the monsters to show up. In front of him stood a few creatures that looked like their on boars and held stone axes in their hands. The guy used an evaluation spell to find out what these monsters were. The main dungeon was 30 floors of the elite monsters here. The horned rabbit, red boar, and so on were often found. The boss on the lower floors is pretty strong, but the reward is an upgrade to level 20 and a smoke magic stone. It's worth 100,000 yen. The guy smiled. The monsters appeared quite quickly. If one went through this dungeon solo for the first time, one could obtain the Kenzaki sword. It had a strength of 600. The monsters that stood in front of him were orcs. They had a level 400 brown pig-headed demon uses a club and an axe. The attacks are not very fast but powerful. The orcs looked at him and grunted furiously. Well now, his conquest of this dungeon would begin. The boy looked confidently into the white eyes of the monsters. One of the orcs swung his massive axe, and with a battle cry lunged at the kid, who had already prepared his dagger for defense. Indeed, the attacks of these monsters were very slow, and the protagonist was perfectly able to dodge them and hit back. He swung his sword, and was able to deal with it easily. One by one, he chopped down the vile pig-like monsters, severing their limbs and chopping them in half. Each time the monster got bigger and bigger, they appear literally out of nowhere. Pulling out his inventory, the guy thought of something. In fact, he had stashed something for these critters that he would now see how they liked it. He threw some sort of pebble right into the middle of the pack of orcs. They looked at the object in surprise and grunted. After a moment, a powerful explosion sounded. It seemed to be the explosive stone that had helped him win last time. There was an explosion, and stone shards flew in different directions. Rin rushed right into the thick of things. He was determined to conquer this dungeon. Nothing in the world could stop him right now. Determination glittered in his eyes. Swinging his blade, he cut down the monsters one by one. But the orcs didn't get any smaller. They were coming out of every crevice. And with their fangs out, they rushed straight at the guy and immediately attacked his sword. Magic stones began to fall out of the slain, and the guy would grab them too. Looking at the stone axe, he used an evaluation spell. It was a typical orc weapon. Recommended level 400 strength plus 200. Yeah, this was definitely a C-rank dungeon, with normal monsters dropping weapons stronger than his dagger. His dagger only had a strength of plus 60, and the normal orc axe had a strength of plus... Well, okay, I should have kept it too. The boy threw the axe into his inventory. He wiped the sweat off his base. It had been a long time since he had fought such strong monsters. His health had decreased by 100 units. But so far, everything is going smoothly. In this dungeon, the feeling is completely different. After all, he had come here to raise his level, not to whine. He pulled himself together and moved forward into the dark corridor with full confidence. Danger and bounty awaited him there. Soon he was on the 5th floor of the dungeon. There waiting for him was a small horned rabbit that was approaching him in small hops on the tiled floor. Weird are those horned rabbits. The little critter sat on the floor looking at him with its black eyes. The creature looked very cute. The boy didn't believe that this little beast could be dangerous. He stepped closer to it but still kept his sword at the ready. But all of a sudden, the cute little beast, as he seemed to the protagonist at first glance, turned into a killing machine. He jumped on him, exposing his sharp horn. The guy, barely at the last moment, was able to expose the dagger for a block. The only thing he regretted now was that he had too little information. He didn't know the inhabitants here. On the face of it, they were deceptive. He had no trouble dealing with the small, furry beast. He chopped it apart with a single blow. The rabbit didn't even have time to think about it before its shredded body fell to the ground. Suddenly, a sign appeared in front of the protagonist that said his level had increased by 1. So the elite monsters are also given levels. Surprisingly, this had never happened before. Each time he was haunted by more and more new discoveries. After some more time, he found himself on the 15th floor of the dungeon. There was a red boar waiting for him. It was also a level 400 wild boar-shaped monster with thick fur. It uses its weight to make its attacks heavy. The skin of this monster is very durable, so it is often used in various equipment. The boar ran at the protagonist with all his might, emitting womb-like roars. The boy managed to dodge. The boar was fast, but his attacks were too straightforward. He tried to strike the monster, but the sword he had didn't do any damage to the monster. It just bounced off its thick skin. Some other weapon had to be used. He couldn't penetrate the boar's thick skin with this small dagger. Well, it was time for the stone axe. That'll do the trick, won't it? Pulling an orc stone axe from his bag, swinging it around, the guy hit the boar right between the eyes with all his might. There was a crunch, and the skull of the beast cracked. The boar's dead body was already lying on the cold floor, dripping with its own blood. In front of the protagonist, the level up sign flashed again. He really wanted to take this boar with him as a trophy, but it was still very heavy. The boar was just overloading his inventory, standing there with his hands on the side of his head. Still, he couldn't leave such valuable booty here. He really wanted to take it, but he had to make a choice. After all, he would be back here many times. Soon he found himself on the top floor of this dungeon. In front of him were large wooden massive doors. He finally reached the boss room. Behind this door, the final battle awaited him. The boy only pushed the doors a little as they creaked open. The room, the final stage of the battle, stood before him. Slowly he walked into the room. It was completely paved with the same cobblestones as the rest of the dungeon. The boy inwardly braced himself for the fact that he was about to face a rather strong opponent. But that didn't scare him in the slightest. Before him stood a huge orc who held a massive wooden club in his hands. It was similar to the ones he had fought at the very beginning of the dungeon, but it was many times larger. This was the Supreme Orc 600 level orc leader, a giant brown pig-faced monster using a large cudgel and axe as his weapons. Possessing the powerful strength and strike speed of this monster could easily destroy the earth. Without waiting for the guy to react, the monster swung her huge club and brought it straight down to the ground with a loud thud. It sounded like something exploding nearby. Wow. The guy barely had time to jump aside at the last moment. What a powerful punch. This opponent is quite strong. A small hole was formed at the place of impact and cracks spread out in different directions. If he doesn't get his act together, he can lose half his HP in one hit. Even so, he can't sit on the defensive forever. The monster looked at him with its white eyes. Its mouth had huge, sharp fangs. The guy had already clasped his hands. The sounds of the blows of the club were incredibly loud. It was necessary to think of a strategy by which he could defeat this monster. Well, now it was his turn to attack. The guy created a powerful vortex and started running around the monster in circles to confuse the monster. It was quite slow, so the chance of it hitting the target was very small. The Orc King didn't understand. He just watched the guy who was running around him in circles. At this time, the protagonist guessed the right moment to attack. It was now or never. He struck the orc with his club but didn't do any damage. Well, that wouldn't hurt the monster. At this time, the Orc King had already swung his cudgel to strike the annoying guy again. His club came down to the ground again with a loud clang, and shards of rock and earth flew in different directions. At the last moment, the protagonists were able to dodge it by jumping high up in the air. He exhaled heavily and landed nearby. Gathering all his strength into a fist, he prepared to deliver another powerful blow. The boy slammed his blade into the orc's leg to knock it off balance. The monster screamed loudly in pain, so loud that he had to cover his ears to keep from going deaf. That wasn't all. The guy got ready again and started hitting the monster's body with a lot of point-heavy blows. The orc didn't have time to react. The blows rained down on him like rain. The monster threw his huge club at his opponent, but as expected, it didn't hit him. With a loud roar, the monster must have been very annoyed. Well, that wouldn't hurt him at all. The monster roared with all his might, and at the same time, the protagonist was moving at high speed straight at the monster, preparing to kill it with one powerful blow. The boy's face was shining with joy and confidence. He was very happy that he could finally raise his level. He wouldn't just stand still now. He spun his dagger, preparing to plunge it into the monster's body. The orc just watched him with his white, frantic eyes. With a dodge, the guy briefly thrust his sharp dagger straight into the orc's neck. Blood spurted in different directions, and the beast wheezed and fell on its back. Yanking his sword back, the guy slashed the monster's neck, and fountains of blood splashed in different directions. The monster wheezed and let out its last breath and fell on its back. From nowhere, a sign appeared saying that the guy had just defeated the dungeon boss. Level up by 4 units. An invisible voice announced that the protagonist had captured this dungeon. His level has been increased by 20. Rin stood there with his eyes wide open. Did he really win? He hadn't spent a single XP, it was just amazing. He still couldn't get his thoughts in order. The boy thought about it. He really is getting much stronger. Every time his strength increases in some geometric progression. Not quite recently, he could not defeat anyone at all. But now with ease, almost one blow to deal with a huge boss. I had to collect the loot. The magic stone of the Supreme Orcs, this is a cudgel he will need a lot. The High Orc's cudgel, the bludgeon used by the Lord. Level 600 increases attack power by plus 400. This thing is big and heavy and therefore useless. Well, now all that's left is to sell it. The smoke bomb went straight into the inventory, but there was nothing else, he wondered. Is that really all? All the bounty from the boss? His eyes were filled with confusion, as if he had missed something. Is that all? Where's his promised sword? The guy stood in the middle of the boss's room and scratched the back of his head. He didn't understand what he'd done wrong after all. He seemed to have fulfilled all the requirements. We should take another look. He sighed heavily, dissatisfaction settling in his soul. A rather modest reward for defeating such a boss. He stood there, waiting for the teleportation to send him back upstairs. Teleportation would send him back upstairs. Strange, it took so long. Why hasn't it been moved yet? An invisible voice said that passing the first time was confirmed. The guy wondered again. Could this be some kind of system glitch? And what would happen next? He looked around at his surroundings with a frightened and surprised look. The invisible voice continued to dictate new notifications. Passing the dungeon alone is confirmed. Passing using a sword is confirmed. Past does not possess sword skill confirmed. Guy just looked up and didn't understand what was going on. What are these things? Conditions? Extra boss? Suddenly the space near him began to bubble up. And first a horned head appeared, and then half a body in armor. The boy stood there, watching in amazement. There was a look of fear in his eyes. This has to be some kind of joke. At least I wanted to believe it. In front of him stood a tall knight clad in black armor. It was the Nameless Knight. His level was, this was the additional boss of this dungeon. What's an extra boss? The boy looked at the thing that had appeared in front of him out of nowhere with horror. Were there bosses like this in the dungeon before? Something was definitely wrong. This monster far exceeded his characteristics, so he would be the first to face this boss. The boy stood and watched with fear then as the knight approached him, dragging a huge heavy sword across the floor. Well, he's at with his 808, this guy doesn't stand a chance, but it's up to him to defeat it, or be killed by this thing here and now. The door of the room is locked. It can't be opened until you've defeated it. There was nowhere to retreat. It looked like he had no other choice. He gathered all his will into a fist and tried not to show fear. After all, his life depended on his decision now. Well, okay, he's ready. The boy swung his little dagger and prepared for battle. Swung his sword like he was cutting through space. The knight swung and brought his huge sword down, straight at the protagonist. The boy held onto his small blade, hoping that it would withstand the blow. Their swords crossed. There was a nasty clang of metal. It was very hard to hold back the attacks of this incredibly strong boss. Oddly enough, the protagonist's small dagger still held on. It was necessary to act here and now. At this rate, he would only have to parry the attacks of this boss. His strikes were so strong that it was almost impossible to contain them, especially since the difference in levels was too significant. In addition, the attacks were also very fast. This was not an orc king that could be easily dodged. The knight was incredibly fast, and dodging his attacks was a challenge. The guy realized that right now he was only defending himself. This couldn't go on forever. He couldn't be stuck in this dungeon forever. Something had to be done. It couldn't go on like this. The guy squinted his eyes, and it seemed some cunning plan was born in his head. He thrust his small blade forward, hopefully still able to defend himself against the knight's huge sword. The armor on this boss looked beautiful and terrifying at the same time. Much to the guy's surprise, his small blade was able to withstand the impact of such a powerful weapon. Come on. Is it that durable? It was simply unbelievable. The knight swung his sword in different directions and at one point made a distraction. The guy didn't see the boss bring his foot in to hit him from bottom to top. But fortunately, he reacted at the last moment and put up a block with his hands. The realization flashed in his eyes for a moment that one blow, and he would have to stay here forever. For the first time in his life, the boy was scared that badly. The knight swung around and with all his might, kicked the guy right in the arms. He barely managed to stay on his feet in time to avoid falling to the ground. The blow was incredibly strong, and the recoil threw him back many meters. Rin naturally gritted his teeth. He looked at his health gauge. There was 5.780 of 6.440 remaining. He was able to deal that much damage to him with just one hit, so that's the difference. It was finally starting to dawn on him. His characteristics, this boss is more inclined towards stability and strength. Rin only surpasses this knight in speed, and not by much. Displaying his small blade, the guy said with confidence that there was no way he would lose to such a knight. The boss wheezed, and swinging his huge sword through the air, he struck again. It was like they were doing some kind of death dance. None of them wanted to back down. The protagonist's life was at stake. He skillfully parried and dodged all of the boss's attacks. It took a little more time for him to seize the moment and finally strike. And so, the long-awaited window between attacks. The boy swung his small dagger and put all of his striking power into it. It was the weapon that could keep him alive now. There was a crack of armor, and surprisingly, the huge hand that had the sword in it flew off severed by that dagger. He did it. Now the boss only has a left arm. This will make the battle much easier. It took all his strength to finally defeat him. But suddenly, something happened that the boy never expected. The boss grasped his hand on his arm with the dagger in it and looked at him with his empty armor. Somewhere in the blackness of the armor, a smile appeared. Did he really plan it like that? That was unbelievable. He sacrificed one arm on purpose. What was he planning? The boy held on to his dagger, but the knight dodged and kicked him in the stomach with great force. It was like his insides were turned upside down. His insides started to hurt. It was a monstrous blow. The boy felt as if he'd exhaled his soul with that blow. His breath hitched. His heart began to beat even faster. It seemed that now he was saying goodbye for once in his life. The hardest blow threw him aside, and he hit the heavy wooden door with all his might. He had only 985 health left. He sat leaning against the heavy door, barely breathing. The blow had been monstrous. Now he had very little health left. If he missed even one more hit, he would definitely die. The knight at this time pulled his sword closer to him and prepared to attack again. Apparently the boss realized that the guy had very little health left. Now he had to strike the last decisive blow. Is this really his end? The boy looked up from the last of his strength. He had already accepted his fate. Would he really die here in this dungeon? But it looked like it was coming. The difference in their strength was simply staggering. It made him laugh. No matter how much he tried to survive, his XP still dipped below. The guy realized that he wouldn't be able to win between them. After thinking for a bit, the guy didn't realize that he still had one more option left. His personal skill, moving in the dungeon, might be his only and last chance for survival. The door is right behind his back. Maybe he could get to the other side of the door. That way he would at least get out of the boss's room. There was just no other way out. He sat leaning on the door and tried to collect his thoughts. It was the best way out. The guy accepted his defeat after all. His own life was far more valuable than some victory. He pulled out his inventory and started fumbling with his hands. He took out a smoke bomb from his pocket, which he had taken from the dungeon boss a while ago. He threw that smoke grenade right at the boss. The knight was walking straight at him like nothing happened. The knight kept coming closer and closer to him with each step. The guy ironically apologized, but the knight would have to wait a bit longer. A smoke grenade flew straight at him. There was an explosion, and the dungeon boss was covered in smoke. It was impossible to see him. He probably couldn't see through the thick smoke either. The knight started swinging his sword in an attempt to catch the boy. Remembered the words that people said to him. He will not make interests out of him there. Let him better find a normal job. The boy gathered all his strength into a fist and used his only spell to move into the dungeon. It was his only chance to stay alive in this unequal fight. Many adventurers had told him, but he put it all in, even though he knew they were partly right. Gave up. All he had in his head was a never-ending quest to be better, to prove himself. That's why he didn't listen to anyone. No matter how stupid he is, if he puts his head down in the face of difficulties and breaks down because of one problem, then how did he live before that? It's his life after all. Everything that happens in it is up to him. His body began to be covered in a strange magical haze. Such as he was, breaking him was possible. He would have long ago ceased to be an adventurer, a surprised look on his face, his dark armor inspiring terror and the haze from the grenade. It was beginning to dissipate. The knight started to approach him, but the guy gripped his dagger tighter and prepared to finally slay this boss. He had no other choice. The knight wheezed and came closer and closer to him with each step, staring with the dark chinks of his armor right at the boy. With each movement, he began to move at some incredible speed, but it still wasn't enough for him. It was slow. The knight didn't understand anything. He was only trying to keep up with the guy who was moving faster and faster. The boss couldn't keep up with him anymore. Fury glistened on the protagonist's face. He didn't plan to give up just like that. When he cast the smoke bomb and the nameless knight, he undertook two things before using the dungeon move. First, he restored his HP from 985 to 1985 points. He drank a health potion to conceal the knight and prevent him from seeing what he was doing. 2, he improved his skill. Now he had to counterattack. The boy grasped his small dagger and, concentrating his strength in it, ran straight into the knight's back. He held on to the handle of his weapon, which had become a loyal friend over a long period of time, and had never failed him in difficult situations. The boy screamed with rage. Now he would not back down a step. He so seems to himself that he can do without a command. The dagger, having accumulated the power of magic, was still able to pierce through the knight's armor. A metallic cracking sound was heard. The guy was pressing the blade with all his might to keep the knight's wits about him. That wasn't all. The blade was sticking out of the knight's back. He took out a large club from his inventory that he had taken from one of the orcs and began to bash it into the knight's back to finally bring him down. He struck again and again, fury blazing in his eyes, and it was as if his strength never waned. Suddenly something happened that made him wary. The knight turned back with great speed. His attacks are pretty predictable now. He's not coming back from that. The knight swung his sword, and the guy let go a huge club right on his arm. There was a crunch and crack. In all directions splashed drops of blood. The arm flew off as well as then. The eyes of the knight shone with a bright light, and he screamed in pain. "What's this? I had to end it." The guy frowned and prepared to deliver a decisive blow. The knight wheezed in pain. He had never faced such opponents before. The sword slipped out of his hands, immediately reached out his hand to grasp it. It was a powerful weapon that could be used to overpower this knight. The sword went straight into the hands of the protagonist, and he felt a pleasant heaviness. He swung as hard as he could to slay this boss after all. The boy from the chiseled click, and prepared to exterminate this spawn of hell. They looked at each other with eyes full of rage. The knight wheezed and lunged at him in a final rush. The boy lowered the heavy sword, and the knight split in two. He chopped the dungeon boss in one blow. The haze cleared, and an interesting picture appeared before the guy. The knight had split into two parts, and now slowly began to lean backwards. The main character still continued to hold a heavy sword in his hands and breathing loudly. He was trying to bring himself to his senses after such a fight. After, he began to smile, his heart beating with great frequency. The knight's severed body lay somewhere nearby, and a foul odor emanated from it. This monster was definitely a strong opponent, one of the strongest he'd ever had to fight before, the nameless knight. A disembodied voice reported that the protagonist's level has been raised by 52 units. Level increased another 30 units, completed boss crush. Title Nameless M. Is it really level 82 and that's it? The guy was surprised, but still he took the sword and began to scrutinize it. Well, okay. The best reward is the sword. He applied an appraisal spell to find out the true value and worth of the sword. It was the sword of a nameless knight. The recommended level is 1. Attack power plus 1.100. If the level of the enemy or human or monster is higher than the level of the wielder, its parameters are increased by 20%. Everything except XP and MP. The boy scrutinized the new item. The sword is called the Ball of the Nameless Knight. An original name, but still it would be a good replacement for his blade. Besides, his dagger was already completely broken. He bent over the wreckage of his dagger and silently thanked his opponent for now possessing such a powerful weapon. The guy stood up and sighed heavily. Now he had a new title, but he had no idea what to do with it. Suddenly a plaque appeared in front of him with information and Nameless Swordsman. Title bestowed on those who overcame all the difficulties alone, passing and only by their own strength and sword increasing level characteristics of the ball will increase accordingly. If his master Titov will be skills that improve ball skills, the title effect will not work. The implication is that this title improves the weapon's performance along with the level increase. A plaque of information. System. Do I think the titles are a bit too generic? Either way, he's grateful for it now. His strength will increase and further pumping will become much easier. It was already time for him to go back upstairs. But unfortunately, because of all the attacks, the Nameless Knight's magic stone was destroyed, so it didn't go to the protagonist. Well, he was moving towards the exit of the dungeon just like that. His long day in the Kenspei dungeon was over. It was time to move home. His stats had increased a lot during this time, which couldn't be helped. The day after defeating the Nameless Knight, he went to the store near the dungeon to buy a couple items. When he opened the doors, he saw a friendly girl who greeted him at the entrance with a smile. She greeted him and asked the guy to provide his adventurer card. He politely handed the girl his card and she began to study it. It was a gun store, but only those who were skilled adventurers could buy or sell anything here. Although right now he didn't get the Nameless Knight's sword. Here he was for a different reason. He remembered the treks he had taken already with his new weapons. The time he had fought one of the orcs on the 15th floor. He thought about it. With this weapon, he takes more damage from attacks. That's bad, so he needs a good defense. Although his attack power is increasing, he is slowing down with this sword. Before this, he was emphasizing his agility and speed. This weapon doesn't suit him at all. Besides, I'm more comfortable with my old dagger. Well, I guess I'll just have to change weapons. So far, he's more inclined to his dagger than his ball. Need to go back and buy it. That's how he ended up in the armory. The girl looked at him and realized that he was an adventurer of D rank. She pointed to the side and said that they had equipment for adventurers of that rank. Speaking of which, he's still rank D. He's already cleared a rank C dungeon, so technically he's already at rank C. All that's left to do is apply and he'll actually become one. If he told her that, the girl should show him the gear of his level. They had just stopped outside the department. The girl pointed him to a shelf of weapons. Besides, he could prove it to her since he was recently done with the dungeon. A guy with a weapon for C-rank adventurers and said it's okay. He needs to come here. The girl looked at him in surprise. She didn't understand what he was saying. She looked at him with a surprised look, but that wasn't the right rank for him. The boy didn't seem to mind her at all and stood by the weapons rack picking out a dagger. He doesn't need one of those. Finally, the boy stopped his gaze on one of the daggers. Pointing his finger at it, he asked the saleswoman, "Can I see it up close?" The girl hesitated. She still took out a dagger from behind the glass and held it out to the guys with a surprised look. No special skills, of course, but this dagger was pretty good. In shape and weight, it's similar to his old dagger. You don't have any level restrictions. The girl kept looking at him with a surprised look. She didn't understand anything. He said he was taking this dagger. The saleswoman looked at him with surprised wide eyes, because of the gibberish, that it is not necessary to make such hasty conclusions. Let him think about it. The dagger is good, but it is very expensive. In addition, adventurer with his rank, with it will not be easy. The guy smiled and put his new dagger away in his inventory, saying there was no problem with that. He is fully aware of the value of this item. As far as money is concerned, there will be no problem with that either. He handed the girl a large wad of money and said that as she could see, he could pay the whole amount at once. The saleswoman looked alternately at the money and at the boy. She didn't understand anything. Where did he get so much money? And why was he taking a weapon that didn't fit his rank? But still, the girl sold him this sword and in a timid voice thanked him for his purchase. The boy left the store and finally went about his business. After that, he returned to the familiar dungeon, and again it took him over and over again. The kinshal was in his hand like his own, and he swung it around, slashing monsters one by one. He rejoiced now with his level weapon. It was much more familiar and easier to deal with monsters. The dead boar was already lying next to him. This time the victory was very easy for him. And the boar was a lot weaker, but he still wants to take it with him. Well, it's time to upgrade your inventory to level 2. That should increase its carrying capacity. He tried his best to shove the huge boar carcass into his inventory. After all, he had to pay back the money for the dagger. But the boar didn't want to fit in. The guy had already lost all hope. Soon, he found himself on the 30th floor of the dungeon. Once again, he stood in front of the huge, massive doors leading to the boss room. Now, victory should be much easier than last time. His second battle had come. This boss had left behind an unpleasant impression, and memories of how he had almost said goodbye to his life last time came flooding back at him. A chill ran down the wall. This time, he'll bring his nameless sword with him. It'll work well against this knight, plus it'll be easier with the title effects. The sword will improve his stats. In the case of bosses that are higher than him in level and strength, this item will become indispensable in battle. All right. Okay, now it's time to get started. The boy opened the familiar door, and with a quick, confident stride, he stepped inside the room. He was mentally and physically ready for the boss. He grinned and pointed his sword straight at the boss. It was a huge Kabank still holding the same huge club. Now, with his new sword, he would pose no danger to the protagonist. Yesterday, he was dodging his attacks barely, but today a whole different conversation. Right now, he was already attacking this boss head-on. He shouted with rage and swung his sword. There was a scraping sound of metal, and the sword struck the hard wooden club of the boss. Strangely, this monster was able to repel the blow. The guy didn't understand anything. How this monster managed to repel his attack. He swung again, the monster. The boss squealed in pain, and a huge sword crack began to spread across his chest. Blood started pouring out in all directions. Well, how much more could he take? The battle was surprisingly short. This boss surrendered almost immediately. An invisible voice rang out, which reported that the protagonist defeated the dungeon boss, and the amount of experience gained is increased by 2 units. His dungeon capture level was increased to 20. The guy sighed with some annoyance, just as he thought there would be no extra boss. It was strange, though. It was even a bit frustrating. He was so eager to use his new sword against this boss. But either way, it was going just fine. I wonder how much better this sword had gotten. The guy took hold of it and used the appraisal spell to find out how valuable the sword had become. He looked at his weapon carefully. Well, the attack power increased that's great. We need to collect the magic stones that fell out of the boss. After he finished gathering resources, the guy approached the return area, and a magical vortex began to swirl around him, bringing him back to the beginning of the dungeon. Looking at his watch, the guy realized that it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He felt invigorated so he could walk through the dungeon one more time. If he speeds up using teleport, he could clear this dungeon in 4 more 6 times. He had to make sure no one was following him. Looking around, the guy realized that there didn't seem to be anyone around. He could teleport without fear of being detected. He concentrated magic energy, and the vortex began to form around him again. There aren't many people in the dungeon. Therefore, it's easy to teleport. There is no fear of being discovered here. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him. The boy was surprised and shifted his eyes to the side. Was someone he knew here? It was Kurosaki, the girl, coming right out from around the nearest corner. She had a sword in her hands, and she was all alert. The boy looked at her with a frightened look. The girl looked at him with a serious look. A look like that would have made anyone a little afraid. The main character didn't understand what she was doing here. He sighed heavily and looked at the girl with a frightened and surprised look. There was no time for him anyway. Rin walked up to her and said that he hadn't expected to see her here. He tried to act as casually as possible so as not to arouse suspicion. The boy came a little closer and said that they had met quite quickly. The girl looked at him with a serious look, and with a nod of her head replied that they had just seen each other yesterday. Rin wondered if she wasn't with Kaz and the others today. Why is she alone in this dungeon? The girl nodded and replied that she didn't want to be chaperoned like this forever. Well, it all makes sense now she's level. Even a level 600 dungeon is hard to get through. She's probably fighting small monsters to increase her level. Anyway, mopping up the dungeon, he should consider his familiar walking around here. The boy turned to her and looked at her with a serious look. By the clock in the back of his head, he wondered. He should watch out for her on the next circle. It would raise suspicion if he met her again. He tried to act as natural as possible, but it looked even stranger from the outside. The protagonist said that it must have been quite some time, and he would have to move on. He waved goodbye to the girl, and already wanted to move in the opposite direction on his business. But suddenly the girl gripped his arm hard. The boy turned around and looked at her with surprise out of fear. What was she up to? They stood like that for a few more seconds, looking at each other with uncomprehending looks. Rin looked at her and waited for something scary to happen. Why was she clinging to him? The girl looked at him with serious big eyes. Suddenly she started to talk. She said, "This is a great opportunity next." Well, there was no choice. And now they walked together deep into the dungeon. The silence and darkness was cut only by the sound of their footsteps. Each of them was at the ready. The girl looked at him from the side, and the protagonist tried not to avert his gaze and only look straight ahead. He was really worried about not being exposed. He should have acted as natural as possible, but instead he was doing even worse. They continued to march forward as if in formation. In all this time, they had not spoken a word to each other. It was as if they did not know each other at all, but were mere passers-by. Finally, the boy dared to break the silence after all. He turned to her. He asked if he could find out her age and current status. The girl was silent and her gaze on. It was obvious that this question displeased her, so I just usually ask it on a blind date. The guy finally realized what a mistake he'd made and blushed. After a little thought, the girl answered. She said that she was 17 years old and what she was doing was a closely guarded secret. Having said that, she put her index finger to her lips to show you that it is better for no one to know about it. The guy answered that he was 19 years old, that he was doing, and here he got a little busy. He didn't know what to say. He had to remember that you can't give away all the secrets about yourself. And besides, he wasn't doing anything that special. Except for the dungeon sweep, the guy spends the most time with his sister. But if he answers like that, it's like he has a sister complex. However, when he was a student, he had a crush on the guy even more. He replied that he likes to read manga, play games, and so on, although he's been very busy lately, so he doesn't have any free time. Hearing that, the girl blushed and stared at him even harder. Stammering, she replied that she was clear. The girl seemed embarrassed by this answer. The guy wondered, was she surprised by something? Looking at her, it's unclear what she's thinking about. Still, having come to his senses for a moment, the girl began to speak. By the way, the girl wanted to ask him something else, such as who he wanted to work, but did not have time to finish his sentence, because the guy worriedly said that the monsters were approaching, and they had to go. She looked in his direction, offended. The guy noticed it and apologized for interrupting her. He asked her again, was she saying something? The girl hummed to herself, out of poorly concealed resentment, saying it was no big deal. They needed to get going. She moved forward with a quick step, not even waiting for her companion. The boy only stared at her. A massive black figure with burning eyes peeked out from around the corner. Soon a host of orcs came out to meet the friends, not grunting and clanking their sharp teeth. These creatures were intent on devouring the hapless travelers. The boy gripped his sword tighter and said he would take those and the two on the left. The girl in turn said that she would then take the ones on the right. He moved with great speed right into the thick of things. He jumped on several orcs at once, swung his sword over them, and prepared to slash them to death. He struck a few blows at the creatures, but the effect was nil. They were still standing, holding their clubs and axes. It was amazing. Had the skin of these creatures become tougher than usual? The orcs were making shrill grunting sounds and were already preparing to attack their prey, but the protagonist didn't seem to be deterred in the slightest. He put his sword out to defend himself and began to maneuver deftly around the creatures pouncing on him. In one motion, he blocked the powerful blow of the axe. When he felt the force and the impact that reverberated through every muscle in his body, his eyes widened in surprise. The boy sighed heavily. This axe was incredibly heavy, heavier than the time he came here. With a great effort, he repelled the attack and swung his axe, dropping it to the ground. The axe hit the ground with a loud thud, and in its place was a small hole with cracks spreading in different directions across the floor. Strange, that was definitely beyond the strength of a normal orc. The kid looked at it carefully, if not furtively. This blow was clearly stronger. No wonder this orc was level 600 now. His attacks were even stronger and heavier. And they were even harder to dodge. The guy wondered, but why all of a sudden did this thing have level 600? What changed? For a second, fear flashed across his face. Now it would be much harder for him to deal with this thing. Don't underestimate them. He should not hold back and use all his strength to defeat this monster. If that's the case, he has no choice. He swung his dagger again and attacked the beast. The guy ran straight for the pig-like spaces. It was impossible to delay now and to concentrate fully only on the fight. There was a glint of rage on his face. He gathered all his will and strength into a fist. It would be necessary to deal with this thing at all costs. The boy ran at him and thrust his blade forward. After a few seconds, he came close to the orc, and with all his might, he thrust the sharp blade of his blade straight into its thick hide. This time, he managed to break through the defense, and the sharp blade entered the flesh of the beast. The orc wheezed, letting out a death groan. But at that time, another dungeon dweller was already approaching him from behind. He raised his axe and prepared to swat the kid. At the last moment, the protagonist noticed it. Turning around, he struck the orc's throat with all his might with his blade. Blood splattered in different directions, and the head began to slowly separate from the body. In a split second, the monster was defeated. The boy stood in front of the beast's decapitated body. Yesterday's pumping had done nothing but good. He had become much stronger and faster. Now, his quick reaction time had saved his life. The guy was already done with his part of the monster and wondered how his girlfriend was doing. At this time, the girl fiercely fought the oncoming hordes of orcs. Swinging her sword several times with great speed, she activated an air spell and ordered the wind to shred those monsters. The orc stood a short distance away from the girl, but suddenly her sword seemed to lengthen and became several times larger. Guy watched from the side and looked at her in surprise. These things are 5 meters away from her. Will she be able to reach them with her attack? But it wasn't that simple. As soon as the girl applied the spell, a squall wind appeared out of nowhere and flew straight at the monster, and in one fell swoop chopped off their ugly pig heads. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of magic is this? The blades lengthened. The girl swung her sword one last time and looked at the guy with a calm gaze. She exhaled lightly and said that she was done as well. From this angle, she looked even more formidable. The protagonist looked at her sword with admiration. No, it can't be. Maybe this sword. The protagonist began to guess something. Apparently noticing his confusion, the girl nodded her head. It was right. Ray put her weapon forward and seriously said that her magic sword, it's her special skill. She can create swords with special properties. The girl swung the sword and it began to dissolve into the air as if nothing had happened. This one was created in the likeness of the wind. It can lengthen at will to summon you, which is quite convenient. The guy scratched the back of his head. It turns out it was very convenient, so she can create any sword. Ray nodded her head. However, there's a limitation because of the level and the amount of MP she can use. The guy couldn't stop admiring her. Even still, her skill is simply admirable. Hearing this, the girl blushed with embarrassment. She sighed heavily and silently thanked him for the compliment. Puzzled, she said the guy was also an incredible man. He didn't understand what he was talking about after all. He had perfectly ordinary skills after all. The girl continued. Her guild commander said that this guy was very weak, however, that wasn't the case at all. She can't even explain his fighting style. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and looked at the girl in surprise. He hesitated, but thanked her. He didn't know where this was going. Sign heard an unintelligible sound from somewhere. The girl leaned over to him and asked if he had any guesses. He nodded his head and said he wanted to be sure. There were no earthquakes in the dungeon. The guy doesn't think that's it. But if it is, they're in big trouble now. By that word, he meant the night after all. Anyway, the main character says she's going to go look around. What's she gonna do? If she doesn't want to, she can go back. The guy doesn't mind. The girl shook her head negatively and said she would go along with him. Eventually, once they began to investigate the 5th floor, they discovered the cause of the strange sounds. Far away from them, there were several strange creatures. They could see familiar silhouettes after all. They were orcs, eating boars they had killed themselves. But it wasn't just boars, it was orcs. So they were also cannibals. Seeing this gruesome and ghastly sight, the girl covered her mouth with her hand. That's right, they're devouring each other. The boys themselves were disgusted at the sight of it all. Usually after a kill, all corpses are consumed with the dungeon itself. However, sometimes still some monsters with magic stones remain. Seems to be a new discovery. They get stronger by eating others. Most likely the orcs they encountered earlier came from here. So if they killed them all, it would stop? Hope flashed in the girl's voice. The boy nodded his head in the affirmative. It was like that. It was better to stop them at once, rather than have someone get hurt. The girl swung her sword, and it immediately began to lengthen. Not even a second later, a powerful burst of wind cut off the heads of all the orcs at once at the same time. They didn't even have time before they died. The girl looked at the protagonist and asked, "Will he help?" He hesitated and said, "Yes, of course, it will be even more effective," but he wanted to say it, but the girl beat him to it. "Well, it's about time. And get these corpse eaters over with." Several of the creatures looked at the protagonists with their fierce gazes and held tightly to their hammers. The boys jumped up on the spot and rushed right into the thick of it. There was the sound of metal and tearing flesh. Orcs fell one by one now. These creatures posed no threat. The boys could easily take them out with a single blow. Soon it was over. Rin said he had found a magic stone. Well, they burned all the orcs with the sword of flame. Now all this has to stop. He thanked Ray for her help. The girl shook her head. Without the knowledge of the main character, she wouldn't be able to do this. They did it together. A little embarrassed, the girl said she had a question for the boy. He looked at her in surprise, goosebumps running down his spine again. After hesitating for a while, the girl asked him why he had decided to become an Adventurer 7. Rin hesitated, the question putting him in a bit of a stalemate. He had to gather his thoughts and answer as evasively as possible. He never told anyone but his sister, always tried to keep it a secret. After gathering his thoughts a little, he began to speak. Once upon a time, an adventurer unexpectedly saved his life. Listened attentively to the story of his new friend. The guy kept talking. He could see only his back, but his strength looked incredible. That's why he decided to become like this man, so he could defend himself now. The girl lowered her eyes, so she knew. That's why she wanted to be together with him. The boy didn't hear or heard, but didn't understand. Either way, he asked her again, concern on his face. The girl stepped back and said it was no big deal. More importantly, did the guy know who the adventurer was? He replied that he couldn't recognize him by name. The situation wasn't easy. However, even so, he was sure that this person was among the top best adventurers in the world. The girl looked at him with a joyful look and thanked him again. She was very happy that the guy shared such a deep secret with her. He scratched the back of his head. I was trying to figure out what was going on. He was pleased to hear it himself, but still the situation was strange. He asked Ray, what is she going to do next? Would she continue to take over the dungeon? The girl nodded her head. Yes, she would go on. The guy thought for a second. He always fights in dungeons alone. But this time something was different. Sometimes he still enjoys going through a dungeon in a group. At least it's more fun. Trust gives them strength. They moved on together. They encountered more and more monsters on their way. But thanks to the fact that they were together, it was now much easier to deal with the monsters. Because each of them could count on support. After another day, he began to raise the level with even greater speed, teleporting to the dungeon, and killing only red boars, for which gave the most experience. In the end, he conquered the dungeon 20 times, raised 400 levels and earned 4 million. He pumped his inventory to level 4, still not enough room. He couldn't carry all the items he needed. Not a good time to be in a dungeon. He just needed to put a high-grade orc stone in his inventory. The next day, needless to say, he started leveling up again. He went back and forth in the dungeon and killed the same bosses over and over again, raising his level to the highest possible level. Along with this time, he had already cleared the dungeon 23 times. He stood in front of the dungeon boss, who already seemed very familiar to him. The huge orc swung at him, but the guy put up his fist and easily deflected the attack with one hand. It was the kind of monster that looked at him with surprise. The first time he had seen an opponent of this level. In the monster's eyes, and he had already resigned himself to his unenviable fate. The guy swiped once with his blade, and the space around him seemed to distort as if it had been distorted. The blow was of incredible power. With just that one hit, the monster's body crumbled like a piece of wood. The guy didn't spend any effort at all to defeat this boss. Level up signs started appearing from everywhere. Reward for capturing the dungeon. Level up by he had captured this dungeon as many times as possible. It was some kind of new plaque. Level 50 bonus reward. Level increased by, in the future capture of this dungeon. He will no longer receive any rewards. Great, he was able to complete this dungeon in its entirety. A whole 60 captures. First, you need to increase your strength and speed. They have a maximum level of A table with his skills and statistics reappeared in front of the guy. To everything else, it is worth pumping out the search for enemies, stealth and resistance to negative effects. There is still 610 SP. Well, that'll do. Everything was ready. The boy joyfully balled his hand into a fist. Great. He had become much stronger than the self he was a couple minutes ago. Well, I had to get to the point. For further advancement, the Tangi Dungeon and Arakawa would come in handy. He's been clearing them since he first became an adventurer. After 3 days, the guy was still pumping his skills up to the maximum possible level. He was slashing the monster hordes with his dagger. And now, they posed no danger to him. Maximum number of times possible. Now he wouldn't be able to get any rewards here either. He had successfully completed the conquest of Tangi Dungeon. This is the 4th dungeon conquest. Now the SP must be distributed. He sat on his bed and scrutinized the plaques of information. It was already late at night, but he was still awake. Suddenly a message arrived on his phone. The next day the weather was beautiful. From where you heard familiar frightened cries. It was Yui. She was shyly looking straight at the main character. Apparently the girl was late for something. She apologized profusely. She was terribly embarrassed. She asked the guy, how long did he wait for her? Rin briefly answered yes. The girl was horrified. Aren't guys supposed to talk back at times like this? And this wasn't how she had envisioned herself at all. The main character was a little confused, wasn't he? He always tells it straight. The girl tried to guffaw. She thanked him for coming today. She invited him to go to the cafe with her. Well, today the guy ordered himself a tea with milk because last time black coffee was bitter. The girl ordered herself something nice. I don't even know what it is. Rin asked her. So what did she want to talk about after all? About the dungeon? The girl briefly answered yes. Well, it was just as he thought. The girl said that she had recently been invited to join the guild. Hearing this, the protagonist was greatly surprised. After all, it was wonderful. Usually in guilds, here are 12 to 100 people. The top guilds have a lot of power and privileges, so guilds are always looking for newcomers, especially talented people. By the way, did the guy ask her how much she had increased her level in the last few days? The girl smiled and happily replied that she had surpassed the 100 mark in the past few days. Hearing this, the protagonist was very much surprised. Surpassed the 100th level. Amazing. This girl is stronger and more persistent than he thought at first glance. He asked her, "What is the name of this guild?" The girl hesitated and replied that it seemed to be Evening Moon. She took out a small business card from her pocket, which had a picture of a crescent moon along with a sword on it. It's like the kid remembered something. He felt like it was one of the best guilds in Japan. The girl nodded. They claimed, "What is a small elite guild?" To her, they're with a lot of potential. The main character has heard a lot that good hitters are in short supply everywhere. It's true, potions cost a decent amount of money. That's why hitmen are very valued in teams. After all, it is the main support link. So she wanted to ask him whether to join or not. The friend was embarrassed. It was right, she wanted his opinion. Rin Yi said that he didn't know that much about the guild himself. Was she definitely okay with it? His advice might not be the same. The girl leaned towards him even more and said that she certainly doesn't mind. She wants to hear his opinion. He sighed heavily. So first, he would like to talk about the advantages and disadvantages of the guild. First of all, the advantage. It's the support from their side. She will be provided with equipment, as well as strategies for traversing many popular dungeons. In addition, the guild will gather a group for her that is compatible with her, that is highly compatible. This is a very important point of being in the guild. It eliminates the risk of being abandoned. The girl apparently remembered the moment when she was abandoned. She remembered the people who had done such a mean thing to her, and sadness reappeared on her face. The downside was the restriction of freedom. The girl didn't understand what kind of restraint. The guild is planning sweeps, so we'll have to stick to the schedule. Same with the group. They usually plan when they're going to go to the dungeon. The only problem is the request from the Dungeon Association. The girl's a girl. She's been told something like this before. When there are problems with dungeons, guilds are ordered to deal with them. If there are any force majeure situations, the request can still be rejected, but guilds usually obey. Therefore, guild members have to go to some pretty dangerous places. Oh well, it was necessary to summarize the results. If she wanted to become stronger as quickly as possible, then she should join this guild as well. But if she wants safety, she doesn't have to join. No one is forcing her to join. Still, why did she decide to become an adventurer? He's rather curious. The girl wondered why she decided to become an adventurer. Actually, there was one reason. She pondered, as if trying to find the right words. Shivering, and her thoughts are muddled. Actually, the only reason she qualified as an adventurer was to invite friends. It's all just to increase your characteristics. Then I'll make you stronger. A handful of people risking their lives to become stronger, the girl continued. She said that she had managed to gain power, and when she found out that she was a chiller, she decided to support the adventurers from the rear. So she continued her career as an adventurer, thinking it was a useful endeavor. In short, she just wanted to be useful. The girl looked at her hands, and the look made you a little sad. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but she has this talent, so it can help considerably. Well, so she's made up her mind. The protagonist was smiling at her. At last, the girl had finally realized what she wanted. Yes, she'll have the courage to join the guild. Rin smiled and said that if it was going to be difficult, then yes, let her just leave them. Her life is the most important thing. Also, let her beware of slave exploitation. Yui smiled back at him and told him that it wouldn't be a problem. Besides, she's still a high school student, so she'll only be able to go to the dungeon on weekends. And as for money, her earnings are increasing since chileras get decent money. She will probably be able to overtake the protagonist as well. He looked at her ironically and said he would look forward to it. He was able to make over 10 million in 3 days. He wondered if she would be able to handle it. He would say it now, but it was best to refrain. The guy and headed for the exit. It was already time for him to leave. The girl sniped at him and told him to wait. She would pay herself. The boy winked at her and told her to let Tanya worry. He knows she won't get any money from the guild now. After all, she has to work it off first, right? If of course she insists, she can pay. However, he will pay today. The girl blushed again and looked at the protagonist with her big eyes in which tears began to glisten. She was incredibly grateful to him. At the same time, she didn't understand why she deserved such a good attitude to herself. She said that the main character was very considerate and kind and reliable. The guy smiled smugly and thought to himself that finally someone realized how good he was. But there was still one, but she was confused and asked why in that case he had never had a girlfriend. And that question put him even more in a stupor. Wait a minute, what did she just say? How does she know all this? What is she, a stalker or something? She waved her hands and tried to justify herself. No, it's not like that. Hannah told her about it. And why even mention it? The boy didn't understand. It was starting to irritate him. They were walking down the street and looking thoughtfully in different directions. The boy was a little out of sorts after the last conversation. They went to the window and suddenly saw a familiar girl. It was Kurosaki. She was sitting with headphones on and listening to music. She didn't seem to pay any attention to the strangers. But then she saw them coming toward her from the side. Her eyes were as serious as ever. Seeing the protagonist, she was surprised. What is he doing here? The guy shyly said hello and told her that it had been almost a week since they last met. Yui was worried. How? Why? Why did she respond to Rin when she was the one who called the girl? It must have really hurt her and upset her. She felt like the girl just ignored her. Kurosaki turned to her and coldly asked her who she even was. The girl didn't seem to realize who she was at all. Yui got angry and surprised even more. Didn't she recognize her? They were in the same class. Ray wondered. She thought she'd seen this girl somewhere. The guy was looking at the whole thing from the side. He didn't even realize that these two were in the same school. What a strange coincidence. Yui turned to the main character and asked how he knew Kurosaki. The guy replied that she was also an adventurer. The other day, they met in the dungeon. The girl was surprised. She hadn't even realized it. Ray was picking out something on the shelf. On one of the discs, there was a cover with a brightly colored girl who waved at every customer. The guy was embarrassed and tried to at least internally come up with an intelligible answer so as not to embarrass anyone. They're battle buddies. Yeah, battle buddies. That would be the best answer. At this time, Ray thought she was trying really hard to keep her hobby a secret, but she didn't even notice. Yui was watching all of this and didn't understand anything at all. Their behavior appeared to her at odd points. Smiling, the girl said it was nice to talk to her for the first time. Usually she wore headphones and she didn't have the courage to distract her. What was it called? That's right. The girl remembered. Aren't those anime songs with cute girls? She likes them, right? Hearing that, Ray became as gloomy as a cloud in a second. She choked on air and tried to hide her embarrassment, but it wasn't working very well, to say the least. Mentally, she begged her to stop and not give away all her secrets, as she would burn with shame now. This attack was too strong for her. The guy was watching all of this from the sidelines, and he was getting a little creepy himself. He finally decided to break the awkward long pause and asked the girl if she was going to go to the dungeon today. Ray came out of her stupor after all and nodded her head. Today she was going to go along with Kazami and the others. She would probably go straight from here. This place wasn't far. At this time, Yui was rummaging through a shelf of CDs, marveling at how many anime songs there were. Rin thought she didn't get the hint. She should have just sneaked off with him. They looked at each other eye to eye, and from the outside you would have thought they were some kind of lovers. Neither of them dared to make any sudden movements. The main character kept shaking with fear. He didn't know how to get out of here anymore. I guess he'll go. He forgot that he cleared one dungeon yesterday, so today is a day off. He exhaled heavily. It was dangerous. Almost suggesting she go points, the girl continued to silently stare at him with a serious look. At this moment, the guy seemed the strangest to her. Apparently noticing her cold stare, he turned to the girl. Did she realize something? The girl gurgled to herself under her breath, meaning to go out with a girl on her day off. You could hear the disappointment in her voice. In other words, is he in a relationship? She looked at him with a serious look with a raised eyebrow. At this time, the guy's whole life flashed before his eyes. He didn't know what to say. Rin started waving his arms and taking her out that it's not like that. He only came to counsel Yui. He's just the only adventurer she knows. Ray couldn't hear him anymore. She asked, does he like a younger girl? Rin was ready to fall under the ground, such a question he obviously didn't expect. How did it come to this? Oh man, another tough question. He has a feeling that a like or dislike answer will only cause confusion. However, as a man, he should answer honestly. He gathered all his will in his fist, and as earnestly as possible told us that if he had to choose between like or dislike, he would choose like. When she heard that answer, the girl was embarrassed and looked away. So she did like it. She blushed as if she was very embarrassed by the answer. The devil. He made the wrong choice, but he doesn't regret it. Yui heard their conversation and cut in. She asked with interest, so what are they talking about now? Suddenly a strange sound came from somewhere, and the walls of the store shook. What was that? Earthquakes? The loudspeaker began to announce the emergency in a loud voice. Everyone needed to go to shelter. Rupor reported that there has been an outburst in the Kenzuki dungeon. All citizens should evacuate immediately. Adventurers of rank C and above should cooperate with them. The guy exhaled heavily. Surges in the dungeon. This was the first time he'd heard of it. The girls began to worry and talk among themselves. What could be happening out there? There was fear in each of the boys' eyes. They had never faced this before in their lives. Dungeon splash, this is a very rare an occurrence. A gate that usually only adventurers pass through, opened by a monster that dwells in the dungeon. The city, it will be overrun with monsters. The protagonist's eyes flashed back to the images from his childhood, which he tried so hard to forget. Dungeon surge? This is a very rare occurrence. A gate that normally only adventurers pass through can be opened by a monster that dwells in the dungeon. The protagonist turned to Ray and said that he was going to go fight monsters. And what was she going to do? The girl confidently replied that of course she would go along with him. Yui gave her thin voice. She asked them to wait. She wanted to go along with them, too. Her voice was friendly, but brimming with determination. The girl wasn't going to back down. Everyone was surprised and looked at the little girl. Did she want to go help them fight monsters, too? The guy leaned over to her and said in a serious voice that at least level 500 was required to clear this dungeon. The girl sighed and said that she wasn't planning on fighting monsters. She just wants to heal the wounded with her magic, but if she gets in their way, then they can leave her alone. There was sadness and sorrow on her face. The guy thought about it. It was true that civilians without a status window couldn't use healing greens. However, there would be a proc from healing magic. There was a logic to it. To increase this power that can save people, he remembered the girl's words that she had told him when they were sitting in the cafe. He nodded his head. Okay, fine, but let her stay with him. The girl looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect the protagonist to approve of her plan. She smiled. Her cheeks flushed again, nodded her head in agreement, and thanked the guy for letting her participate. Well, now he had to move towards the dungeon as quickly as possible to save as many innocent people as possible. They better get their equipment while there's still time. Indeed, without it, it would be more difficult to fight the monsters. They quickly went to get their equipment and weapons. Soon they were already dressed in their usual uniforms that they wear in the dungeon. They felt much more confident in it. How cool. A quick change of clothes with inventory. Yui looked at them with astonishment and felt a bit deprived at this moment. After all, she hadn't gotten the inventory skill yet. The guy smiled, even a little funny, as if she wasn't in their group. The girl took offense and said that she didn't expect such a thing from him. Still, she wouldn't lose his spirit since that was the case. Then she would forgive him. After all, the guy had allowed her to fight after all. At this moment, the girl looked incredibly cute. Suddenly, Reisa's phone rang. She was embarrassed and apologized, saying she needed to answer it. The guy nodded her agreement. Suddenly, the phone stopped vibrating and the girl lowered her gaze. In a sad voice, she said that her guild leader had called. He asked for help in this raid. The guy nodded. All was well. She apologized to her friends, but still she had to go. Rin said it was no big deal, then they would go too. He said goodbye so the girl wouldn't overdo it. She just nodded and told him to take care of himself. The girl turned around and walked in the opposite direction with a serious look. She ran down the street, heels clicking on the paving stones. Panic was setting in everywhere. Apparently all the people here had felt the tremor. The boy agonized. Is this a sense of danger? No, he's just screwing with himself. Yui heard that and shifted her worried gaze to him. She was worried about the kid, as she could see that he was worrying too much by the look of him. He tried to tidy himself up and as earnestly as possible said that everything was all right. We had to move out. The girl nodded and they went to the scene together. The friends ran quickly down the smooth central road. From somewhere they could already hear cries for help, but they didn't make it just in time for the last moment. The monsters from the dungeon had already broken free, and now, several shape-shifting orcs surrounded the men. One of the knights was already standing there and tried to fight back, but the monster was too many. Yui pointed over there. The guy said he could see it perfectly. We had to act quickly or those things would start eating innocent people. Rin jumped up and with great speed began to move right into the thick of those things. He had to protect the innocents, for the memories of his childhood still plagued him in his nightmares. The guy ran into the center of the cluster of these creatures and began to chop them with one hand. Orcs did not pose much danger to him, and he was able to deal with them with great ease. It was like an easy walk. The guy chopped off the heads of those pig-like creatures one after another, not for nothing after all. He had been practicing all this time. Now his strength had increased many times over. At this time, a few people were watching everything that was happening. They did not remember themselves from fear. But when they saw how one man easily dealt with these animals, they were even more frightened. They looked at the protagonist with surprised eyes wide with fear. The friends approached the victims and asked, "Are they all right?" The man in the armor stammered and said they were fine. Didn't they kill them all? It was so fast he didn't even notice. The guy smiled and said he was glad he was able to get there in time. Yui began to use her healing on the boy, and early on it immediately began to take hold. People watched in amazement. I couldn't believe my eyes. The wound healed in seconds. The injured people smiled. and thanked their friends for helping them so much. Guy observed all of this from the side, although the girl is at a low level, but her healing skills are very good. Perhaps she had an innate talent for this skill after all. Well, in a few seconds, she'd finished treating the injured victims. Now need to go to the dungeon. The girl looked at the protagonist with surprise. The guy thought, okay, I was originally like this, but even if they make it inside the dungeon, there's no guarantee that the situation there will be better than outside. The problem is that when the dungeon surges, the monsters become much stronger and more aggressive. There's a possibility that they won't be able to handle them now. It's said that it's because of the excess energy that the dungeon uses to maintain the state. There is nowhere to go now, so all the energy goes into the monsters. And now the monsters that dwell there are 1.5 to 2 times stronger. Bosses are also becoming incredibly strong. Sometimes their strength increases tenfold. They are often referred to as the final bosses. After defeating him, the dungeon surge will stop. The longer the surge continues, the stronger the boss becomes. If the dungeon finally collapses, this incredibly strong creature will be on the loose, and many people will be at risk of death. Therefore, it should be killed as soon as possible. Because of its power, you will need a squad a rank higher. The dungeon is C rank, so you need to find a group of B rank adventurers or a squad of players over 5,000 level. The main character would like to participate in this, but his level doesn't allow it. Still in effect, if he broke in there, the girl would probably guess that he could ignore those rules. Besides, he had already told Ray that he had taken over the dungeon yesterday. Even during the dungeon surge period, there are restrictions on entry. This time, they are responsible for exterminating the dungeon monsters. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. It had to be done as quickly as possible to avoid innocent victims. On the lower dungeon level, several adventurers were already fighting the monsters that were trying to break free. They were using all possible spells to hold back the ever-growing power of these monsters. The people were breathing heavily. They had reached the room with the boss, much faster than expected. Now they were standing in front of the oak door, behind which they could already hear the terrifying sounds of the monster that was there. In about 30 minutes, a group from the nearest guild should arrive. The dungeon was in turmoil. People were worried and wanted to hide somewhere as quickly as possible. The danger was riding over them more and more every second. Therefore, Kazami took advantage of this and tried to enter the dungeon first at the expense of his glory. The manager tried to stop him because of his low level, but that person only promised to clear the way for the rank B group. Although it bothered him that he had ignored so many monsters on the path, it was now left to wait for the rest of the factions. After all, the monsters on the path were pretty good. The man sighed heavily, but still, he was able to deal with them. Smiling, the man said that he had a suggestion. Since things had turned out this way, why don't they kill the boss themselves? This suggestion was self-contradictory. Since their faction level was much lower, it could attract more danger to them. At such an offer, the girls were stunned. On their faces, what's he talking about? Shouldn't they wait for reinforcements? They can't do it on their own, can they? But he didn't think of stopping. There was a glint of determination in his eyes, and his voice was firm. He said that he had changed his mind. If the monsters were a little stronger, we would have done so. But things didn't turn out that way. Therefore, they should have the strength to destroy the boss. Isn't it time for them to spread their wings and make a name for themselves? He thinks it's the perfect chance to showcase himself and their team. But his friends didn't share his confidence. What's he talking about? Is this guy out of his mind? Ray looked at him with a surprised look. Is he really that crazy? Their primary goal is to keep the dungeon from collapsing. And him, now he's making some sumo-sbrodic decisions. Does he think their words are that important? But it looks like the others are tied at all, or there's no catch to it. They were completely on their leader's side. The girl said they shouldn't miss the chance to become famous. The others also agreed. They thought it was a good idea. Were they unworthy adventurers? Even if he was stronger, the tank would cover them with his steadfastness. Ray tried her best to talk some sense into them because this is just crazy. Are they really going to do this? That's not what they promised the manager. Well, the man was adamant. It won't matter if the boss is defeated. If she's afraid, she can stay here. They can handle the boss on their own. He said the last words with a kind of unspeakable contempt. The girl caught on to this and looked at him with a startled look. If they do this, they will be rewarded and honored, right? So there's no reason to refuse here. It was clear from the guy's words that he had no intention of backing down at all. But still, she thought this idea was just crazy. To these people, reducing the damage of the dungeon surge was a secondary goal. All they are interested in right now is their own glory and profit. Well, that was his final decision, and he wasn't going to change it. And most of the group agrees with him. He says if the girl doesn't want to, she can stay here. But he wondered if she could handle the remaining monsters behind her. Still, the girl broke down and agreed to go along with them. He smiled and said he thought so. Well, now it had to start. There was no turning back. The leader of the group stood in front as always. He opened the creaky wooden door and stepped inside. The boss was already waiting for them there. Everyone was alert, preparing their magic power in case of an unexpected attack. They finally went inside. Something had changed in there, as if the atmosphere itself had gotten heavier. Ray looked around. There was something she didn't like about this place. It wasn't like before. There was a strange aura of terror in the air. The realization finally dawned on her that they were no longer waiting for reinforcements. Now, that gate would only open when they were defeated or dead. Now, there was no other choice. The huge dungeon boss was already standing in front of them. And now, he looked much more intimidating. There was also an aura of power emanating from him that was even more powerful than the previous time. No wonder, because the dungeon rift had strengthened this monster just like it said. He looked like a killing machine. He was basically the point of it now. He had a huge, sharp axe in his hands. His fangs were even bigger, and his eyes were filled with fury. The monster made a wrenching sound and looked at his future victims. Now that's a surprise. He's certainly strong. The squad leader turned to his girlfriend and asked what she thought about it. The girl smiled and said that we should look at the level first. This is a supreme orc of the 3000th level. After the rest of the squad heard this, a look of fear ran across their faces. Now they finally realized what they were about to face. The boss exceeded their squad's level by almost 1,000, but it didn't seem to bother the guy at all. He clenched his fists and got ready. He had a gambling smile on his face. All right, heroes are those who overcome adversity. They just have to believe in themselves. The rest of the squad tried their best to fight their fears. They tried to convince themselves that they could still succeed. It was very difficult, as each of them realized that the boss was incredibly strong, and to defeat them they would have to do their best. And only one of them realized the hopelessness of their situation. She didn't expect that they could really handle him. It was already clear that the boss was incredibly strong. Their commander didn't think about safety at all, and just sent his companions to their deaths. The squad leader ordered his tank to cover them with his shield. He in turn applied a solid seal to prepare for the boss's strongest strike. The man was already fully confident of his victory. Putting out his hand, he looked at the monster. It was a pity that he couldn't show proper resistance. Well, it was time to finish this thing off. He had already started to apply his thunder spell, but no sooner had he done so than the huge pig-like monster let out a monstrous roar, and everything seemed to change. The air became even heavier, and no one knew what was happening. But something definite had changed. Something terrible was about to happen. Inside, everyone knew it, but no one wanted to show their concern. Ray came to a startled halt. What was this? She felt something strange. There was definitely something wrong here. Everything inside felt like it was shrinking. She could almost physically feel the full power of the monster. But their squad leader didn't seem to care at all. He was still staring at the monster arrogantly. Was this another desperate attempt? But it was already clear to everyone that this monster was going to die. Suddenly, he himself felt something. His expression changed in a second. Suddenly, a multitude of knights appeared beside the boss. Their armor glittered in the muted light. There were so many of them that my body shook, and more of them appeared with each passing second. He asked the Sakura what kind of guys were they. The girl replied that they were nameless knights. All 5 of them had level 2000. Well, okay. He wasn't allowed to show his concern. After all, these guys were enemies. He had never heard of a couple more monsters appearing with the boss. Still, he used his thunder spell. A powerful blow rang out, but there wasn't a single scratch on the knights' bodies. They continued to slowly approach, rattling their armor. They're pretty sturdy. The men noticed that. He ordered Yue and Kosuke to try to stop them. One of the knights swung his huge sword, and the blade passed just a few centimeters from the man's face. He could literally feel the lingering chill that came from that cold sword. Finally, the fear inside him woke up. These monsters are intelligent. They are attacking their rear. This was something he definitely didn't expect. Rei summoned her magic sword to at least try to contain the influx of these monsters. The knights were rather clever creatures. One of them made a diversion with his sword and swung his leg to strike his opponent with all his might. The man was furious. Gritting his teeth, he used a thunder spell with all his might to finally strike the bastard. There was an equally deafening ringing sound, lightning striking the armor. Thank God the girl made it. Did they see it? The knight fell dead. Indeed, one of them fell to the ground and lay motionless. The smoke from the explosion was coming from his body. Okay, there's 4 more to go. After a few minutes, there was only 1 knight left. It was necessary to deal with him as soon as possible, but the strength was almost running out. The boys were pretty exhausted, but we had to deal with him and finish off the Orc Supreme. But now something unexpected happened again, and everyone, without exception, felt it. Their faces were once again horrified. The commander didn't know what was going on. Nobody knew, but something bad was going on. We have to kill the High Orc and get out of here. Something told them that their lives might be cut short now. Sakura looked to the side, and what she saw made her pupils dilate and her insides go cold with terror. Her breathing spasmed, she couldn't think straight. She saw something terrible, something they wouldn't be able to stop. The boss's footsteps became much heavier, as if he weighed several thousand tons. The ground began to shake under the squad's feet. Each of them realized that now the end might come. They're too late. The dungeon has been destroyed. This was no joke now, they were all in mortal danger. They just stood there, staring at the Orc King with their frightened eyes. At this time, he was getting bigger and bigger by the second. Now he almost didn't fit in the boss room anymore. He was steaming, and his fangs had become even more terrifying. He had almost doubled in size, and now it was unclear how to escape from him. The girl realized that the irreversible had happened. The destruction of the dungeon had made this boss even stronger. It must have been collapsing while they were fighting the knights. Now their situation had become even more dire. The man asked Sakura, what level was the boss now? It was no longer the supreme orc. The girl's voice shook with fear. She just stood there in a daze watching as the huge monster approached her. This thing has evolved into an orc general, and its level is... The girl hesitated, her horror completely consuming her. Now this orc's level is 4, the truth was this. With his last strength, the squad leader tried to fight. Why couldn't he do anything? He used the thunder spell again, gathering all his strength into a fist. There was an explosion, but unfortunately the orc was not maimed. He still stood there looking at them with his lifelike eyes. The boy was ready to go insane with fear. He applied the spell time after time in an attempt to stop the monster somehow, but it just wasn't getting through the orc's body. The unique skills weren't working. Now they were powerless in the face of this monster. They wouldn't be able to defeat him no matter what they did. Rei couldn't believe it. The mood of this group was so fragile now. In the face of adversity, they looked like scared chickens. To become stronger, their opponents must be proportionally stronger than them. But this group only managed with their unique abilities, against small monsters. At this rate, it was simply impossible to improve their skills. However, now the group had lost their spirit, they had no cohesion. And this is the first and real fight. The girl was terrified. Now her life depended only on herself. It was useless to rely on the group. This fight had already begun. They would not be able to retreat, and apparently they would not be able to win. The orc looked at them with his bloodshot eyes. Now he wanted to tear these little people apart. They stood on the ground as if they had already accepted their fate. None of them. And so now they had no choice but to accept their deaths. The squad leader stood in front and watched with a devastated look as the monster swung its huge axe to strike him. He couldn't move from his seat in fear. Now his fate was sealed. Rei rushed towards him and shouted for him to move away immediately. Otherwise, the irreparable would happen now. The girl ran towards him, oblivious to the danger. Running up to her comrade, she shoved him aside with all her might to get out of the line of defense. But now she was setting herself up to be hit. Clearly, she couldn't dodge now. and the orc's huge axe went straight into her stomach. The blow was so powerful that her insides were now clumped together in a big lump. Her breathing almost stopped, and her heart stopped beating for a moment. She sighed heavily, as if with that sigh the last bit of her soul had gone out of her. Blood spurted from her mouth and her eyes widened to their fullest extent. The pain was unbearable, and it hit her like lightning, spreading throughout her body. The poor girl flew sideways and crashed into the wall with great speed. Tiles fell from the ceiling and began to fall to the floor. The exhausted girl just slumped to the floor with her lifeless body. Her eyes were closed. It seemed impossible to get up after such a blow. The last shards of consciousness were still present in her head. She tried to fight, and with all her might. The orc general roared a monstrous roar. What should we do? Everyone realized that they couldn't defeat this thing. There was no way out of the dungeon either. The dungeon boss swung his huge axe and prepared to destroy the people in front of him with one blow. The team just stood there and didn't even try to do anything. We had to stop him. But how? This place would become their mass grave, now they had no choice. But the squad leader suddenly came to his senses. He realized that if they couldn't get out of here, they had no other choice. He concentrated the last of his energy in one place and used a powerful thunderbolt. The orc, as if he didn't notice it, roared and already brought his huge sledgehammer over the squad's heads. He was waiting for blood, hungry for killing. A split second later, a tremendous explosion erupted. The axe finally reached its target, hitting the ground with a thud. The guy standing opposite was using his spell, trying his best to hold back the blow. But it was monstrous. Ray still trying to just come to her senses, she sat against the wall. With shards of consciousness, she was trying to figure out what was going on. Her eyes slowly opened, and she began to watch through news sing-songs at what was happening. But suddenly her body felt like it had been electrocuted. It just couldn't be. She saw something incredible. The orc stood whole and unharmed. He still held his huge axe in his hands. From this side, he looked like a huge living statue. He was breathing heavily, and smoke from the impact was coming from his body. 888 her team members were still alive, but their strength had almost left them, and now they just lay on the floor breathing heavily. Now the question was, when would they run out of HP? The orc noticed her. The girl went cold now, she was simply unable to fight. She had to protect herself somehow, or the monster would just destroy her with a single blow. It seemed that this orc was not taking any damage at all. The monster turned around, and with wide, rumbling steps headed towards the members of the squad lying on the ground. When it moved away, the girl saw that there was still one nameless knight left, standing somewhere in the corner, inactive for the moment. The girl barely had time to realize that there was one more knight left. He creaked his armor. Aya pushed his sword aside, a sign that he was about to attack. With heavy steps, he came close to her and held out his sword. The girl realized that she couldn't move. Would this be the end of it? She had already accepted her fate. There was nowhere to run. Now this knight would just finish her off. Now the girl was beginning to suffer the agony of death. She was begging for help from anyone. She had gotten fed up with the last of her strength, that someone would come to their rescue after all. She was still hoping that someone might come to the rescue. Now this door would open and they would finally be set free. However, such a miracle would not happen. The girl realized that she still tortured herself with vain hopes. Heroes are only part of the books read to children at bedtime. In life, everything is different. Before she died, the girl pondered over where they had gone wrong after all. She questioned herself. Why didn't their leader stop? Why couldn't she stop them? Now she blamed herself. The knight had already drawn his sword over her head and prepared to cut the girl in half, the blade already approaching her body at a rapid speed. It looked like it would be the last thing she would ever see in her life. In that case, Rank B group should defeat this monster. But they couldn't handle it, so now they're all going to die. At the very least, let them be the only fools to overestimate themselves. She sat leaning against the cold wall, the cold crawling into her lungs. There was no more fear inside. She just accepted her unenviable fate. She could physically feel the knight drawing his sword even higher to finally bring it down and cut her in half. She closed her eyes and began to think of something pleasant, something that would give her peace before she died. The girl had already made peace with everything, and now, before her eyes were passing passages from her life, which was about to end. But suddenly, something not foreseen happened. The ball didn't go down, and the girl heard something fall to the floor with a resounding sound. It was the mask of a nameless knight. It fell on the tiled floor and rolled forward to the girl's feet. The same knight still stood before her, but now his head was next to her on the floor. A few seconds later, the bulky body shrouded in armor fell to the floor with a loud sound. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. She didn't understand what was wrong. Why was he dead? Who had saved her after all? She looked up and saw a familiar figure with a sword from the back. She immediately recognized her familiar Rin. He was standing with his back turned to her, staring confidently ahead. After a few seconds, he turned around, smiling ironically. He apologized for being late. The girl opened her eyes even wider. She hadn't expected him to be the one to come to her rescue. A few hours before, the guy had been standing upstairs exchanging information with the other adventurers. Looks like the monsters on the surface have been completely exterminated. Well, the townspeople were safe now. The guy told Yui that he was going to the dungeon. Would she go with him? The girl was stunned at the offer. I didn't know what to say. After a few seconds, she pulled herself together. Out of preparedness, she replied that she would of course go along with him. She's an adventurer too, after all. Confidence lit up in her eyes. The guy was surprised. This girl was of a low level, but she had a lot of strength. She had treated nearly 20 wounded in the last hour. Considering her level, she'd already done more than normal, even counting the MP potions. All this time, the girl had been tending to the wounded and helping them recover. In principle, it was expected since she was walking through such dungeons. Okay, we had to go. The girl readily pointed her finger in the direction of the dungeon entrance. She was determined now. She had no fear inside her. She was ready to help in any way she could. Near the entrance of the dungeon, I had many adventurers piled up. There were high-ranked groups here. They had come here to help deal with the monsters that had broken out. We had to hurry. The dungeon was already starting to collapse. More casualties couldn't be allowed to happen. Soon they approached their destination. Seeing a lot of people here, the guy was greatly surprised. What the hell? Noticing an adventurer in shining armor, he recognized a member of the Evening Moon. They had summoned a high-ranking group to deal with the dungeon. If so, then things would go much better. The guy walked up to them and apologized for disturbing them. The two boys stopped talking to each other and gave him worried looks. The protagonist asked, "What happened here?" There was some kind of incomprehensible atmosphere in this place. He had never felt like this before. One of the guys got distracted from his conversation and looked at him carefully. After what he told him, the boy's eyes widened with surprise and horror. It turned out that Kazami and his group were already in the boss's room. At that moment, it was as if something inside him had turned upside down. They're going to die in there. He heard from the group that went to defeat the boss that the doors had closed about 10 minutes ago. The boss room could only be infiltrated with a movement skill. Most likely, the Uniqueness Queen was fighting there now. Maybe they wanted to challenge the boss from the beginning. Given the nature of their leader and his druggies, they would have done it for their popularity. It's silly, but not impossible. Each of them has unique skills, as well as a level above 2. Wait a minute. Something suddenly hit him. A horrible thought pierced my head. Where's Ray? No way. You can't go down there at her level. She's not strong enough to fight that boss. He looked around for the girl, but there was no sign of her. The man from the squad looked at the protagonist in surprise. He didn't know who Ray was. However, he saw 5 people walking in that direction. The man pointed to the entrance of the dungeon. Finally, the kid's starting to get the truth. Damn it, I should have thought faster, so that idiot put her in there. Now the dungeon is in the final stages of destruction. They don't have time to delay. The boss will come out soon, and then it will be almost impossible to deal with him. They must hold him here. But it wasn't that simple. The man gritted his teeth. The situation was getting hotter by the second. The longer the dungeon will stay there inside, the stronger he becomes. Right now, he's probably incredibly strong. It takes a large group with highly ranked players to defeat him. Surely those men must have lost long ago and lie dead in the depths of the dungeon. There was a hopefulness in his voice. At that moment, the guy thought of his friend who had gone inside with them, and now she was probably dead too. But the guy tried his best to push those thoughts away from him. He frowned and in a serious voice told Yui that he would be right back. There was no backing down. His voice was firm, but the girl still didn't understand what he was up to. A look of worry flashed across her face. I did not hesitate for a second. The guy rushed as hard as he could, and people tried to stop him, but he did not listen to them. Now he had only one thought in his head: to get to the room with the boss and save them. Time was running out in seconds. It's going to be pretty hard to get in. However, you can't reveal yourself. He would pretend to enter the dungeon. It was necessary to keep his secret on top of all this. If people found out that he had this unique ability, there would surely be trouble. But still, he dared to use dungeon movement. He accumulated all his magic power, and after a second, he was inside. The man who was one of the group members rushed after him to stop this madman. But it was almost impossible to catch up with him. The guy was moving between floors using his skill. It's okay, they should win. Their squad's abilities are incredible. They should be able to pull it off. It was hope beating in the guy's chest, his strength. He hoped with his last strength that everything would end well. His heart was beating at a redoubled rate. It was necessary to come to the rescue as soon as possible. Soon he was already studying in the boss's room, and what he saw made his heart shudder. Ray was sitting leaning against the wall. She didn't move. Apparently her strength had already left her. The nameless knight was standing in front of her, and had already drawn his huge sword to cut the poor girl down. The guy didn't make it in time at the last moment now. If he doesn't do something, his friend will die. But fortunately, no one had died yet. He gathered all his will into a fist and prepared to attack. He could save them. The boy drew his nameless sword and swung with all his might to strike the knight. He jumped high up and drew his heavy sword, but right now, he couldn't feel its weight. The main task now was to save the poor girl. The knight was already bringing his sword down on her body. Just seconds more and it would all be over. But fortunately, the guy didn't make it in time. The nameless knight sword, and the head separated from the body. At the last second, he managed to prevent a terrible outcome. Ray looked at him dumbfounded, something she hadn't expected. The girl was ready to accept her death, but when she saw her friend, she was relieved. At last, she had come to her aid. At that moment, she thought that miracles do happen. The protagonist looked at her over his shoulder and smiled, apologizing for being late. Now, things were going to go their way. They needed to defeat the boss so that it wouldn't. And while the members of the squad were out, all hope was in the protagonist. The girl shifted her exhausted gaze to him and looked at him hopefully. Now she had no strength even to say a word. She could only sit and watch in silence. The situation was bad. The girl was completely exhausted, and he needed to find a way to give her some strength. He immediately pulled out his inventory and started rummaging through it to find a revitalizing potion. He couldn't wait a second. Soon he found the item he needed and brought the small bottle to the lips of the girl who was barely breathing. It's quite an effective medicine. I need her to take it immediately. If her level is below 1,000, she will easily regain her full health. Everyone will be fine. Now he's here. The guy looked at her with hope and relief. She was still alive, but her strength was gradually leaving her. The girl coughed but drank the medicine nonetheless. It tasted pretty nasty. Still a little coming to her senses, in a weak voice, she asked the guy, why did he come here? She still couldn't believe her happiness, that things wouldn't turn out so badly. The guy replied that there were things that needed to be done right now. His voice sounded confident and firm. As she listened to this, hope began to rise in her heart. As soon as she could move, have him give everyone a drink of this potion. He gave a few more vials, and the girl gratefully accepted them. They stood there for a few seconds, looking at each other with perplexed looks. She tried to gather her thoughts, because just now she was on the verge of death, and now she had the only thread of hope. The boy stood there, looking at her with a look of warmth and concern. He looked at the boss. He was level 4, God. He's so strong that it makes me want to run away. But right now there was no escape, and he had no intention of retreating at all. The guy put his will into his fist and prepared for battle. Before his eyes he changed. His face flashed with confidence and excitement. The monster looked at him with bloodshot eyes. He was ready to slaughter his victims when he was suddenly interrupted, and now the monster was furious. The boy raised his sword and looked at it with a smile. He hadn't shown himself again after that battle with the nameless knight. Now it was his time. He looked at the tip of his sword, which glittered playfully in the light of the dungeon. The monster became even more enraged and swung his huge axe, looking down at the guy. The huge pig-like monster let out a roar that could only be heard in the underworld. The boy pointed the tip of his sword at it. Now it was time for battle. He didn't have an ounce of fear inside him. He was now ready to fight the monster at full strength. This was not only a challenge to save his friend's life, but a challenge to himself. Now, he would show him how to fight a lower level. Ray still couldn't regain consciousness. Her strength was too weak even to get up off the ground. She only had to silently watch in amazement as her friend fought the monster that outnumbered him by several times. Therefore, immediately, not even a second, pushed off the ground, and at a tremendous speed ran straight at the monster. Even the air itself seemed to be filled with electricity during this battle. From the outside, they looked like David and Goliath fighting for life and death. The monster roared and swung its huge axe, the tip of which had so recently struck terror into the air. But the boy, small in comparison with the monster, ran at him, fearlessly thrusting his sword forward. This picture was so striking that the girl was speechless for a second. The battle promised to be bloody. There would be only one winner. Not only the life of the protagonist, but the lives of his friends depended on this exodus. Therefore, he could not lose. The guy ran straight at the monster. Now he didn't know what fear was. In his hands, he had the cold hilt of his sword. It gave him confidence. Although he realized that this sword had some nuances, but now it didn't matter to him. He deftly jumped aside and swung his sword, hitting the monster right in the stomach, his armor cracking. The monster roared. He still managed to strike. Shards of armor flew in different directions. The dungeon boss grinned his ugly mouth and looked at the boy with bloodshot eyes. At this time, the boy did not waste a moment and struck one by one. His breathing had evened out, and now he was completely focused on victory. When fighting such a monster, there was no room for error. Just one blow could cost him his life. He understood that very well. The blows came one after another. The opponents were as strong as each other. The boy tried his best to break through the monster's armor, but it was incredibly strong. At some points, the sword would just bounce off them to the sides. The guy could feel the recoil. Sometimes he gripped the hilt of the sword even tighter to keep it from slipping out of his hands. The protagonist panted heavily. It was harder than he thought. One hit would be enough for him to say goodbye to his life. Even if he increased the radius of his attacks, it wouldn't have much effect. As the beast prepared to strike back, it roared with its toothy maw. Now the protagonist had only one battle strategy: hit and run away, the only way in which one could win in his case. The monster was terribly strong and tough. You had to be careful and think of every move you made to avoid falling victim to a fleeting blow. In addition to its size, despite being huge, the monster was incredibly fast. Rin looked back. Ray had already regained consciousness and was helping the rest of the men. All the squad members were lying almost breathless. This battle had exhausted them a lot, and now they needed to be brought back to their senses. For now, the protagonist needed to provide some time for the girl to bring everyone else to their senses. Ray watched it all from the sidelines and admired the guy. And now, in her eyes, he looked like a true hero. A man who was able to defy an unknown creature that was many times his strength. The blows of the sword against the armor rang out. The monster was holding back almost all the blows. It seemed like it was taking no damage at all. Watching from the sidelines, the girl didn't understand how this was even possible. She didn't recognize her buddy. It seemed like he was a completely different person. His movements were quick and precise. All this time, she doubted that the guy could defeat him. But now she saw how he moved like a bullet. The monster didn't have time to strike him at all. The girl remembered that a week ago they were on the same level. And now he was fighting an enraged boss on equal footing. It was unbelievable. What level was this guy? How did he manage to acquire such incredible strength in such a short time? After all, their entire squad was unable to deal with the boss. And now this guy is single-handedly fighting back. But then the girl started to realize something. Wait a minute, there was definitely something wrong here. She was thinking. They had one break and it was pretty weak. The girl began to recall events from the past. She remembered the words of her leader. Perhaps he would tell her his name. His name was Amane Rin. He was a terrible adventurer, with a unique ability to move in a dungeon. Finally, the girl began to realize something. Her eyes widened and her breathing hitched. Her attention stopped at the name of the ability, Dungeon Moves. As the name suggests, one could move around in the dungeon with ease, not even needing to enter through the boss's door to get to his room. But where did this growth speed come from? This was a question that kept her on her toes. She thought about it even more, and began to search inside her head for answers. She really wanted to know how this guy, who had been talked about so unflatteringly, had been able to achieve such incredible success. Something was definitely wrong. She had to find out, no matter what. The girl began to remember the strange behavior of her acquaintance. She remembered how he bit his fingers nervously when he talked to her. She remembered that he said he had already cleared a dungeon yesterday, so today was his day off. It just can't be. If what he said then was true, then he has... The girl finally realized it. She couldn't come to her senses. So if what she's guessing is true, this guy has more potential than anyone in the world. Now he can level up almost indefinitely. At this moment, the main character was fighting the boss and didn't even notice anything around him. They were in some crazy dance, a deadly dance in which there could be only one outcome. The girl looked at him, her eyes wide open. She couldn't believe that this was really possible. Is this guy really that strong? But in any case, she must find out if they were to survive. Rin fought the monster and struck one after another, but Lord was able to defend himself skillfully because he had a level 4,000. Ray folded her hands and looked at her friend pleadingly. Right now, all she wanted was for this guy who had come to her rescue to win. He was the only one she hoped for. If he failed, they would all just die here. At this time, the guy, without noticing anything around him, was fighting the monster. He landed on the ground with a loud sound. He realized he was weak. With the monsters outnumbering him, he realized one thing. Emotions on the battlefield are unnecessary. They don't get in the way of concentration, and because a man's anger or joy can cause him to miss a shot, you have to be completely focused on the battle. You can't make mistakes. You had to let go of all your feelings. Anger, joy, anxiety. If he didn't, his fate would be decided here and now. Even the fear that had possessed him until now had to be cast away. The soul must be empty and the head must be cold. Only cold calculation has a place here, only it can ensure victory. Rin shifted his gaze to the monster now. It had to be destroyed for this not to be. And from the monster's stinking mouth dripped a slimy saliva. By all means, he must win. Concentrate completely on the enemy. Pay no attention to anything else. The creature stared at him with its lifeless eyes. That was his specialty. His advantage. Weak men put everything on the line to win. The guy started swinging his sword with double the speed and power. It was as if a whirlwind of blades had formed around him. With fury, he looked at his opponent. Now, his heart overflowed with hatred and the desire to win. He thought of his friends who had been in danger so recently. The guy channeled all his anger and hatred into his punch. Right now his main target was the boss. However, that becomes the worst fear. Putting everything on the line can also lose everything. But now, there was no thinking. He had to act. Movement had to be automatic. The roar of the monster brought him out of his thoughts. You had to let go of everything. Free his head for the battle. He rushed forward, his speed was simply monstrous. The boy couldn't see anything around him. All his attention was narrowed to one point, to one opponent, on the victory over whom depended his life, and the lives of people dear to him. The monster looked at him with its lifeless eyes and bared its teeth. He swung his axe and stomped his foot with such force that the earth began to split, and fragments of stones flew straight at the protagonist. But he saw it all, and it was not difficult for him to dodge the stones. Since that's the case, it's to choose a different battle tactic. The guy applied a search for the enemy. It was necessary to distribute his strength so as not to get hit, and to make accurate, quick strikes. Only in this way would he be able to win. It was necessary to put everything on one blow. Otherwise, he had no choice. In other words, he could sense everything around him, even the rocks flying at him. Thanks to this sense, the guy started maneuvering around the flying rocks, and none of them could hit the target. The monster looked at him questioningly. The monster didn't understand how this kid could move with such speed. He's only human. The monster let out a wrenching growl and prepared to attack again. He tossed his axe and it flew high into the air. At that moment, the monster folded his arms into a lock and swung around, ready to strike and swat the boy with one of his powerful blows. If he didn't dodge, he would be left with only a bloody stain. The girl looked at the whole thing with horror and shouted for the lad to be careful. Horror flashed in her eyes. Right now, she realized that the guy wouldn't be able to dodge such an attack. Without the iron axe, the monster's speed was much greater. The girl's breath hitched now. She realized that the guy was on the verge of death. She had to do something. At this time, and the protagonist wasn't worried at all. He smiled. Too bad. But he had already seen this coming. The guy bounced to the side and with all his might, pushed off the cracked ground with his feet. With a deft dodge to the side, he remained unharmed, and the monster plunged his huge fist straight into the ground. There was a monstrous impact, and the ground itself seemed to tremble beneath his feet. Dust began to fall from the ceiling. Rock fragments flew in different directions. The monster had missed, but the boy was unharmed. He ran in the other direction, and the monster raised his fist and roared with a frenzied stare in the direction of the protagonist. The monster was angry. He couldn't catch that annoying little moth. Slowly, the boss's patience began to run out. The boy had done it, but now he had to get the timing right and put all his strength into his kick. He pushed off the ground so hard that it sagged under his feet. Now it was his turn to strike. He screamed and looked at the monster with all the hatred he could muster. He jumped up to the monster's jaw, and with all his might, he punched his fist right into the monster's jaw. The monster staggered and blood spurted out of its mouth. Surprisingly, the strength of this kid's punch was unbelievable now. The monster did not expect such an exodus of events. His mind went blank. But the boy was in no hurry to waste time. He immediately grasped his sword to deliver a decisive blow and finally defeat the monster. Naturally, that wasn't all. Guy had prepared well. I knew that this monster was so easy for me to defeat. He looked at the beast with eyes full of excitement. Now he wasn't afraid at all because he realized his superiority. The beast no longer posed any danger to him. He saw it as a fun game where he was proving his strength to himself. It was the perfect opportunity to show what he was capable of. After all, he'd been considered weak all this time. And now he would prove it. The sword appeared in his hands, the cold hilt resting in his hand. He was used to feeling the weight of the ball in his hand. There was only one last strike left to make, and the beast would be defeated. In general, this battle lasted only a few seconds, but for the guy, time began to flow differently. Everything slowed down around him. He acted as if in slow motion. He anticipated the boss's every move. His speed was so monstrous that the monster couldn't even keep up with him. It was time for the final blow. He started swinging his sword, striking one after another. With all his strength, he struck the monster time after time. Now his body was experiencing a monstrous overload, but he didn't feel it. All he was thinking about was the safety of his friends. His body was at its limit, but right now, that was not a hindrance to him. The boy screamed, putting into that scream all his hatred, all his pain accumulated over the years, all his strength that he had worked so hard to achieve. He was almost close to the back of the monster's head to deliver a devastating blow. The monster didn't notice him, and this was the perfect opportunity to end it once and for all. Guy already had his sword drawn. The blade was ready to slice through the monster's hard flesh. There was the sound of his armor sharpening. He still managed to hit it in the back of the head. But that wasn't all. A few more efforts were needed to finally finish this battle. The boy gritted his teeth and put all his remaining strength into it. The beast roared, its eyes bloodshot. It had never felt such pain before. Its teeth opened, and out of it came a scream of more despair than ever before. But the huge boar was not going to give up so easily. He tensed his whole body and threw the boy aside. The protagonist flew away, almost losing his balance. The monster raged and roared with all his might. The boy barely slowed down in time, leaving columns of dust behind him. The boar grasped his axe and swung it to finally nail the man. The guy was breathing heavily, his thoughts confused. This blow wasn't the decisive one after all. He had to think of another way, but his strength was fading. The monster, it turned out, had only gotten angrier. He roared and held his huge axe in his hands, ready to attack again. This battle was slowly dragging on. Rin bounced off and stopped right in front of the monster that continued to rampage. From this angle, One could see how huge this monster was. One of its legs was the size of a man's height. The guy held his sword, thrusting it forward and prepared to attack again. This battle wasn't over yet. The girl watched it all from the sidelines, but she had no way to influence the outcome of the battle. She was very scared. She had never seen adventurers so strong that they could challenge a high-level dungeon boss like this. She saw the monster's eyes fill with blood, and at that moment she realized that something terrible was about to happen. But she realized that the guy had everything under control. The dust cleared and there was no one at the spot where the protagonist had just stood. He jumped high up. The monster couldn't find him. Ray shifted a startled and surprised look to the side, trying to find her comrade. At this time, the guy thought it over, and jumped so high that he was almost under the ceiling of the boss's room. The monster lost sight of him, and that gave him a chance to concentrate and redirect his attack. The monster searched the guy's eyes, unable to find him in any way. At this time, he gripped his ball tighter and prepared to make a final attack. Rin grouped up and pushed off the wall with tremendous force. Now, all he had to do was get close enough to the monster to end this once and for all. He pushed off and put all his strength into that push. He had no margin for error. The monster finally noticed him and shifted its surprised gaze to the protagonist, who was already flying at full speed to slay the creature. Now, it would be decided. One blow will end the battle. His eyes blazed with rage. It was all useless. No matter how the monster defended himself, he would still break through his defenses. But the monster was not going to give up. As if sensing it, he thrust his axe forward and roared. Stinking saliva began to drip from its mouth again. The guy spun in a deadly whirlwind. It was as if he was covered in a multitude of blades that were ready to crash into the monster's body and slash him through. Its speed was so great that it was impossible to see the guy. Now it would be decided. A crushing blow had to be struck. He put all the power, all the energy he'd been holding back all this time into his sword. Now, he would be finished. The boy shouted, and in that shout there was a mixture of rage and battle. There was the sound of tearing flesh. He had struck after all. No one even had time to notice, but it was over. The guy landed a few meters away from the monster. He was still standing there for a while, not understanding what had happened. After a few seconds, the monster's head began to separate from its body. After that, it fell to the ground with a loud sound. Now it was definitely over. The huge pig's head was lying on the ground now. This thing wouldn't harm anyone. The girl stood there and didn't realize how it was already over. She could not believe what was happening. She could not believe that the danger had passed, and they had survived. At the same time, she was incredibly happy. Happy that they had succeeded. The monster's body fell to the ground with a loud thud, and now it was over. The girl looked at it all with dazed eyes, but inside her was an incredible joy. The guy was standing a little far away. He turned to the girl and winked at her with his cheerful gaze. It was already over. There was confidence in his voice that he came out the winner. Ray looked at him with a look full of tears. She couldn't believe that it was over and their lives were not in danger. An invisible voice reported that Dungeon Boss I has been defeated. Received 233 levels. Dungeon capture reward. Level increased by level bearing end was obtained, but suddenly an error popped up. Their eyes crossed. The protagonist's gaze was confident, while the girl could not contain her emotions. Her eyes were filled with tears of happiness. The guy went over to her and tried to calm her down. Through her tears, smiling, she thanked him for his help. He only nodded in response. The girl said through her tears that she was very glad that everyone was saved and alive. At this time, the rest of the crew were just lying there unconscious, completely exhausted. Rin looked down at them and thought to himself that he too was glad it had ended safely. He'd made it in time after all. It was a predictable outcome. Kazami had it coming. At least he didn't get killed. However, they still put themselves in great danger. That man should pay for everything. Because of his ego, the team was in mortal danger. They could have all been killed. Ray lowered her gaze and blame said it applied to her as well. After all, she couldn't stop him. At this time, the girl felt guilty. But the main character came up to her and caressed her head affectionately. The girl was surprised at this, but did not resist. She looked up at him in surprise, but smiled. and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It was unusual, but it felt good. Well, if he says so, so be it. She wouldn't resist. The girl's eyes were incredibly grateful that the guy had helped them get out of here alive. She wondered how he got here. Because the gate was closed. And that's where the problem started. The guy couldn't tell all the secrets, as he realized that it would cause unnecessary questions. He was embarrassed and tried to avert suspicion. But I guess it was too late to deny it. The girl realized it was all thanks to the dungeon, right? She had guessed everything, and now she was looking at him seriously. The guy was shocked at this turn of events, so she knew everything. It's okay if she finds out he can move into the boss's room. If that's the case, yes. She'll ask one more thing. She looked at him with a serious look. If you use the dungeon move, can it be retraced? Her voice sounded firm and cold. The protagonist was still trying to justify himself, and there was a small pause between them. They looked at each other, unable to find normal words. After that, a little stammering, the protagonist answered that no, you can't. The girl understood everything here, too. Then I see, so you can. His plan had broken down literally before his eyes, and there was no way to justify himself. He tried with all his might to avert suspicion from himself, but the girl told him not to worry. She wouldn't tell anyone about it. This secret will remain only between them. She herself realized that if everyone found out how he had become so strong, in a short period of time he would be in big trouble. The girl didn't seem to intend him as an enemy. The protagonist scratched the back of his head. You certainly can't hide anything from this person. She's incredibly perceptive. That's right. He'd be happy if she didn't say that to anyone. Ray smiled good-naturedly and said that she would never betray the person who had just saved her life. They stood in the middle of the room with the boss and pondered what would happen next, how they would explain defeating the last boss. It's not like he died by some miracle. After defeating such a boss, the dungeon will collapse and the return area will pop. Everyone in the dungeon returns to the surface at the same time. Rin thought for a moment and said that she should say that Kazami and the others had passed out, and that she had dealt with the boss herself. The girl waved her hands and said that they wouldn't believe that. She decided to offer her own version. Just before everyone fell unconscious, Kazami managed to shoot a huge lightning bolt. It hit the boss and caused a huge explosion. Have them say the explosion was enough to overpower everyone. That would be a good one. Said it would be the best outcome. And they saw that she couldn't do much damage. The protagonist thought, well, okay, so be it. Though he still didn't believe it. Something was troubling him. However, and because of that, Kazami might become even more arrogant. He imagined his worst enemy basking in the glory. They looked at their companions who lay unconscious. She thought it would be okay. After that, everyone realized the horrors of the dungeon. And even though they seemed to be in that situation again, now she would be able to stop them. Ray said she would be watching them diligently from now on. The girl looked confident, and her words could be trusted. The guy sighed heavily. He was pretty tired during this time. Too much upheaval. He agreed, then they would stop at that option. It was time to collect the trophy. They began to fumble around the boss's room with their eyes. Where is the corpse of the nameless knight? I wonder if he could get another nameless sword. The girl apparently noticed the confusion and said if he meant that nameless knight, he disappeared during the boss battle. Rin was upset. According to the girl, they were very strange. Yes, their numbers were large. No wonder that knight disappeared. At least it's worth collecting magic stones. He leaned over the corpse of one of the defeated knights, and I started to pull out magic stones that could be sold for a lot of money. A second later, a huge magical stone was in his hands. It was of such size and purity he had never seen before. This stone must be worth at least $1 million. Rin looked at the stone with a glittering gaze. He was already imagining how he would sell it and get rich. Nothing like that would come over him because of this stone, right? There was still doubt in him. Well, the time had come. He turned to his girlfriend and asked if she could tell him she was here to be a hero. The girl looked at him in surprise. And that's how this dungeon was cleared. He defeated the final boss, and together they made their way to the surface. She and Ray were reprimanded by the caretaker and guild member Yoyozuki for killing the boss without waiting for reinforcements, because of the entrance to the crumbling dungeons. The explanation about defeating the last boss was easy for them to believe. It saved them most of the trouble and questioning. That was all. The friends stood outside, talking among themselves. They needed to rest after such a hard adventure. Yui said she was surprised when the protagonist rushed into the dungeon. The girl laughed. He was so shocked he even forgot he couldn't get there. The guy got embarrassed again. Yes, that's exactly what it was. It was even kind of embarrassing. He looked at the girl with surprise. It was as if she was upset about something. The protagonist had come to save her. It was all for nothing, though. Rin looked at her with a smile and nodded. Yui noticed this and frowned. For some reason, she felt like these two were close. Para didn't turn around to her and gave her a surprised look. "What's the matter?" Ray noticed the tension beginning to rise between them. What was it? Something was wrong with this girl. Yui smiled and said in a cocky voice that she would never lose to Ray. Soon, the three of them moved forward, and when they started calling each other by name, the boy was surprised, and walking at this time was quite difficult. The girls were holding his hands tightly. He sighed heavily. The guy suggested we go faster, and everyone agreed with glee. The guy pondered, and his new title that he had gotten while defeating the boss sounded intimidating. He sat on his bed and pondered. You can get it by killing the last boss alone. Pretty good buffs, but there was a bug hanging over him. Although technically, he wasn't alone. It's probably the only last boss he fought, probably won't be useful. It's better to focus on the dungeons he's conquered. What happens when he's conquered 10 dungeons? At that point, he still had 6 more dungeons to conquer. He's getting stronger and stronger, however. He was still a long way from the strongest players. The strongest in the world, this peak is very high. He could only look down on it. In his dreams, he really wanted to be there, and he would do anything to get there. But that was only before. Now there was a strength in him to go forward, to climb that peak. He began to realize it. From the very first time he was taken with you by an unknown adventurer, he wanted to become like that man. Faced with another series of setbacks, he passed them. And now, he swears here and again before himself. He clenched his fist in his hand. He swore to himself to become the fastest, the strongest in this world. At this time, determination overwhelmed his heart. Now no one could stop him. The office of the guildmaster of the Yoyozuki Guild was quiet. The man was sitting at his desk with his feet on the desk, apparently resting. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He immediately took his feet off the table and adopted a serious expression on his face. Coughing, he said in a serious voice that it was all right to come in. A girl appeared in the doorway, and her expression made it clear that she was worried about something. Apparently, she had something serious to talk about. She looked at the man reproachfully and said that he needed to be more focused because people take an example from him. That time with your hands. What does she say? She can call him daddy if she wants to. The girl's voice continued to be serious. She said he should draw boundaries between work and personal space. Yeah, she wouldn't call him that. Tears of resentment rolled from the man's eyes. He heard their victory is due. The man said he was glad it had ended well. He was even worried when he heard that someone had infiltrated it. The girl replied that the infiltrators were the uniquenesses. They were, of course, reprimanded for being so AWOL. The man nodded. All clear, so the infiltrators nodded again. The man nodded understandingly. So the infiltrators were the kings of uniqueness. The girl nodded again. Does he know anything about them? The man nodded. A year ago, he had already heard of them. Surprising, even. Dungeon Surge has reached the final stage, hasn't it? He didn't think they had the strength to deal with him. But it was a hard-fought victory. All but one member of the group lost consciousness. The man woke up, by the way. Something was bothering him. Wasn't that Rina Mani? No, as far as he could remember, that person had left the group. No, it was the girl who had recently joined them, Rei Kurosaki. The girl was surprised. Wait a minute. Did he say Amane Rin? Her eyes widened. In fact, after the destruction of the dungeon, aside from the Uniqueness Kings and their guild members, there was one more person returning from there. His name was exactly Rin Amane. The man jumped in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. Didn't this mean that he could defeat the boss? The girl became even more serious. They said he had rushed into the dungeon already after the battle had started. Their guys confirmed that the gate was closed. Therefore, there was no way he could have gotten out of there. There was a look of incomprehension on their faces. The man coughed. He supposes that's what common sense says. The girl looked at him with a frightened look. So he knows him? The man nodded affirmatively. A year ago, he had invited him to join their guild. The man had turned him down rather quickly. The man was off duty, therefore was without a card. He might have thought the man was lying, so the master himself tried to recruit him. Is he that good? There was surprise in the girl's voice. Her father chuckled. No, this man was weak, so he was considered foolish by many for doing such a thing. But she still couldn't understand. Then why? Because of his unique set of skills, they gave her hope. A wry smile flashed across his father's face. However, it was the man's eyes that attracted him the most. His appearance was rather ordinary, but not his eyes. He's the kind of man who is willing to go to any lengths for his goal. A dangerous man. Now it was as if the man realized something. He looked at his daughter. That's right. This man has the same eyes as her. She looked at him with incomprehension. The girl's name was Claire. Her face darkened, as if this conversation had not been good for her. She was embarrassed and hurried out of her father's room as quickly as possible. She went out quickly, and when she closed the door, she leaned against it and started breathing heavily. Memories from the past came flooding back to her. People she loved. Happy times, moments spent with them. However, her brother is always there for her. If she can't get up, he will help her. She will always be at his side, and she is grateful for everything he has done for her. Hannah woke up and sitting up in her bed, breathing heavily. She still couldn't come back from the dream, which was surprisingly realistic to the point of seeming like some nostalgic dream, but she couldn't remember anything. But after a few seconds, she had a terrible realization. She was late. She opened the door with a bang, and her brother was waiting for her. He turned around and greeted her, but she didn't even seem to be paying attention to him. Finally, seeing that she was not alone, the girl said hello to the protagonist. She started screaming. Why didn't he wake her up earlier? At that time, the boy was in the kitchen. She rarely sleeps like this, so he didn't wake her up. He made toast, let her sit down and eat. The girl sat down at the table and began to chew a piece of bread. At this time, the main character came up to her from behind and began to fix her hair. From such a sign of attention, the girl was very surprised. What had gotten into him? Smiling, the guy said she hadn't braided her hair yet. Let her eat for now, and he would take care of it. The girl was devouring a piece of bread with gusto, a blush of embarrassment appearing on her cheeks. The guy didn't even remember. It's been a long time since he's done this. In further news related to the dungeon, they were sitting in front of the TV watching the morning news. The prefecture was looking for high-level adventurers to clean up a new dungeon. In a rank B dungeon, an adventurer with a unique monster control skill had passed away. The girl chewed her bread and listened intently to what the news was saying. In Japan, a new rank adventurer had been born. There were only a few such adventurers in the world, and the number did not exceed 3 digits, making them incredibly rare. The guy continued to braid her hair. It was incredibly soft and silky. Apparently, the girl took good care of them. As of this year, the age criteria for registering adventurers had dropped significantly. Now it will be possible to register from the age of after this phrase. The girl's eyes widened with surprise. She was 16 years old. So her time had come. She closed her eyes and began to visualize how she would already be an adventurer. It was something she had decided to do a long time ago. Now she could be an adventurer too. In the meantime, the guy, not paying any attention, was enthusiastically braiding her hair. He's not bad. After all, she had a neat ponytail with a bow on it. The boy had managed to braid her hair properly after all. The girl looked up at him and smiled her thanks. Tut nodded affirmatively. Suddenly she jerked herself. It had been so long already. She had to run. The girl got up from her seat and ran towards the exit of the room. The main character smiled warmly after her and wished her a good day. 3 days had passed since the dungeon was destroyed. He was once again on the lower floors of the Arakawa dungeon. Along with this run, it was the 150th circle. Reward for capturing the dungeon, an increase of 2 levels. A sign popped up with information. It said that by feeding that the protagonist had captured this dungeon the maximum number of times, he gets a level-up bonus of 5. The next time he captured the dungeon, he would no longer receive the reward. That was it. The guy smiled. Everything was going swimmingly. It's the time he's been waiting for. He would drop that 7,000 SP on him. He opened the inventory plate. So much for this skill. Moving to the dungeon could be pumped up 1 level. 6,000 SP to increase by 3 levels. He'd already put his finger in to press the desired plaque. Now his main skill was level 15. Growth rate as expected, the growth rate was increasing rapidly. What was to be seen was what would happen upon reaching level 20. There were still 5 more levels to go. This one he could handle very easily. The boy clenched his fist and prepared for another run. He would fight even harder starting tomorrow. At this time, he had full confidence within him, but the next day he couldn't do anything. He'd been through every dungeon he'd ever been in. The guy had a doomed look on his face. His mood was worse than ever. He sat on his bed and pondered. Maybe he should go to another dungeon with less difficulty than Kenzaki. Well, it couldn't be helped. Soon he arrived at the restaurant where Ray was already waiting for him. The protagonist apologized and asked how long she had been waiting for him. The girl smiled and replied that she had just arrived. That stumped the guy. I see, so it had to be like this. He remembered the moment when he was waiting for Yui and told her directly that he had been waiting for her for a long time. Just as he was thinking of meeting her himself, the guy was in high spirits. He wanted to know what happened to Kaz and the others. The girl was stunned. She had expected something completely different, but she didn't show it even though it was very difficult. The boy looked at her in surprise. Isn't she sick by any chance? They sat at the table and talked as if nothing had happened. The girl said she had spoken to Kenzaki yesterday. He apologized for putting the whole group in danger. He said he was disbanding the group because he wasn't fit to lead it. At that moment, the protagonist was very much surprised. Did he really say that? He had a hard time believing it. He thought that after the victory, he'd go back to his normal routine. But it turned out not to be so. His unique skill is so strong that in the past year, he has never been in a really critical situation. It was only after this incident that he realized how dangerous the dungeon was. He was also puzzled by the question of whether Ray was really able to defeat the boss. At that moment, the guy became wary. Could this man be guessing something? But the girl was quick to reassure him everything was fine. In the end, he agreed that it was only an accident. Almost all modern dungeons have a safe tactic to them. Therefore, it is rare to find yourself in a desperate situation. How many can get back on their feet after surviving such a thing? I wonder if there are any. The guy asked her. So now she's free and not part of any guild. Has she decided what she's going to do next? The girl looked down and quietly answered yes. She put her hand to her chest and said she'd keep doing it, because she had a new goal. The boy wondered, a goal? He was about to ask her what her goal was. The girl interrupted him and said it was a secret. At that moment, both me and the shocked guy blushed with embarrassment. Well, I see, but don't let her overdo it. The girl nodded back at him understandingly. There was an awkward silence between the two for a while. Neither of them dared to say a word. They just sat there looking at each other in silence. The tea in the mugs had already started to cool down. For a second, the thought flashed through the protagonist's mind that if that was the case, he could start a band with her, or invite her somewhere. Suddenly, the girl woke up and said that she had almost forgotten something important. She started rummaging through her purse and took out some paper bags. She handed it to the guy. He looked at it in surprise. The girl said it was money. There was 4.5 million. The protagonist was horrified. Such a large sum. Wait a minute. Why did she give it to him? He doesn't need that money. The guy started to shove the money back to her and tried to deny her. That day, Rin had used high-end healing potions on them. The girl remembered that moment. Each of them was probably worth at least 1 million. She had only repaid her debt. She looked closely at the protagonist and apologized she only had half. The rest, she would send as soon as she could. She looked determined. There was no way to talk her out of it. Looks like the guy had no choice. Well, in that case, he agreed to take them. It wouldn't be polite to refuse since she asked so insistently. The girl thanked the protagonist once again. The boy was terribly embarrassed. He tried his best to fight it. Soon they left the cafe. There were a lot of people on the street, each of them hurrying about their business, not paying attention to anyone. They stood opposite each other and continued to stare. The girl became embarrassed and her cheeks turned red again. She started to tell me boldly, if he didn't mind, she would like to go to the dungeon with him again. The guy also got embarrassed and timidly replied that of course that would be a good idea. It sounded tempting. After saying goodbye to each other, they went in different directions. From the outside, it looked like the couple was on a first date. As he walked forward, the boy was completely immersed in his thoughts. Time would come, and perhaps their fates would cross in the future. Perhaps it will happen more than once, but for now it's all they can do to wait. Hama looked at him with a joyful gaze, excitement shining in her eyes. The girl asked him if he was free this weekend. The protagonist smiled and replied that he should be free by then. Hannah smiled and said then let him get his clothes ready to get comfortable. She had plans. Rin wondered what was she up to. Would he really be forced to store and carry things? That was the last thing he wanted to do. Sometimes it's nice to just walk around and relax, but it still shouldn't go over any limits. Soon they arrived at their destination. The younger sister readily pointed her finger forward and happily announced that they had already arrived at their destination. Quite unexpectedly, they found themselves in front of the entrance to Sumfuku's dungeon. It was a ranky dungeon. The protagonist was stunned. He didn't know what to say to her. What's going on here? Why are they in front of the dungeon? His sister was very much startled by this reaction and told him not to scream so suddenly, but the boy still couldn't calm down. He thought they were going shopping. His sister wondered. Hadn't she explained? She mused. In Japan, the minimum age of entry is, but in recent times, adventurers have become very influential in the government. As a consequence, the minimum age of entry became, but from this year, according to global standards, the minimum age of entry became. So, the girl was exactly 16 years old. Once past that age, one only has to complete the Adventurers Association training. Then one becomes a qualified adventurer. Unlike her, Rin had to take the course separately from the school. But now they've been given the opportunity to take the course in parallel with the school. Well, still couldn't believe his sister would take such a step. Now he was finally beginning to understand. So that was why she had suddenly decided to go to the dungeon. Those who came through the school had already taken the courses and were pre-qualified. Today they must go to the dungeon under the guidance of members of the Adventurers Association. If you wish, you may bring a friend with you to back you up in the dungeon. Well, guys, it's starting to get clear. Since that's the case, have her tell him what she'd do if he had a kickback. The girl was surprised at the word rollback. She didn't even know it was possible. The guy wondered, was she sure she had taken the course? He was beginning to have some doubts. The people around the dungeon had already started to gather. The girl grabbed her older brother's hand and dragged him behind her. The girl grabbed her older brother's arm and dragged him along. There were quite a few people there. It was even unusual for him to see so many adventurers in one place. He was used to being on his own after all. They're recruiting people from many schools. To participate in the trial entrance, they need to sign up and put their names in. A man dressed in adventurer's clothing was loudly explaining the rules of the first pass. If one was a parent or guardian, one had to show their status. Name level alone was sufficient. But something still troubled the protagonist. He kept getting the feeling that something was wrong here. Something was wrong. But his sister seemed to be completely calm. Then they had to go quickly. Kazami and his team raised level 2000 and made a very big fuss. Then what happens when they find out that the protagonist's level is already past 5,000? In the worst-case scenario, the mystery of his displacement would be revealed. All this time, the guy was wondering if there was a way to fake his level. He told his sister to wait a minute while he opened the status window. The girl looked at him in surprise. She was very happy that her older brother had agreed to go to the dungeon with her. At this time, the protagonist was frantically trying to find a way to hide his real level. The situation was getting very bad. Hiding advanced skills. All this skill can do is overwrite information from the status window. But it's mostly abused. Infiltrating low-level groups and looting their items. Also, some get into high-level groups and parasitize them. But there is simply no way to know if he owns or not. And even if they do, they can't be charged with any crime. He needs it to get around unnecessary problems. Well, he's got the skill. Lucky he had so much SP. Now he can rewrite his level. All the while, his little sister watched his manipulations in amazement. She was supposed to be clueless. He had to hurry, finally, and ran up to his sister. They stood in a line where there were already quite a few people. In general, the form took participants and studied their level. His name was Katagiri. He was from the Adventurers Association. The man asked them to give their names. The girl gave her name and said it was a pleasure to meet her. Then she said that the guy standing next to her was her older brother, and he had come to accompany her. The man asked him to show his status. A sign popped up in front of him that said the guy was level 1034. Smiling, the man thanked them for their cooperation. He was incredibly friendly, after which he said that they would enter a rank E dungeon. With that level, he didn't think they would have any problems. Even if something were to happen, the man's level was over 70,000, so they shouldn't worry too much. The guy sighed and said that it was very reassuring. The man continued. He said that besides him, the association has attracted C rank and above youth. They're some of the best. Oh, they were right on time. Another guy approached him and addressed the man. The man replied that he wanted to introduce him. It was Yanagi from the new staff. He had just graduated from university. However, his level was over 5,000. He smiled welcomingly. This time, he would also enter with them. The guy introduced himself and kindly said that he was looking forward to working with them. The protagonist and this guy flogged each other's hands, trying his best not to show it. He needed to hide his powers properly. This handshake seemed strange to him. The protagonist asked, "Is something wrong?" The guy waved his hands and hurriedly replied that everything was fine. But still, it was kind of weird. There was a loud voice that called everyone to attention. The voice ordered everyone to change and said that they would be starting soon. Hannah was enthusiastic, and she pointed to the entrance of the dungeon as if inviting her brother to join her. The girl's face glistened with excitement, and she couldn't wait to visit her first dungeon. The girl cheerfully told her brother to prepare clothes for each of them during the course, but he remembered changing clothes through the inventory. Is it really time for him to retire? There was no such thing in his time. The guy was already starting to grumble like an old man. The manager invited everyone to enter the dungeon. A crowd of people and moved towards the entrances. It was very loud from the voices of different people around. The voice called for everyone to line up, to investigate after him. This dungeon was one of the dungeons the guy had visited the other day. Passing through the gate, he quickly used a dungeon move. As a consequence, he got inside without anyone noticing him. Katagiri listened to him carefully. He said in a loud voice that it was time to earn his status. The boys looked at their mentor in surprise. As they knew, the status could be obtained at the first victory over a monster, the probability of obtaining 10%. Some in the crowd were scared and some were glad they had made it this far. No time to give up. One of the boys hoped that he could still get a unique skill. The protagonist hesitated. This pang was not without merit. These few minutes could turn their lives 180 degrees. His sister turned to him and gave him a surprised look. Tut put his hand on her shoulder and told her that she didn't need to be nervous. Whether or not A gets the status, it all depends on luck. Wait, something is wrong. This will conversely ruin all her motivation. Hannah could barely contain her laughter. She was laughing at the way her brother was trying to cheer her up, but he wasn't doing a very good job. If he wanted to cheer her up, he could just keep quiet. The boy scratched the back of his head and nodded embarrassedly. But the girl hurried to reassure him, saying that she felt much better now. She thanked her brother for his support, and by the way, there was one more thing. Why did Hannah decide to become an adventurer? She hadn't mentioned it before. It seemed strange to the guys. The manager said to come up 3 people at a time and he would take turns helping them kill monsters. However, if they came with a companion of D rank or higher, he or she may accompany them. Those who have gained status, have them come up and report back. The boy pondered. They have a choice. He turned to his sister and asked her what she would choose. Tam looked at him hopefully. She said she didn't like everyone looking at her and suggested they go alone. It was a good choice. Soon they entered the dungeon and found themselves at a crossroads. There were 3 caves that led in different directions. Suddenly, an unknown substance that looked like a clot of slime appeared in front of them. The girl was surprised at the sight of her first monster. The guy noticed her surprise and told her that it was true, although she was not so similar to the famous slime, but still. It was not much of a level 1. With a liquid, transparent body, one could defeat it by destroying the core at the center. Even his sister could handle it even though she was very low level. The guy pointed to the center of the monster where there was a small red sphere. This is the core, a magic stone. By destroying it, the girl will be able to win. Hannah readily replied that she was ready. She began to accumulate magic power. She was on full alert. This was the big moment. She was fighting the first monster in her life. She had to do it. The girl swung with her sword and prepared to strike. Finally, she jumped on the lump of slime and stuck a knife into its core. Splatter flew in different directions, and the girl squeezed her eyes shut to keep anything out of her eyes. Finally opening her eyes, she started looking forward in surprise. What happened? Had she won? Suddenly, she saw something strange. Every time she discovered something new. Did she get status? You had to level up to get status points. The girl was not used to hearing new sounds in her head. It was the same voice that announced the level up. The girl was scared. Her older brother calmed her down and said that it looked like she had succeeded. He congratulated her on her first level up. The girl couldn't believe it. Did she really succeed? She was able to get the status without any problems. She started jumping for joy and bragging to her brother she was incredibly proud of herself for getting it right the first time. The boy was happy for her too, but it wasn't the best picture. The guy told her to finally pay attention to the status window. The girl finished cheering after all, and jabbed her finger at the cat. Surprised, she turned to her brother and said something in front of her that didn't appear. This was all new to her, and she didn't understand it. The protagonist walked closer and smiled as he looked at his sister's status window. It was necessary to see what skills she had gained, strengthening her body, increasing her magical. Suddenly, it was as if he had stammered, as if he had seen something incredible. A chill ran down his back. His sister looked at him with a surprised look. I don't understand what caused such a strange reaction. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. It was incredibly strange that she was able to get hold of a unique skill so quickly. She looked at her brother in surprise. Was something wrong? They were now looking at the status window together in astonishment. The guy didn't know what to say. That's a damn good skill, isn't it? But he still couldn't understand what it was. The sister didn't understand at all. Normally, advanced points are earned at a level above the 1,000th, and she will be able to use them at a level below the 100th level. In addition, when forming a group, she will be able to become a swordsman, mage, or tank depending on the situation. But that's not all. Maybe Hannah can a copy move to the dungeon, then she can mop it up with the main character. No, she wouldn't be able to make it now because of the level restriction. But what about? The guy wondered. He looked at the girl, they don't understand anything, staring at her status window. She turned to her brother and said she didn't understand anything, so, is it good or bad? The guy said it was good. If she talks about it now, all the guilds in Japan will try to recruit her. When the girl heard this, she was delighted, and her eyes sparkled with happiness. She couldn't believe it was true. But then the joy went away. But she doesn't want to go to any trouble. The boy wondered, wasn't becoming an adventurer something she wanted? Why had she become an adventurer in the first place? Was it precisely like himself? The girl twitched with fright. Turning to her brother, the girl said it was a secret. Brother's bad. No need to pry into a girl's private life. The guy was scared. Well, if she doesn't want to, then there's no need. However, if so, it's better to hide it from the manager and the others. Because of them, it could become known anywhere. The girl looked at him with surprise. Would it work? At the end, you'll have to show how to status. The guy was thinking, wait a minute, he had an idea. There is one way out. We need to experiment with skill simulation. The girl wondered, should she copy this skill? Then she would touch it. The girl put her hand on her brother's shoulder. Tut smiled and told her to try her best. Hannah tensed up and used the imitation skill. It was unusual for her, and she felt a shiver run through her body. Soon it worked. She copied her brother's skill. The guy looked at her in amazement. She was so good at it the first time. Great, she did it. And next, to hide the status, and you need to change a few things. The guy pointed his finger at the status box. That's it, me and all clear? The guy put his finger to his lips. About the disguise, it's a secret, he doesn't own it. The girl replied that she understood, but suddenly she twitched herself. She didn't understand what was the matter. Where did her brother get that skill? She'd never heard anything on him before. The boy hesitated, and realizing that he had said too much, he tried to justify himself and said that he would tell her about it sometime later. Suddenly, something unforeseen happened. The boy heard as if the earth began to shake under his feet. It was a strange sensation, like someone was approaching, someone very big. He looked down the hallway in surprise and wariness. His sister was also startled and asked her brother what was wrong. During this time, the protagonist tried to convince himself that no one was here. He tried to drive suspicion away and said it was no big deal. They should already move towards the exit. There were already a lot of people there who had also finished their first dungeon. There were cheers everywhere. Many people had succeeded. The adventurers were happy that they had successfully completed the first dungeon. Some were crying because it didn't go so smoothly. The leader said that those who had received the status window should get in line. The leader congratulated everyone on getting their status window. The protagonist's sister walked up to him and opened her status window. The man looked at her with a smile. Confirmation was over pretty quickly. It was good that it went without much trouble. The man said loudly that all those who received statuses should raid another dungeon in 2 weeks. Until they have completely gone through all the procedures, they must only go into the dungeon accompanied by another adventurer, who became them at least a year ago. The man asked them not to enter the dungeon alone. It could have been detrimental to their lives. Rin praised his sister and said that she had done a good job. He congratulated her once again on her status. The girl laughed and thanked her brother. She would like to get something as a reward. The guy smiled, but then they'll go shopping, and then they could have dinner somewhere. She glowed with happiness. She yanked herself and said she was joking. In a concerned voice, she asked the guy, "Is his money okay?" Smiling, the main character said she had nothing to worry about. He's making a lot of money these days, so that's not a problem. He can deny himself nothing, so let her take whatever she wants. Since that's the case, this girl decided to take him at his word. Her face lit up with happiness. They were walking down the street heading towards the stores. The guy said that if she was going to go to the dungeon before the scheduled raid, he would go with her. She would be fine by his side. The girl wondered if that was true. She would tell him tomorrow. No, she'd better do it now. She pulled out her phone and started texting. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, but he yanked himself up in time. No, he wouldn't violate her privacy again. Soon he was another dungeon of rank D. He had an appointment with Hana in the afternoon, so he decided to go to Minagishi Dungeon in the morning. All in all, he managed to get 100 laps in. He would and sighed heavily. Raised a total of 410 levels, cleared only 7 dungeons. He jerked himself up and said he should have been on his way by now. A little more and he'd be late for the meeting. Soon he was already at the Shion dungeon. He had rank E. The boy rushed as fast as he could, but he was still late. When he saw his sister from afar, he apologized for being late. But then he saw something strange. Next to his sister stood Yui and Rei. They looked at the guy with looks full of anticipation. This was definitely something he hadn't expected. And what were they doing here? Yui smiled and said that she thought they were going to need help. The girl's enthusiasm was evident. Rei confirmed it, but her face was cold and blank. That's obviously not what the guy wanted to hear. But his sister said let him know that time was short. Thoth apologized and asked, "But why are these two here?" With a smile, Hana replied that yesterday she had invited Yui, since she always asks about him when she writes. Indeed, every time they corresponded, the girl always asked about the main character. Since it's such a big deal, why not invite her? Yui heard what she was revealing her secrets and screamed, "Why is she telling it? Let Rin not take it personally." The incomprehensible guy nodded. It was weird for him to watch all this from the outside. Yui started to get confused again, and said that she wouldn't mind if he believed his sister just a little bit. The protagonist still didn't understand what she was talking about. "What about Rei?" The guy looked at her. "She doesn't know his sister after all." The girl replied that she heard it from Yui, so she came too. She said the guy would come. The protagonist wondered, they only came because he's here. He fell asleep. So it finally happened. He's a popular guy now. The girl handed him a bag of money and said she was returning the money as promised. But that put him in a stupor. The girl, as if not noticing it, said that she had worked hard this week and had earned quite a lot. Hana was furious when she saw this. Her brother forcing a girl to pay him. Yui was furious too and said she was very disappointed in him. The main character was trying to justify himself the whole time. He asked them to wait. "It's not like that. You shouldn't say that." Rei said he's important to her. He's the only reason she's here. Give him money, that's what she likes to do. But still, she's worried, will it be enough? Yui and Hana looked at him as if they were ready to kill him right now. The guy tried his best to fight his embarrassment. He said that the girl was missing important points, which made the situation worse. Still, they soon managed to explain everything as it was originally. Finally, the protagonist's sister understood everything. She sighed heavily. If they had told it like this from the beginning, it would have been better. The guy sighed heavily. He told them everything at first, but they just wouldn't listen to him. Yui changed her mind and said that she didn't doubt him for a second. Still, it got to the guy, so he walks up to her and starts rubbing her cheeks. And she says it with that mouth? She just said she was disappointed in him. The girl started screaming that she was hurt, but he kept rubbing her cheeks. Ray apologized to him and said she should have picked a better place for this. The guy replied that it was okay, but how did she make so much money in a short time? The girl replied that she had been hunting high-paying monsters all this week. She wanted to see herself from the outside. The guy smiled and told her to do her best. Dad thanked him for his support. Yui was squinting at them at this time. She realized that the two of them were getting along very well. Finally, she was starting to get a clue. Could they be dating? Suddenly, the protagonist is visited by a terrible déjà vu. Isn't it normal for friends to talk like this? He talks to her like that too. Why should I be surprised? Yui finally calmed down, and the folding woman said that indeed there is such a thing, so the people around them might misunderstand them too. He smiled and thought to himself that it was better to let them be. Soon they descended into the dungeon. All right, if everything's ready, we can get started. We need to be productive today. He turned to his sister, Yui and Ray. Here, it's not like she's going to use imitation skills. The girl smiled and said that as long as it's not just the two of them, it's no big deal. I looked at her surprised. Is she sure? Yui, but this is the first time she's meeting Ray, isn't it? The girl sighed and said since her brother was leaving the decision up to her and she would ask, he trusts Ray, right? If so, she could trust her too. Hannah smiled and looked at her brother. The boy was surprised and could not say a word. That's how much she trusted him. For a second, he was even scared because of such responsibility. And he still hadn't explained to her the value of moving to the dungeon. For a second, he even felt very ashamed. But the time has not yet come. If he discloses this without the proper force, it won't just be a threat to him. Everyone close to him could become an easy target. At worst, even Hannah could get hurt. And he didn't want that. He needed to protect her in every way he could. He must become a reliable support for his sister. He would have said so. But still, she visibly noticed his confusion and looked surprised. Yui and Ray were very surprised that the protagonist's sister had such an interesting ability. Ray said it was a wonderful skill, as expected from Rin's younger sister. The guy didn't understand, and what was the logic in that? Yui seemed to be the happiest. She shouted that this unique skill is awesome. In her opinion, Ray also has something like this, right? Surprisingly, there are two whole people with unique skills here. But then, she got kind of upset. It seems like she and the main character are the only ones with normal skills, right? The two of them have something in common. The girl said the last words as if with some hope. The main characters looked at her in surprise. Hannah and Ray also looked at the girl in surprise from the side. It looked as strange as possible. But suddenly Yui was furious. She hadn't heard that Rin had a unique skill. It turns out he betrayed her. Her sister looked at it in surprise. She had heard that it was a useless and slow skill. Yui continued to rage. She screamed that she believed in him. She hoped their relationship would remain warm as before. Right? The protagonist tried his best to keep his composure, but his patience was slowly running out. Hannah walked over to Ray and asked, she has a unique skill too, right? The girl sighed heavily and nodded her head. Well, let her show her. At this time, the main character was rubbing Yui's cheeks again. Rin used the magic sword skill. A magical aura began to form around her, and everyone else looked at her in surprise. She stepped aside so that no one would interfere with her. Her face turned serious and concentrated. She gathered all her magical energy to channel it into a spell. After a few seconds, it was as if the air began to electrify, and 4 flying swords appeared. Those 4 balls flew around her in a circle. Like this, she could create any sword once she imagined it. Hannah marveled. This girl is really something. The main character also said that it looked great. Even Yui, who apparently was jealous of her and her main character, admitted that it looks really beautiful. But soon the girl put away her magic swords and asked the protagonist what will they do now. The guy realized that's right. He wanted to test the skill simulation in practice. He thought the attack skill would be perfect for the experiment. But his sister can only copy a level 1 skill for now. The only level 1 skill he has is disguise. Fortunately, Yui and Ray are here besides him. She was able to organize all of this without even realizing it. Hana was a true genius. The sister looked at her brother, not understanding what had caused him to react like that. The guy glowed with happiness and said that if the girls would allow it, let her copy one of their level 1 attack skills. The two girls between them first looked at the main character, then at each other, closed their eyes and smiled. Yui said that she didn't have a single attack skill. Rei Echidna smiled and also said she had all level 2 skills and above. The guy got angry. Yeah, they must be kidding. Okay, he takes it back. What should we do now? Suddenly, Yui found something. I was just about to level 1 elemental magic. Great, that's just right. The guy got embarrassed and told her that he didn't have to pump his level just for that. He tried to stop her as it was terribly embarrassing. But the girl smiled and said there was nothing to worry about. She had recently reached level 150. Rin was confused. She had level 80 or so right. She was able to grow so much in such a short period of time. The girl laughed back. The Evening Moon Guild is great. They taught her a quick and efficient way to pump. By the way, her eyes lit up with happiness. She wanted to say something. Her face took on a dreamy look, and she began to say with a kind of awe that they had a very cool elder in the guild. She and he only had a 2-year age difference. A gentle character, talented, her respected by those around her. She too has learned a lot from this wonderful man. And what does he have to say? The guy didn't know how to react to that. Good, right? That's the kind of reaction she was expecting, it's obvious to me. The girl seemed to want to make him jealous. She turned away from him and pouted her lips. She doesn't want to know him anymore. Rin stared at her and flatly didn't understand anything. He laughed anyway. He was glad she had mastered basic magic. For a second, the girl even felt embarrassed. What kind of reaction is that? Well, the feeling of gratitude is nice. I guess she'll take it. Okay, we need to start the experiment. Then Hana will grab onto Yui. The girls held hands and Hana applied her skill of imitation skill. She did it. Rin wants to see the difference between the skill usage of two different people. 2 level 5 small wolves appeared in front of them. It was about time. He asked Yui if she could start. The girl smiled and said let her put it on her. She began to prepare and soon cast a spell summoning a fireball. A blob of fiery energy burst out of her hand and flew at high speed straight at the wolves. A bright light began to emanate from it. Now it was Hana's turn. The boy asked her if she was ready. The girl nodded her head readily and answered that she was completely ready. One of the small wolves was already approaching her. The girl also put her hand forward and prepared to use the spell. She didn't understand how to use it yet, and her movements were unsure. Yui stood a little far away and supported her. She applied the same spell, but the effect was not the same. The fireball was much smaller and weaker. Such magic couldn't hurt the wolves, and they were already preparing to pounce on the poor girl. A small blob of fire energy slammed into the wolf's body, causing no damage, but only enraging the animal. The wolf snarled at the girl. She yelped and fell backwards. The guy immediately rushed to her aid and with one powerful leg kick repelled the monster's attack. The girl smiled and thanked her brother for protecting her, but she was still scared, knowing that the monster was about to catch up with her. Apparently, the imitation of Hana's skill cannot fully reproduce the original essence of the skill. The power of magic is determined by the level and intelligence of the caster. It is quite natural that Hana's magic power is inferior, because her level is small. Even as a unique skill, it can't replicate the power of a high-level mage. So his skill is weak? Is that the reason? The guy thought for a moment. It has an inverse relationship. The power of Hana's skills will increase in proportion to her level. Also, some skills have fixed damage. In the end, it all depends on how she uses it. The girl nodded her head in understanding. Then she should try to become stronger. There was a glint of determination in the girl's eyes. That's right. He winked at his sister. He would teach her all the basics of adventurers in real combat. The girl screamed with joy. She was incredibly interested and wanted to start training right now. While they reassembled, Rei said she'd go ahead. Hana rushed to their aid. The girl was full of enthusiasm. She too wanted to participate in the battle as much as possible. Looking at their team made the guy proud. Rei in close range. Yui keeps everyone at a distance, and Hana is good at both. It was a surprisingly balanced group. Add Vanguard and it would have been a very strong pack. But in practice, that's impossible. The difference between levels is too big, and Yui is already a member of the guild. That's just his wild imagination. The next day, he went through the dungeon again. After a week, he finally reached it. He was in Nimi's dungeon. It was rank C. He was already on the lower floors. After finishing defeating the boss, the guy jumped for joy. He was finally done. He was able to capture 10 dungeons. Now he was excited about the new bonuses. An increase in the effects of titles, or maybe a new skill. A familiar notification plate appeared in front of his eyes. It said that the owner had captured 10 dungeons. The guy still couldn't wait to see what kind of bonus he would get for such an accomplishment. As bonuses, he would be granted the right to challenge an additional dungeon, a magical isolation tower. The target's current status has been entered. The target cannot level up until a summoning of a magical isolation tower is requested. Change the internal structure of the magic isolation tower according to the target's status. But suddenly, an error popped up. Magical isolation tower does not exist. Confirmed, the target is the first challenger in the world. The guy didn't know what was going on. What the hell is this? Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to shake. He could barely keep his feet from falling to the ground. Is this an earthquake? Even the air around him was vibrating. The protagonist didn't realize what was happening. It looked like he was in some kind of danger. Suddenly, in the middle of the room, in the air behind the entirety of some magical energy blob, the creation of the magical isolation tower was complete. That he eagerly waits for the target to challenge. The boy looked up, still not understanding what he should do. Suddenly, some obscure piece of paper started to come out. The guy quickly grabbed it. What kind of paper is this? He applied the evaluation skill. The piece of paper said that it was a ticket. It was a ticket for testing the magic isolation tower. The ticket was given to those who captured 10 dungeons. By tearing the ticket near the magic isolation tower, the owner could challenge it once. The boy scratched the back of his head uncertainly. Honestly, he didn't understand what was going on here at all. He's supposed to challenge a magical isolation tower? What the hell is that even? He doesn't have to accept an invitation he doesn't understand. But if he can't level up until he's challenged, he'll still have to do it. Finally, he can go home. Nevertheless, what should he do? He walked up the steps and was still in thought. What did a magical isolation tower even look like? He had never even heard of it, much less where it was located. Without knowing its location, he wouldn't be able to get there. What should he do? There were more questions than answers. A few adventurers were already standing at the entrance, staring in surprise at him. Soon the boy came out into the street and finally saw what everyone was so surprised about. In the middle of the street stood a huge, tall tower that was much taller than any he had seen so far. What the hell is that? The people also stood there and didn't understand what was going on, each of them seeing such a tower for the first time. Why did it appear so suddenly? Nothing like this had ever happened before. Is this a new dungeon? Rin walked out of the dungeon. Now he seemed to be getting the hang of things. It seemed to be a magical isolation tower. It was so tall that its top went high into the sky and was hidden in the clouds. He took out that small ticket from his pocket that had fallen to him upon completing Dungeon 10. It seemed to be the dungeon he should challenge. It was a passageway to uncharted lands he had never encountered until now. Soon the guy was at his house and they were already sitting together with his sister watching TV, on which the news anchors were rambling on about the unknown tower. In addition to all of the above, at this point they had not been able to locate the gates that ordinary towers have, nor was there any way to get into the tower. It is impossible to say for sure if other structures like it. Hannah watched all of this with great interest. All of it, to her, seemed very mysterious. Although he knows that this is the so-called isolated demon tower, he honestly has no idea why it appeared. What happens if he gets into it? Apparently he has no choice but to challenge this tower. That's what he'll find out tomorrow. For the first time, he was in a situation where he had no information. But he had set a clear goal to conquer this dungeon. Well, now he needs to prepare thoroughly. Since he doesn't know the extent of the new place, it seems taking food with him wouldn't be superfluous. He looked at his sister. In a serious voice, he began to speak. The guy said he knew it wasn't the best idea, for tomorrow he was going on a little field trip. He will be gone for a few days. The sister excitedly asked, "Where is he going?" The guy replied in a serious voice that it was already a secret. "Girl, did he have a girlfriend?" The guy shook his head. "No, he has no one. And please don't let them come back to this topic again." The girl was embarrassed, her face showing that she was ashamed. The guy had tears in his eyes. It's so hard to stand up to her when she apologizes like that. The girl looked at her brother with interest. and asked if he could make it to the dungeon in time for training. The boy thought for a moment and said that in idea it was possible. For Hannah to officially qualify as an adventurer, she would have to be accompanied by a parent or guardian during practice sessions. He said he would try his best to make it. The girl said he would. He taught her a lot. She said she thought she could do it on her own. But here the voice of the protagonist became serious in any case in the dungeon. Caution is not unnecessary. Hannah smiled and nodded her head. At this time, the guy was diligently preparing for the sortie point's physical and magical indicators recovered almost completely. A large explosive rock and a new expedition. He bought basic necessities. At such a rate, he spent almost all of his savings. Over 50 million. The next step was an isolated tower of demons. Soon the guy approached it. It was going back high into the sky, and it inspired horror and incomprehension of what was happening. The protagonist looked out from behind the nearby bushes. Employees of an underground organization. Strange. What are they doing here? And to investigate and explore this unexplained anomaly. There was no choice. It was necessary to apply invisibility. Soon the kid easily passed well on two keepers. Well, it's a good thing he got here. He took his ticket out of his pocket and looked at it with great hope. For once, he would be able to challenge this dungeon. The boy quickly tore up the ticket. Since this is a special dungeon, I wonder what he'll have to face. After tearing up the ticket, the boy found himself in some unknown place. It was the Great Meadow, which stretched many kilometers into the distance. Rin didn't realize what kind of place was this. It wasn't like a normal dungeon at all. There are no labyrinths or anything like that. There were no walls or ceiling. Strange place. He certainly didn't think he'd run into something like this. What kind of magic made it expand like this? He just needs to see if he's really in a dungeon. It's not a simple dungeon at all. He applied his displacement magic and moved 1 meter. Now what? He thought it was better to go up in a dungeon, but there are no stairs and there's nothing but sky above. And he feels a little squeezed. Suddenly the voice that promised him earlier came. It said that the protagonist had entered an isolated tower. The isolated tower consists of 10 levels. There's 1 level on each floor. Once he passes it, he'll get to the next one. With a surprised look, he listened in wonder to everything the unseen voice was telling him. This was looking more and more like some kind of game to him. Well, he didn't have much choice. He'd have to subdue all magic. After a moment, the boy sensed that there was something ahead, and it was moving pretty fast. A terrible hunch flashed through his head. It looked like something approaching him. Soon saw what was approaching him with such speed after all. They were firewolves. There was a pack of them. He had encountered these creatures before in the demonic wolves dungeon. Fighting the wolves that he would end up facing the rainbow beast. So these wolves will use fire magic. Clearly he needs to get rid of them. Well, that won't be a problem for him. He'll exterminate everyone. What level are they? The guy used an evaluation spell. These firewolves were level 4,000. The protagonist walked in horror. This was something he definitely didn't expect. Was it that high? The last time they met, they were somewhere in the thousands level. Yeah, I already have. They've had all the upgrades I expected. We must be as cautious as possible to avoid being attacked. Let's go. He rushed straight at the wolves. The pack of monsters roared, anticipating their prey. Even with the demon wolf ring, the magic attacks are still not that powerful. So you can defeat them if you don't let the wolves attack. He began chopping the demonic creatures one by one. But suddenly, much to his surprise, the wolves began spewing flames from their mouths. Several fireballs flew straight at him. There was very little time to dodge. One had to act as quickly as possible. But the guy reacted in time and dodged and cut off the head of one of the demonic creatures. The blow was so strong that the head bounced off almost instantly. The second wolf was killed. The third one too. Here comes the fourth, and finally the last one. Rin stood in the middle of the meadow, breathing heavily. The corpses of the magical wolves he had killed lay beside him. There was no one else left. Apparently, they're not recovering. Well, he's already gotten rid of 5. But if there are more than 10 or more, join them. That could complicate things. There's a lot of those things out there. Maybe 100. If there were 500 or more, he could be in serious trouble. He's a loner after all, and would rather fight several creatures than face one powerful demon. That's enough. No whining from now on. The boy tried to pull himself together. He will fulfill this quest. Suddenly something changed, as if the atmosphere itself had turned liquid. What's happening? The ground beneath his feet began to shake. Something very large was coming toward him. The boy turned his head and looked into the distance. The thing he had been so afraid of was starting to come after him. It was a huge pack of wolves. Sticking out their long tongues, they ran straight at him, smelling their prey. The wolves had mad eyes. They would stop at nothing. They had seen their prey, and now there was no retreat. At this time, the boy wanted to go home so badly. He gripped his sword tighter, but it didn't give him confidence. There were too many wolves, and his knees began to shake. The huge wolf pack surrounded him. If he lost, he would say goodbye to his life once and for all. There was no choice. He had to fight to the last man. The wolves started jumping at him one after another, and the boy easily fought them off with his sword. There were an astonishing number of these creatures. They jumped at him from all sides. With every wolf he killed, his experience level increased by 1 unit. This was good, but it was still a lot to create. The protagonist's heart was beating at a doubled rate. If this was only the first level and he was already having such a hard time, what about the rest? There were not only fire wolves, but also earth wolves and water wolves. Damn it. This was causing a lot of problems. There were too many wolves, and it was getting harder and harder to dodge their attacks. Even the smallest damage was a great danger. Almost 20 GP is gone. He has no other choice. He'll have to use it. He applied acceleration. This skill was very effective. It gave plus 60% speed, but consumed 10 MP per second. The guy had planned to save MP, but now no more. Level up signs were flashing everywhere. He had to defeat the enemy as fast as possible, or he would run out of MP. The boy shrieked and drew his sharp sword to slash another wolf. His level was increasing by the second. He turned around and a look of horror flashed across his face. He didn't understand how this was possible. Something was different about these creatures. He saw that a rainbow wolf appeared out of nowhere. Its level was 7000 D demon-type wolf covered in fur of 9 different colors. Its dexterous movement magic attacks are very powerful. He froze with horror. His eyes widened, and how was he going to fight this monster? But he had plans of his own. So it was time to take a break. He drew the sword of the Nameless Knight, a weapon that could defeat them easily. His gaze became frantic. Well, now he would quickly straighten them out. Soon the wolves ran out, their shredded bodies. In front of the boy, a sign that said that his experience level had been increased by 10. The protagonist was very tired. He had fought these creatures for over an hour. Now he needed to restore his HP and stamina. He drank a regenerating product. Sitting down on the grass, he started flipping through his status window. He had accumulated 3.610 SP in the meantime, and needed to upgrade his magic from level 2 to level 1. After he boosted magic, his MF added 50% to us. Good. This will increase the activation time of the acceleration. He will be able to use it longer while fighting enemies, and a new batch of enemies awaited. A pack of wolves appeared in the distance and came rushing forward. It would be all over for them. The guy realized he had to be on his guard and keep the situation in hand first until the end. He took a fighting stance and gripped his sword tighter, ready to fight back. It was time to begin. He grasped the dagger and ran straight into the thick of the wolf pack. The boy couldn't realize all this time how many wolves there were. There were too many of them to count. They kept coming and coming, as if there was no end to them. He can't even approximate how many werewolves are in this pack, probably because the third and fourth group showed up at the same time, and he's completely lost track of them. He just keeps swinging the dagger around. He's got absolutely nothing on his mind. Adventurers usually explored dungeons that matched their abilities and prepared for them thoroughly. It was standard business, and he certainly did the same. But on the other hand, there are those who do not fight by the rules. Among adventurers, there are A-rank fighters who are exceptional. But there are even better than them, adventurers of the C-rank. Every day they challenge dungeons of unusual difficulty. For them, surprises are commonplace. They regularly fight stronger opponents than themselves. He thinks that's the way it should be. After all, that's what Dungeon Attack is all about. Facing unexpected challenges. A battle on the brink where a moment's carelessness can lead to death. Only those who overcome it all will be rewarded with something of value. Now the protagonist fully understands them. He feels it, that euphoria of battle. He's finally figured it out. Now even his body moves differently. Now he was really starting to conquer the dungeons. The guy was swinging his dagger in different directions. He was chopping the opponents who were not getting smaller. But it didn't seem to bother him at all. To become a first-class adventurer, that was exactly what his biggest goal was. He's not going to stop there. He must reach the top. That was the only goal he was pursuing right now. The level up signs appeared in front of his eyes, but he didn't pay attention to them anymore. The guy has been fighting for about 5 hours straight without stopping, but the wolves weren't getting any smaller. Next, let them all come together. Now it was no longer an obstacle for him at all. The boy stepped firmly on the ground, approaching his opponents. But suddenly it was over. For a few seconds, he was still standing in the euphoria of the fight and couldn't realize that the wolves were already over. Where are the enemies? Suddenly, he was brought out of his stupor by a voice that informed him that he had completed the quest to slay the wolf demons. But the guy was still standing there without realizing what was happening. His status plate lit up in front of him. Finally, he flopped down on the ground and sighed heavily. He had finished this quest. Inside, he was very proud of his accomplishments, fighting in such a condition. Despite that, he still did well. The guy was completely exhausted. This exhausting fight was fine. But now his body ached from fatigue. If it were possible to use dungeon movement to get out of a dungeon, level up in other dungeons, and then easily take the challenge. But these aren't normal dungeons. There is no guarantee that he would be able to do all the quests normally. It was a high-difficulty dungeon. The reward for completing it had to be high. The guy wanted to get it by all means. Well, there was only one way out. He just needs time to regain his strength before moving on to the next level. He starts digging through his inventory to get some food. He has no appetite, but still needs to eat, and in the remaining time it would be necessary to sleep, to regain some of his strength. He unfolded the sleeping bag, lay down in it, and closed his eyes. But he couldn't sleep. It was incredibly bright in here. How could anyone sleep in here? 424. He shouted angrily into the sky for the system to do something about this sun. And suddenly, to his great surprise, darkness immediately descended on the sky. The kid's gonna be in a bit of a stupor. Just have them tell him the system reacted to what he said. There's a good side to it. But he immediately told himself to calm down. It was a common tactic after deadly battles. The system almost managed to fool him, but he made it easy for me. Looks like his boyfriend's regular paranoia kicked in. I needed to forget that the system is his enemy. She is his enemy. The guy was struggling to convince himself of that. It kept him from completely calming down, as if hearing him. The system brought the bright sun back into the sky, and now everything was in light again. Rin immediately began to apologize to her, saying it was a lie. It was just amazing. He'd never seen anything like it before. It was like the system had a feeling. Okay, he should have gone to sleep. He got engrossed again and snuggled in. About 10 hours later, he woke up. The sun was still shining brightly in the sky. Now he was awake and sleepy. Not bad. His condition had improved markedly. He's regained almost all of his HP and MP. Now he can move to the next level. How does he get to the next level, by the way? There weren't any signposts. There were no stairs here like in normal dungeons. He began to gaze into the distance. Suddenly a voice was heard. If he has a definite decision to try to go to the next level or exit, then please let him formulate his decision. He's got it all figured out. So if he says his wish out loud, he can go. All right. The guy says out loud he wants to go to level 2. Nezri, my voice says the subject's intent has been confirmed. The transition process is beginning. Space began to distort around him. Soon, the main character's figure became barely recognizable and began to slowly move to another level. A few moments later, he found himself in a completely new place. This place was entirely a cafe. This building was like a large, empty room. Looking at all this, it was hard to believe he was in the same tower as he was before. How does this even work? And so, he needed to complete the second quest. An invisible voice said that the second level quest was called Night Copy. He needed to defeat one of the Spear Knights. Right now, the protagonist didn't understand anything. The task appeared strange to him. But after a few seconds, a strange sound was heard behind him, and a moment later, a knight began to appear. There he was. A knight standing a little distance away. He was completely covered in armor, and in his hands he held a massive, sharp sword. This knight was very similar to one of the ones he had defeated while in the dungeons. The boy used an evaluation spell to find out what level his opponent was. What he saw made his eyes widen. The knight had a 6,604 level point knight created path and reflection. The creature's skills could not be displayed. The next realization came to the boy. This knight was a copy of himself. A look of horror ran across his face. How would he fight his copy? This time the enemy will be much stronger than expected. We need to be ready for anything. He never thought they would use that technique. But the kid still has to win. Well, it's time for their battle to begin. But something happened that the protagonist did not expect. The knight with great speed began to approach him. He could not even predict his movements. At the last moment, the guy managed to dodge the sharp blade of the sword, and it whistled just a few centimeters from his face. It would have been the end of him in a second. Okay, I need to be more focused. He'll have to move a bit more than usual, but after all, he has that sword. Against superior opponents, his status increases dramatically. The Knight of the Lance is level 6.604, which in turn is at level 6. Conditions are perfect. It won't be easy. That's right, so with their initial and upgrade statuses, their level is equivalent to 10,000. They're both at a severe disadvantage. Rin thrust his sword forward. This knight would be a worthy opponent for him. An invisible voice commanded the protagonist to defeat his enemies. The knight stood before him and glinted his armor from an invisible light source. Without a second thought, the protagonist rushed straight into the attack. There was a clang of metal as their balls crossed, and now they were like in some crazy death dance. After a few seconds, the protagonist realized that his opponent was quite strong. Despite this, it only added to the excitement of the battle. From the start of the fight, he can use his full power to his fullest. His attack power and speed is increased by 60%. But he is still on the defensive. This meant that the knight copy could also copy his speed attacks. That posed a bit of a problem. It's so annoying when your superiority turns against you. Until now, even against strong opponents, I had the advantage of speed. Now speed is completely useless. We'll have to use another way to defeat him. But first, I had to concentrate and get into the best possible position. The guy realized that right now he had to fend off all of his high-speed attacks. It would be difficult, but he had to do it, or it might cost him his life. Concentrating his magic power into his blade, the guy used a speed sword spell. Speed sword. This is a sword created with the skill of blacksmithing. The recommended usage level is 4. Attack plus 3,150, speed plus 1.600. Speed plus 1.600 is a passive effect. In other words, as long as he has the sword in his hand, it will always be active. That should at least give him some sort of speed advantage. The guy moved even faster. He bounced off each of the knight's attacks and parried them with great agility. But the knight didn't lag behind in speed. As he was a copy of him, his speed seemed to have increased as well. If one counterattacks by dodging, the fight will be impossible. The problem is, how does he reflect the knight's attacks and attack at the same time? Does he even have anything? It seems like the guy was cornered. He searched, frantically searching for anything this knight didn't have, looking for even one skill. After a second, his brain found its way out after all. His eyes widened in surprise. He finally remembered. The knight swung his huge sword again, and the guy bounced aside. He disappeared. The smoke bomb worked perfectly. The smoke clouds flew in different directions. The knight couldn't see him. He just helplessly turned his head in different directions. The guy realized that he was the only one who could use magic items in this fight. That's it. Now the fight will be much easier. He used the concealment skill now. It would be very difficult to spot him. His opponent's head was spinning helplessly in a vain attempt to find his victim. It was time for his attacks. The boy was in the shadows, ready to attack now. He ran in the other direction to take as much of a run-up as possible. He had a dagger in one hand and a large sword in the other. You have to keep your distance as much as possible. He was already far away from his opponent, so he couldn't reach him. But suddenly the guy was overcome by a strange feeling. It felt like he had been touched by alien magic. It was quite unpleasant. The protagonist had never had to feel it before. It looks like the knight has gotten to the point of using the enemy search. The enemy's body began to glow as if infused with energy. From afar, it looked strange and frightening. The knight seemed to be preparing for another attack. Suddenly, with great speed, he turned around and ran straight at the protagonist. He was frightened. Did the knight notice him so quickly? Rin fought off his opponent's attacks with all his might. No way, he wasn't ready to fight yet. This knight was incredibly strong. They were moving around the room at some incredible speed. None of them were inferior to each other in speed. The only difference was that the main character had fatigue. He threw the smoke bomb again to somehow hide his movements. It was like the knight was reading his mind. He was anticipating the boy's every move. There was another explosion, and the room was filled with smoke. It would give him at least a few precious seconds to escape. The knight began to look around again. searching for the boy. The knight once again applied the enemy search to find the guy. He bounced off the attack line at the last moment. Once again, the knight found him in only a split second, and was already at full speed heading straight for him to chop him up with his sword. This knight seems to be ruled by wrath, which is good. He still has plenty of magic smoke stones. He'll be able to entertain him for some more time. 486. It had been about an hour since they'd had their fight. The protagonist was still throwing smoke rocks to distract the knight's attention. His opponent was already very angry. It was obvious he was tired of chasing the guy. Russia in another cloud of smoke, the knight rushed at the protagonist. This is the moment he's been waiting for. His opponent has let his guard down. The knight stood in the middle of the hall and prepared to attack, but his vigilance was already much more relaxed. The moment has finally arrived. Now we must activate the speed sword. The guy pushed himself off the ground and rushed straight at his opponent with great speed. He only had one chance to attack, he might not get another. The knight still managed to repel the attack, but something changed. He seemed to stagger. Looks like he's running out of MP, just like the protagonist thought he would. Now, he won't be able to use the extra speed and strength. All he had against the copy knight now was increased MP. We should have used that advantage. His status was copied before he cast the second level challenge. Also, the level assigned to him after completing the second quest didn't seem to have been taken. In addition, he increased his magic power skill from level 2 to level 5. Now he thought correctly. He has no other choice but to fight using MP as his only advantage. Rin swung the ball and landed one of the crushing blows. Now he wouldn't let himself be defeated so easily by some knight. The knight looked at his victim and gave a surprised look of his eyes. There was fury on the protagonist's face. As he ran around him, he saw that he could raise his strength level from level 6 to level 7. Therefore, the strength of his attack increased during this time. The guy screamed. He wouldn't be able to copy all of his skills. He couldn't stop this power. He swung his sword to deliver one last crushing blow. All around, everything jumbled as if in some unbelievable way. The knight's armor broke at an astonishing speed. Shards flew in different directions. Well, that was the end of this knight. The boy swung as hard as he could to deliver one last crushing blow. There was a scraping of metal, and a few seconds later, the knight's body was chopped in half. With a rumbling sound, the heavy armor fell to the floor. This sound symbolized that the guy had won after all. An invisible voice announced the protagonist, and then that his level had been raised by 26 units. Soon, the same invisible voice said that he had completed the second-level Knight Copy quest. The reward level for completing the second-level quest increased by 100. At this moment, the protagonist himself couldn't believe the fact that he was able to defeat this formidable opponent after all. His level was now at 7. The total level in the tower was 422. He stood in the middle of the room and contemplated what to make his third level. To be honest, he was feeling a little uncomfortable right now. Moving to the third level, the guy found himself in some kind of maze. The quest was called Labyrinth Not Passable. An invisible voice began to tell the rules of passage. If he follows the correct path and reaches the goal shown in this video, he will pass the labyrinth. A sign popped up in front of the guy with a video clip of the goal on it. He wondered how simple the rules were. Was this really going to be a simple quest? But it wasn't that simple. The labyrinth was inhabited by monsters whose level was quite high. A level 6000 skeleton knight. It is an undead skeleton-shaped monster that will continue to attack the hero if it deals significant damage to him. Mage skeleton level 6. An undead that has the shape of a skeleton and is capable of various types of magic. These skeleton mages were the most troublesome. In this corridor, it's very hard to dodge their attacks. Besides, as soon as the skeletons saw him, they called out to their friends. When he got caught in their crossfire, he honestly thought he was going to die. Well, there's no need to worry. Teleportation has been upgraded to level even in such a critical situation, he would always be fine, as long as he has teleportation inside the dungeon. The guy immediately used this ability and walked right out from under the noses of a bunch of skeletons who had already prepared to attack him with the whole bunch. After making sure there were no demons on the other side of the wall, he teleported. That way he could move as far as possible while avoiding enemy combat. However, this labyrinth is extremely huge. If he moves randomly, it will never reach its goal. The boy used the target search to get his bearings, but what he saw shocked him. He was able to find the target itself, but he could detect a cluster of undead, as if they were guarding something. He thought he should follow to the epicenter of their cluster. Perhaps the purpose of the journey was there. He doesn't know if he can get through them using teleportation, but he should at least try. He should start teleporting at the same time using concealment. If he did encounter the undead, it was to fight back. He must destroy her before she calls for help. Finally, he had almost reached his destination. The guy was already exhausted from the constant teleportation. Soon, he felt that he was very close. Rin stood against one of the walls and could literally physically feel that the target was already quite close. The kid realized that he had to go through all those skeletons, or he would never reach his goal. The whole horde was waiting for him behind the wall. The skeletons stood blocking the way. The mage was in front. It would be quite difficult to deal with these monsters, but the guy had no choice. Could it be reinforcements? How do they know he's here? He's got the cloak activated. There was no way out. He must break through. No matter how many skeletons there were, he didn't have any left. The guy put his sword forward and rushed right into the thick of those skeletons. The stealth skill couldn't be used during the battle, so he had to fight the skeletons face to face. He ran straight at them, swinging his sword so he had to break through their defenses. He chopped up the skeletons one by one. They weren't dangerous on their own, but there were still too many of them to handle without problems. As expected, the protagonist managed to become this undead by surprise, and now he had a few precious seconds to make an attack. Before they can use their magic, he must get close to them and destroy them. The guy was already running at full speed in the thick of the skeletons. It was quite dangerous, considering there were so many of them. Soon the guy still yesed the pile of skeletons and began to chop them with his dagger. One by one, the skeletons scattered with a crackling fall to the ground. But one of these undead still managed to use his huge fireball. And now the blob of magical energy was moving straight at the protagonist with great speed. He noticed it too late, and now he wouldn't be able to dodge it. The fireball was coming closer and closer to him, and he didn't really want to face this attack face to face. There's only one thing to do. There was only one option left. The protagonist adopted a fighting stance and stood even more firmly on his feet. Since there was nothing left to do, it was worth a try. The huge fireball was already a few centimeters away from the protagonist. He could literally physically feel the heat that was heading straight for him. But at the last moment, Rin used teleportation and was beyond the spell's reach. Now he was standing right in front of the skeleton. It worked, and now the guy had a chance to attack the skeleton. The guy looked at him with his empty eye sockets and bared his ghastly teeth. We had to deal with them in one fell swoop. The boy stepped forward and swung his sword with all his might, shattering all the skeletons at once. The bones cracked. Soon he was already standing at the end of the maze. The invisible voice was also saying that the third-level quest Impassable Labyrinth had been completed. The reward level for completing the quest has increased by 150. Rin looked forward in surprise. He didn't realize what this was. Why did he have such an unpleasant feeling about this place? In front of him were several obscure pieces that looked like chess pieces. It was a strange place. It seemed as if she was telling him to put something in there. He was standing right in front of the Chaos Gate. At this time, his knees were even shaking. There was an ominous aura emanating from this place, and at this moment, the protagonist wanted to go home very badly. This place is extraordinary, even more so. He looked directly at the gate. There were 4 doors in front of him. Each led to a different direction. He had a little puzzle to solve. An extraordinary magical energy could be felt from these doors. It was comparatively more energy than the enemies before. The atmosphere was strikingly different from the one on the 3rd level. What the hell do they want him to do? Level 4 quest. Killing the rebellious beasts. An unseen voice informed him that he needed to break through the magical walls and get to the target point behind each of the 4 doors. Behind each of the doors is a beast along with the power it represents. Risen beast of fire, risen beast of lightning, risen beast of ice, risen beast. Each of them guards the jewels that belong to them. The voice told the guy to take the jewels he will get after destroying them and place it on the pedestal. After laying down 4 jewels, a safe passage will open up for them. All of the remaining beasts are level 50,000. The voice continued. It said that the guy would only be able to quit the game after completing this quest. At this time, the protagonist couldn't find himself from surprise and shock. If he quit the game now, it would never be able to challenge the demon tower again. He couldn't believe his eyes. Did she just say the 50,000 level? That's just unthinkable. He tried to pull himself together. He needed to calm down. From what she'd said, he didn't need to kill the rebel beasts. He just needed to get the jewel they were guarding. But still, they're level 50,000 demons, that's what he got. That was impossible, he's definitely dead. Values. The only requirement is to get to the target. He looked back at one of the doors with fear. The guy already mentally realized that he would never defeat such an opponent in his life. If he can withstand this magical power and reach the target, then he can last. Behind each of the doors was a corridor of about 300 meters, so he should reach his destination anyway. The maze was proving more and more impassable to him, but he had no other choice. Boy, he was sure it was advice. But he had made a promise he had sworn. Rin clenched his hand into a fist. He would definitely pass this labyrinth. If it's a quest designed to kill him, he won't back down. He would definitely complete this quest. He would become the fastest man in the world. The level 4 quest reward increases his level by 200. Well, yay. The reward is worth it. The invisible voice continued to speak. Bonus treasure reward for a dead beast. The boy perked up. Bonus reward. That sounded interesting. Suddenly, a small bottle with a miracle potion was in his hand. The protagonist looked at it in surprise. It was unthinkable. Full recovery of HP and MP. The recovery potion as a reward for passing a dungeon should have a maximum recovery of 50%. It didn't even seem to have a level limit. You could sell it and make a lot of money. But he's not going to sell it. The guy put the potion in his inventory. For a single player, potions are a lifeline. He keeps them in a safe place. Great. He licked his lips in anticipation. Finally, a reward that makes him happy. For the first time in a long time, suddenly he sniffed and realized that his body smelled terrible. It was good that he had learned this skill. He applied a level 1 purification magic. After a short break, he would go to level 5. The invisible voice again announced the next quest. A 5th level quest, the struggle of the wise men. The boy stood in front of a large, bright door. Wise men? Sounds interesting, so it's a battle of wits? Well, it's finally time for his genius brain to show everyone. But suddenly the black silhouette of a huge ape appeared in front of the boy. It appeared literally out of nowhere, dropping to the stone floor with a rumble. The sign indicated that it was a monkey sage keeper. It had a 10,000th level. The guy was surprised. What? He's also a guardian. At that moment, something inside him got cold again. He knew it was a smart gorilla. The wise man would be the gorilla of the forest. It's a fight with a sage. The guy's teeth naturally. He hopes this quest can be dispensed with by fighting. The gorilla is in a fighting stance. Earlier, a voice informed him that there would be an extra reward for this quest if he defeated the target unarmed. So, he bought the extra reward. Now there will be an extra challenge. And then it started. The gorilla was incredibly strong and it pelted him with punches. They exchanged fists with each other. Instead of having a heart-to-heart talk, in the end he was able to defeat it. A voice announced that the guy had gotten the bonus title Beyond Wisdom. That was funny. At level 6, the next quest was already waiting for him. The point was that he had to withstand all the attacks. He is trapped in a 50-meter square room. For 30 minutes, he must avoid magic from all sides. As he progresses through the second half of the quests, his physical and psychosomatic abilities are depleted. He completed the level 6 quest, withstanding all attacks. The level of total reward for the 6th level quest he managed to withstand the agreed-upon time. A voice announced that he had received a bonus award for passing. Good reaction. He wondered what kind of bonus award would he get. In the hands of the protagonist was a small capsule. Quite a powerful potion. If used correctly, it could be quite useful. Okay, gotta keep it up. In the 7th quest level, there was a quest that, like the first one, tested endurance and perseverance. You had to defeat demons one by one with a nameless sword. The total quest reward level at level 7 has been increased by uncompromising assassins. At level 8, there will be a quest to test his wits. Here he will have to use his brain to solve the problem. Level 9, just like level 6, was with volatile magic. In this setting, one had to defeat several level 10,000 demons. This was the most difficult quest so far. He even thought that he wouldn't be able to complete this quest. The amount of experience gained increased each time. I couldn't be happier. Levels were growing faster than before. That was also very good. The invisible voice sounded again. He reported that the level of the total reward for the 9th level quest had been increased. He received the reward, bonus skill, critical attack. Getting the skill as a reward is quite rare. Although with such conditions, it is better not to use it. When HP drops below 30%, you can be very close to death. The guy hoped it wouldn't come to that. He was already lying in his sleeping bag and resting. He was very exhausted during this time. There are 10 levels left. The total level increase in Demon Tower is 3. Finally, 9th grade. He finally got some sleep. There was one last adjustment left. SP had to be distributed. If the level difficulty persisted, it was better to immediately raise it to the 20th. But there was still one more nuance. For now, it was not necessary to do so. Even if he raised it to level 20, he didn't know if he could evolve enough for it to be useful. So for now, he would proceed like this. First, he would improve activity to level 9 and explosive magic to, that was the maximum. He would use the remaining 3010 SP to upgrade the skill of increasing magic from level 5 to level 7. Well, now everything was ready. The guy used teleportation to travel to the next level. Magic bursts began to appear near his body. Soon he was easily transported to the next level. But there, something terrible awaited him. From far away came a roar, the likes of which he had never heard before. Behind the protagonist stood a dragon-like creature. It was completely covered in thickness, its eyes were burning. It was some kind of horrible creature. The beast roared, its mouth full of sharp teeth and its head crowned with 2 sharp horns. The boy could barely stay on his feet. A voice announced that this was a level 10 quest, Lord of Thunder. Now he needed to defeat the Thunder Lord. It was a dragon whose level was as high as 20,000. Rin sighed and smiled. At least without the riddles and unexpected traps, here's to going for it all the way to victory. He grasped the handle of his ball, which had long since become an extension of his hand. Yes, he would destroy this dragon, whatever it became. The blade of the sword glinted in the sun. He'll definitely make it. This was the last battle in. He couldn't lose it. The boy's eyes were filled with fury and determination. He wouldn't back down in front of this monster. Now the final battle in the Demon Tower had begun. The monster roared and began to tower over the protagonist like a rock. From this angle, it looked monstrous. It was the final boss of the tower. The Thunder Dragon. It really looked colossal. Next to him, the guy was like a bug. This was the first time he was facing such a huge monster. He had to be careful. If he didn't react in time and was attacked, he would die immediately. The best way to weaken such a huge opponent is to kick him in the legs. That way it would confuse him and throw him off balance. The boy grabbed his sword and lunged forward at the monster. Well, then the unforeseen happened. The dragon released its paw and in one deft move blocked the main character's attack. This one he didn't have time to calculate. The guy cursed hard. This thing had an amazing reaction speed. He bounced to the side and prepared to strike again. As soon as he jumped up to the dragon and had already drawn his sword, he saw that the dragon was pulling its huge clawed paw towards him. He couldn't believe it. The dragon was so huge. Why is it so fast? Quickly, the dragon had already missed his clawed paw and it crashed into the ground, rock fragments flying in different directions. We had to act now. Now the dragon had opened its belly. If the guy managed to hit it there, it would be over for him. There was no time to waste. He had already drawn his sword for the decisive strike. He understood everything perfectly. It was a level 20,000 boss, a pretty powerful creature. But what was that now? He struck with his sword and it would have bounced off a stone hitting the wall. Surprisingly, it didn't do any damage to him. Literally bounced off his skin as if he had hit an invisible barrier. That was probably true. Was it really like this? Guy punched the dragon in the stomach again and again, but his sword flew off each time. Rin bounced back at the last moment and the dragon's clawed hand landed a few centimeters away from him. Only this time he heard a cracking sound. Simply put, an invisible barrier is created around this boss. It is a kind of armor that cannot be penetrated by an unaware player. But the protagonist has realized the tactic by which he will be able to win. You have to hit one point and then the barrier can break. Let's go. The guy was standing in front of the dragon suddenly. The monster gave such a monstrous roar that the very heavens shook. The protagonist smiled hysterically, but still tried to keep himself in control without giving away his fear. The dragon continued to roar. Even the air itself began to electrify. The guy was lucky, because he bounced at the last moment as a powerful lightning bolt struck the place where he was standing. There's a reason this dragon is called a Thunder Dragon. A small crater formed at the impact site, with smoke emanating from it. He smiled hysterically. These people must be mocking him. How do they think the protagonist is supposed to defeat this monster? But he immediately pulled himself together. He needed to find a weak spot in this monster's armor. The boy used a detection spell. Just had to follow where the magic would hit this time. Thus, he was able to anticipate the monster's attacks. The monster roared with rage, and the dragon realized that his plan had been revealed. Hitting this monster uses up a lot of energy. But because of his reserves, at least he has a lot of energy. If Rin can get it to use up all its energy, then the fight will be much easier. In that case, lightning wouldn't be a problem for him. He rushed forward and put his sword out. Well, let this dragon attack and use all his strength. The dragon began to shoot lightning bolts at various places, but the protagonist skillfully dodged them. Now that he could see where the lightning was striking, they couldn't hurt him. The boy was already a few steps away from the dragon as the monster roared with renewed vigor, rage audible in every sound. At a close enough distance, the guy stabbed his sword right into the monster's clawed paw and immediately bounced off. Another one followed. There was no need to stop. We had to break through the barrier as soon as possible. Almost broken. Only one blow left and the monster's invisible armor will be shattered. Rin jumped up as high as he could. He swung the ball and hit the invisible armor with all his might. It started to crack, debris flying everywhere. The boy realized that one more strike, this dragon was finished. It gave him confidence in himself. Rin realized that the dragon's shield was broken. He needed to strike him in the flesh. The sword whistled, cutting through the air. Just a little more, and the victory would be his. The guy was already anticipating the taste of victory. His eyes were full of confidence in his abilities. The dragon noticed the little boy. I opened my eyes, bloodshot with rage. The beast roared, raising his head upwards. He was about to use his strongest lightning discharge. The protagonist was already subconsciously prepared for this. So, would he strike it with his lightning bolt again? The boy ran up to the dragon's paw and struck him again. Detection skill was still active. The guy could still see everything perfectly, and could still anticipate the monster's attacks. He can see right through it, so it's just useless. But suddenly something incredible began to happen. The sky began to thicken, and an energy circle began to form right above the dragon. The radius of attack will be enormous. It would not only hit him, but also himself. The boy tried to bounce as far away from the attack radius as possible. He realized that if he got caught in the blast, the lightning would immediately incinerate him. The dragon was gathering his strength to use his final attack. This attack would be much stronger than normal lightning bolts. A few seconds later, an energy pillar formed on the spot where the dragon had just prepared to attack. The space was shaken by an explosion so strong that the protagonist's ears popped. The air rose would become dust now. The guy couldn't see a damn thing. Striking himself with lightning, he should have died from that. Stop! Now the guy saw something strange, something he wasn't prepared for. It turned out that this attack had been made for a reason. The dragon stood in front of him unharmed, moreover. It was even strengthened afterwards. After carefully examining the dragon's body, the guy noticed that there were no burn marks, no injuries of any kind. He had absolutely nothing. But what scared him the most was the fact that now, this dragon was absolutely nothing like its former self. He used an evaluation spell to find out what had changed. Thunder Dragon, Lord of Lightning, now had this dragon. Now had a level of 25,000. A chill ran down the protagonist's back, and his eyes rounded with surprise. There was no way he could handle this thing now. He stood in front of the dragon as if numb with fear. He didn't know what to do now. He had just reached level 20,000. How is that even possible? It's the 10th floor of the tower. The 9th floor was hard enough, and the boss of the 10th floor should be that strong. But he still feels like the system just wants him dead. And no, none of this is possible. Boy. I gripped the hilt of my sword even tighter. He thrust his sword forward as if inviting the Lightning Lord to fight him again. In his heart he was afraid, but he had no right to retreat. In order to somehow overcome his fears, the guy got angry at himself. His eyes were filled with rage. If he could defeat this dragon, he would become the strongest in the world. The boy immediately rushed straight at the dragon. At first, he was stunned at the monstrous difference in their levels. The dragon roared and released a bundle of lightning towards the guy, which approached him with instant speed. At the last moment, he managed to make it back. The dragon only hit him a little bit, and his HP dropped by as much as a whole 1,000. The dragon moves too fast. There's no way to approach such an opponent in close combat. Maybe he should retreat using teleport. No, he can't. He doesn't even have a second to activate the skill. The situation was getting more and more heated. The only thing left for him in this situation is to stick to this tactic initially to do some damage. The guy swung his sword. I prepared to attack this dragon. Now we had to act now. He ran up to the paw to hit it for once. The dragon's body was covered in countless lightning bolts. 656. As soon as the protagonist touched his body, he was pierced by a monstrous electric charge. His heart, for a second, even stopped. Eyes widened to the extreme, about to fall out of orbit. As soon as his ball touched the dragon's body, he was immediately pierced by lightning. He had lost as much as 3,000 GP. The dragon was still standing in front of him unharmed. He looked with his fierce eyes at the boy, who was completely defenseless compared to him. The boy lost his guard and missed a powerful paw strike. He was immediately struck by lightning and thrown several meters away. It was hard to breathe. His heart was beating at a redoubled rate. The guy was lying on the floor and unable to move even a hand. This dragon was incredibly strong. With all his might, the guy tried to bring himself to his senses. In one blow, that monstrous dragon had taken away half of his health. From where you heard a cracking sound. And on top of that, the demon wolf ring on his right hand broke due to overexertion. This was really bad. One more blow and the main character would definitely die. Holy shit. He feels like some of his bones are just shattered to pieces. The boy gritted his teeth in pain, but still tried to get to his feet. He noticed with horror that the dragon was advancing. He wouldn't have time to dodge, the speed was too great. He gathered all his strength into a fist and bounced to the side. He doesn't want to die here. The dragon lowered his paw, and a monstrous rumbling sounded. The boy was unharmed. He managed to bounce to the side before the dragon lowered its heavy paw. Suddenly he realized what it was. Second life. Second life is level 1, activated at HP 30%. The lower the wearer's HP, the higher his attack and speed and intelligence stats will be. Now he has HP 20%. Thanks to the skill, other stats have increased by as much as 50%. For the first time, this skill saved him from death. It was too early to rejoice. Even though he had survived, the problem was still the same. Based on the current situation, we're going to have to be very careful. There's not much health left. The dragon didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. Thanks to this skill, his attack stats had increased. Maybe now he could do some damage to him. The passion in his heart was not yet fully extinguished, but here he assessed his chances. No, it won't work. He wouldn't be able to hit him because of the electric shield that hit him during the attack. If he tried to attack that thing again, the skill wouldn't save him anymore either. There was nothing to do, we'd have to use it. The guy pulled out his inventory and held out his hand. He took out a recovery potion. It fully restores HP and MP, and it has a 2-hour duration. The guy drank the potion. At that moment, he felt something efficacious elixir spilling over his body. It grew stronger with every second. He was shocked himself, it was amazing. All of his health replenished in an instant. However, the dragon was still alive. What should he do now? This creature outclassed him in every way. It was more like a cat hunting a defenseless mouse than anything else. It was like a mouse challenging a cat. All the previous strategies didn't work. He can't help but have weaknesses. Every monster has them. Though he got a small idea that could help him even in such a desperate situation. It was a crazy idea, but he had no other choice. He stood in front of the dragon that was already prepared to attack him. The beast bared its teeth and aimed its full power at the boy. Gathering all his last resolve into a fist, he gulped down the heavy saliva. Now he would not run away. He will be the strongest. He swore to himself he can't betray himself. Panili is gone. He rushed straight at the dragon with his sword at his side. Now action had to be taken immediately. The dragon raised its paw to swat this guy in one blow. Depends on strength and speed. He had already come close enough. At this moment, the guy thought, what if his speed was faster than that of a lightning lord? What if that dragon doesn't have time to strike him with lightning? He's already drawn his sword to strike. At this moment, the guy didn't think about anything at all. He screamed, and in that scream was mixed with all his burning desire to win. Now he had no chance to retreat. He would either win or die now. But unfortunately, his sword could only cut through the void. There was no one on the spot. The guy was in shock. He didn't understand anything. What had just happened? He looked up and was horrified. It turned out that this huge dragon had reacted faster and still managed to take off at the last moment. Rin grabbed his ball, and as if trying to defend himself, I held it out to him. He clenched his teeth and watched in horror as the huge thing headed straight down. The dragon's huge paw descended to the ground with great speed. It crushed the guy to the ground, imprinting him to a great depth. The pain was simply monstrous. The protagonist's health was being taken away more and more every second. He screamed in unspeakable pain, but there was nothing he could do. The dragon's mass was simply unbelievable. It pinned him to the ground, and now the guy could not move from his seat. Yes, the lightning struck him, but he felt almost no pain. The dragon looked down at him with its lifeless eyes. Although he didn't expect such an attack, it's for the best. Everything is going according to his plan. The guy's trying to take it all in. The beast was convinced he was coming to wall him in. I won't let go until he's dead. The dragon looked at the protagonist with a surprised look. He didn't understand. Why the hell is the boy still alive? At this time, the guy applied a dungeon move at the last moment. After all, he is the main dungeon boss, right? The guy smiled. Everything was going according to his plan. He can transport inside this creature. The dragon roared. His sister was just furious at this time. She waited for him for hours and he never came. It's dungeon training day. He said he might be late. But he wasn't just late, he didn't show up. The girl was absolutely furious. She had waited for days for this training, and her stupid brother still hadn't shown up. The girl made the decision that she couldn't wait for him any longer. She would either wait for him and skip practice or go herself. A warning was needed. Just like that. She sent him a text. Great. The girl got dressed and went outside. There's a meeting today. If my brother doesn't get his hands on him too, he's in for a rough ride. She walked briskly down the street. At this time, her brother was fighting a monster many times his strength. He was already inside the monster. An idea occurred to him. Since Thunder Dragon, the main lord of the world I fly in, then he could move inside of him himself using his skill. Now this and the creature would definitely not survive. The guy started swinging his sword and chopping the dragon's insides. It was as if he was in a whirlwind of blades that were cutting through the creature's insides. Oh, great. Now the kid can see the light. He's trying to send lightning into his insides. He had already drank the potion. The effect was about to wear off. There was less and less time left. At the last moment, he jumped out of the dragon's belly and then roared in pain. Now he's got him. The dragon snapped its sharp teeth just a few centimeters away from the guy, gathering the rest of his strength into a fist. The boy swung his sword as hard as he could and struck the dragon's throat. The blow went straight into its flesh, and the monster roared in pain. The dragon lunged, exposing his cough in hopes of defending himself. But the guy was much faster. His movements became much slower, on the other hand. Thanks to his second life, he was moving much faster than a dragon. The monster roared unceasingly. He brought his huge clawed paw over the boy and his eyes glittered with hatred. Now this was the best moment to attack. The dragon would try to bite him, and Hover would make the attack. There was a heavy thud. The dragonborn swung his paw and the boy dodged at the last moment by jumping high up in the air. The best moment to attack and cannot think of. The guy jumped high up and now perfectly saw the dragon, namely his head. He had to attack right now. He shouted and thrust his sword forward. Rin flew straight at the infernal brat and was ready to stick his sword blade straight into its head. Soon the weapon reached its target and pierced through the dragon's skull. It grinned and rumbled in pain. The boy gripped the hilt of the sword tightly. I wasn't about to let go. The dragon pointed his head forward. He started to thrash his head in death agony, but the guy held on tight and wasn't about to let go of the cold sword hilt. God, I growled one last time and fell on my side. Blood started pouring out of his mouth. Soon there was a rumbling sound. The dragon fell to the ground and was now out of breath. The monster was defeated. Rin landed a few meters away from him, and breathing heavily, he stopped on one knee. Invisible Hair reported that he had gained 1.232 levels. The boy stood in front of the body of the defeated monster. It was now finished. The 10th floor of the Thunder Dragon Lord Lightning Dragon was completely finished. 500 bonus levels had been earned for clearing the floor. For clearing all quests in the dungeon, 1,500 levels had been gained. At this point, the guy was standing there breathing heavily. He couldn't quite believe he'd finished that infernal thing off. He had a 13.212 level. Hero level 13.212. SP 32. Titan's Dungeon Conqueror 10 out of 10. The guy never thought he'd cross the 10,000 level milestone. However, it was still too early to rejoice. The legendary rank was still a long way off. He had to work very hard to achieve what he wanted. He set a goal for himself this year to become the strongest known hero, but no one said he'd have it easy on his own path. But did clearing all 10 floors only give him levels? Some small reward for a dungeon with a bunch of monsters. But the voice kept talking. He said, since the hero had completely cleared the magic tower, he's entitled to a special reward. The guy smiled. That's a different story. The first reward was the skill Impregnable Wall. The guy wondered what else was this skill. He had never heard of it. That's a very useful skill. He was very happy this skill also suited his fighting style very much. Although he will have to pump this skill to make this barrier even bigger as a lightning lord, this skill has a huge development potential. Besides, that was only the first award. How can you have a second? And there's 2 waiting for him. Suddenly, a strange haze began to cover his body. Analysis of the magic tower complete. Title: Man with a lust for killing. The murder lust level is less than 0.1%. Lust for murder. Doesn't sound good in the least. And the third reward will come in the form of an item. A third award? The kid wondered. But he still didn't understand how the second one worked. And what about the second award? Maybe there should have been an evaluation. But before the guy could finish his thought, there was a noise in his head. What was that noise? He grabbed his ears, trying to get rid of it. Is that the sound of the system? A voice inside my head heralded a system error. The user does not meet the requirements for the third award, so the third award would automatically be canceled. As soon as the guy heard that, he was horrified. What do you mean? What the hell does that mean? He's come all this way and he still won't get the third award. It's like something inside him broke. But did he really deserve my third award after a complete sweep? Come on, hey. The guy tried to yell. She suddenly heard the voice again. The system apologized, but she had misspoken. Guy had exceeded their expectations, and a third award wouldn't do justice to his merit. Guy didn't understand what were they talking about. Dungeon conquest information? That was unexpected, and the places where the strongest monsters dwell, shrouded in magic. Mankind has not fully recognized why and how they are granted skills and levels. A voice announced that the transmission of information has been completed. The alternate demonstration is on. Some kind of incomprehensible hologram appeared in front of the guy, and he stared at it with interest, curious. So what should he see in this corridor? But the boy saw something there that shocked him beyond description. Until now, he couldn't believe it was even possible. But what did he see?